Chapter 1 I go, what era, but also come to the wedding book this set. Wow, this is good, this is good. Hey, this is also good. In a chic little courtyard deep in Xinjiang Mountain, Su Yang was lying comfortably on a chaise longue with a lewd smile on his face, eating grapes while brushing a short video. Looking at the sexy beauties in the video twisting their waists one by one, he even couldn't help but tsk. Oops, this leg is really white. Aya, this ass is really cute. This breast. Said, that mouth is almost licking the phone screen. I want to touch it. Su Yang grabbed the air with both hands, his eyes were mesmerized, and his saliva almost flowed out. In his heart, he thought, how nice it would be to have such a girlfriend. He couldn't wait to drill himself into the cell phone. For a grown man in his 20s, it was the age of blood and vigor. Where could he resist such temptation? Su Yang was looking up. An old man in a white Taoist robe has quietly come behind him. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this coughing sound, Su Yang's body stiffened violently, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Su Yang turned his head with a fawning face, looking at the kindly-looking old man in front of him, but his heart was a burst of apprehension. Brat, looking at these messy things here again. The old man glared at Su Yang and said without a trace of anger. The visitor had a head full of silver hair, and his eyebrows and beard were all white, but there was not a single wrinkle on his face. He looked like an old god. This person was none other than Su Yang's master, dustless Taoist. Looking at his disciple's colorful appearance, he shook his head with contempt. Brat, watching this kind of juvenile video again ah. At the sound of Su Yang's voice, he bounced up from the recliner, hurriedly put away his cell phone, and scratched his head in embarrassment. But soon he returned to normal and said, I said old man, you appeared so noiselessly, want to scare me to death ah. Dustless Taoist didn't pay any attention to it, and just lay down on the recliner, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Su Yang saw that he did not pay attention to himself, thought that he was angry, busy said, not I want to brush this short video, just the book you have here, I'm turning over the book, long ago recited backwards and forwards. I have to find something to pass the time. Su Yang did not say wrong, now 25 years old, he has long been invincible. In terms of medical skills, he has long been able to rob people with the king of hell. In terms of martial arts, other people cultivate martial arts, he cultivates the immortal. Young will be just one step away from ascension into the immortal. So be it, so be it. Dustless Taoist said. Then he counted on his fingers and said, it seems that the time is almost right. Timing? What timing? Only to see the dustless Taoist stretched out his right hand, a thought, instantly a pile of red books appeared in his hand. Su Yang was puzzled, what is this thing? But heard the dustless Taoist said, here are 9 marriage letters, you hurry to pack up and go down the mountain to fulfill the marriage contract. I go, what era, still come to this set of marriage letters. Also 9 letters? Su Yang exclaimed. Old man, you think I'm a stallion. I'm not going. Saying that, he sat on his but on a side chair. These 9 girls are all beautiful women, are you sure you don't want to go? Upon hearing that it was a beautiful woman, Su Yang instantly glistened, but on second thought, this bad old man is very bad, can't trust him. Then said seriously, I do not go. Really do not go? Look at the shape of my mouth, do not go. Well, I'm not going to make it difficult for you, from today onwards, I will disconnect from the internet. Hearing to cut off the network, Su Yang instantly not calm, said, no, you are too much right. If the internet is cut off, his only form of entertainment is gone, how boring would it be? Su Yang hesitated for a moment, unwillingly said, okay, I go, not okay. Don't force yourself. Dustless Taoist said, his face is a smug color. Su Yang looked at the old man that complacent look, the heart is even more upset, said, do not force. Okay, that's good. Don't worry, how could I possibly pit you, master? When Su Yang heard this, he muttered, you old man, do you still pit me less? Grumbling after grumbling, Su Yang still took the marriage certificate, but with a reluctant face. When Taoist Dustless saw him accept the marriage certificate, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Yang went back to his room and started to pack his luggage. While packing, he muttered, bad old man, if you want to drive me away, just say it clearly, you have to make some kind of marriage contract for me to pit me. Still 9 marriage contracts, this is really not treating me as a human being. The words were not finished, but the luggage had already been packed. There weren't many things, a small backpack was all that was needed. When I passed by the hall, Taoist Dustless was still in the living room lying on a rocking chair, resting his eyes and relaxing in a good way. Looking at his leisurely appearance, Su Yang was filled with resentment, and cursed a few more times in his heart before walking towards the door. What, don't you want to kowtow to your master and pay your respects? Wait for the Qingming festival. Su Yang replied without looking back. Bastard, are you cursing me? Su Yang had long disappeared out of the door and was nowhere to be seen. After a day of running around, when it got dark, Su Yang finally arrived at Jinling. Casually found a noodle shop, ate a bowl of beef noodles, and opened a room. After taking a shower, he cozily lay on the bed, sighing, comfortable ah. After resting for a while, he took out the marriage certificate from his backpack and carefully looked at it. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that his master was punking himself. After all, the old man hadn't done a lot of things to pit him. When he was 7 years old, he tricked him into the Valley of 10,000 Poisons to collect medicines. He was poisoned and almost died, and came back to be in a coma for 7 days and 7 nights. 10 years old, tricked him into 1,000 beast forest hunting, injured almost hiccups, back to the coma for 5 days and 5 nights. 15 years old, tricked him into the 100 Ghost Mound treasure hunt, almost killed by evil, back to coma for 3 days and 3 nights. 5 years ago, tricked him to the border exorcism, the battle 7 days and 7 nights, before the tens of thousands of Western demons killed. Now, again, he took the 9 marriage certificates to scourge himself. Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt and vigilance in his heart, feeling more and more that this was all a trap. That old man must not have good intentions. Not to mention the appearance of these 9 women, even if they are really as the old man said, each of them looks as beautiful as a flower, the country, but to marry 9 wives at once, that would require how powerful waist strength ah? Su Yang couldn't help but feel a coolness coming from his waist. He hurriedly shook his head and said to himself, no, absolutely not. I'm still young, I can't ruin my body this early. It's still the little life that matters. After saying that, he didn't hesitate to throw that marriage certificate fiercely on the bed, as if it was something horrible. Watching the marriage certificate being thrown on the bed, Su Yang's heart was slightly relieved, but then sighed somewhat helplessly, thinking, tomorrow, we must go and return this marriage contract. Saving our lives is the most important thing. Chapter 2. It's best not to eat it, be careful of your little life. Boss, 5 more buns. Su Yang put a piece of kimchi into his own mouth and shouted. There were already 9 empty steamers on the table. For buns per steamer, Su Yang had already eaten 36 buns. I go, little brother, quite capable of eating. The boss sent another cage of buns and said with a smile. The main reason is that your buns are so delicious, I can't help it, I just want to eat a few more. Su Yang replied with a smile. When the boss heard this, he was instantly delighted and said with a smile, that goes without saying, my buns are famously delicious for 10 miles around, with a thin skin and plenty of filling. Su Yang picked up a bun, took a bite, was about to continue to praise a few words. But see a black Mercedes-Benz stopped at the roadside, the passenger down a stout man, then he opened the rear door. From inside drilled out a beautiful woman with a pretty face and a shapely body. A white dress more emphasized her delicate figure. Then another old man came down, leaning on a dragon head walking stick. The woman helped the old man walk this way. Su Yang thought to himself, rich people also come to this kind of place for breakfast? Boss, come with 2 donuts and a bowl of soy milk. The old man just sat down and shouted in a hurry. The woman on the side, however, was anxious and busy. Grandpa, you can't eat donuts. The old man was instantly unhappy, pretending to be angry, said, don't worry, it's okay, Grandpa, just eat a little, it will be fine. The woman saw her grandfather's attitude is determined, but also not good to persuade, said, then only eat a little bit. The old man then smiled and nodded. Boss, come 2 donuts, a bowl of soybean milk. The woman shouted at the boss. Good Lou. The boss promised, then went to the store to prepare. Su Yang then stole a glance at the old man, but saw the old man's face dark, the corners of the eyes are also covered with blood. I think it is cardiovascular disease. I thought, this old man is not want to live, or do not want to live ah. Your donuts, soybean milk is here. The boss greeted. The old man looked at the donuts in front of him with a smile on his face, picked up one and was ready to stuff it into his mouth. Old man, I advise you not to eat, it will be life-threatening. Su Yang rushed the old man and said. The old man's movements froze, he didn't understand what the young man in front of him actually meant. Before he could ask a question, he only heard the woman on the side but spoke, where did the hic come from, what are you babbling about here? Believe it or not, anyway, I am reminding you. Su Yang said in a bad mood. The woman was about to get angry, but was stopped by the old man. Then she smiled and ate the donuts, that expression was not to mention how much enjoyment, as if she had eaten the most delicious food on earth in general. Su Yang shook his head helplessly at the sight. Su Yang finished the last bun, drank the last mouthful of white porridge in the bowl, and burped with satisfaction. "Boss, settle the bill." The boss ran over and said, "A total of $52. Su Yang paid the money and was about to leave when he heard a blast from behind him. "Grandpa, Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" Only to see the old man's face pale, expression hideous, tightly covering the chest, breathing rapidly, as if the gas only out of the general. The boss was also stunned by this sudden situation, full of panic. Suddenly, the woman turned her head, glaring at the boss, said fiercely, "If my grandfather has any shortcomings, I want you to accompany the funeral." The boss was scared and shivered, was about to open his mouth to explain, but heard Su Yang said, "I've already reminded you guys, don't eat, you don't listen, how can you still blame the boss?" The woman stared angrily, but could not refute. She herself also knew that her grandfather's disease really can't eat greasy things, and the other party did remind them. It was just that she herself did not pay attention to the other party in order to accommodate her grandfather. She could only command to the bodyguard at the side, "Hurry up and call an ambulance." After saying that, she immediately went to help the old man stroke his chest again, hoping that this would ease the old man's pain. At this time, the old man's breathing became more and more rapid, the color of his face also became more and more pale. The woman was anxious, busy, "Grandpa, Grandpa, are you okay? Don't scare me." Finished, and then yelled to the bodyguard next to, "When can the ambulance arrive, ah?" The bodyguard stammered, also do not know how to answer, said, "A moment will arrive." Su Yang really cannot stand to see, busy rushed forward. He was about to reach forward to see, but was snapped at by the woman, "What are you doing?" "Of course it is to save people." The woman was puzzled, said, "Do not need you to save, the ambulance will arrive soon." Su Yang was speechless, was about to retort, but saw the old man breathing became weak, gradually lost consciousness. "Grandpa, Grandpa, what happened to you?" The woman anxiously shouted. Seeing this, Su Yang, without any further ado, directly went forward and grabbed the old man's wrist. The woman was about to block, but heard Su Yang said sternly, "If you do not want your grandfather to die, give me a side." The woman then resentfully retreated to the side. After Su Yang checked, he quickly took out a silver needle, pierced the old man's index finger, and then stabbed a few needles in the old man's chest before withdrawing the needle. This series of actions were so smooth and flowing that the onlookers were dumbfounded. But see the old man's face to the naked eye visible speed, become rosy. The woman was about to inquire, but she heard the old man let out a long breath and opened his eyes. "Grandpa, Grandpa, are you all right?" The woman asked joyfully. The old man smiled and nodded, saying, "I'm fine." After saying that, he then looked at Su Yang and asked, "Young man, was it you who saved me just now?" The tone of his voice was full of doubts. "Grandpa, it was him who saved you just now," the woman said hurriedly. The old man smiled and said, "The old man thanks you for saving his life, ah." Su Yang said, "Old man, don't thank me first, the poison in your body hasn't been detoxified yet, nah?" "What? Poison?" The surrounding people were all shocked when they heard this. The old man quickly turned pale and said, "Young man, don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you saved my life. How could I be poisoned?" "Old man, there is a problem with the medicine you have recently taken, and you have been given a chronic poison." Ridiculous, simply nonsense. Before Su Yang could finish, the old man interrupted him, obviously a little angry. Seeing this, Su Yang helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, "Love to believe it or not." Saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave, but was called by the old man again. Su Yang looked at him suspiciously and asked, "How, believe it?" The old man gave him a blank look and said, "You just saved my life, I cannot thank you enough." Said reached out to his granddaughter to take a card, handed Su Yang, said, "Here are $100,000, is the old man to you just save your life thanks." Su Yang hesitated for a moment, took the bank card, looked at it, muttered, "This life is worth $100,000, looks like, is not very valuable life. Okay, then I'll take it." Su Yang said, put the card into his pants pocket, turned to leave. Nowadays, young people are really impetuous, on the basis of their own learning a little bit of skin, began to go around bragging. The old man looked at Su Yang's distant back and lamented. The woman on the side, however, could not calm down inside for a long time, thinking, could it be that Grandpa was really poisoned? Chapter 3 What are you dare to come to our house to withdraw? Su Yang left the breakfast store and headed towards the first object of withdrawal, Zhang Mengxue's house. These 9 fiancés, 5 of them are in Jinling, so withdrawing from the marriage saves a lot of trouble. 5 marriage letters. He randomly drew one, opened it. It was Zhang Mengxue's. He muttered, "Sorry la, Zhang Mengxue, let you become the first victim." The Zhang family wasn't hard to find. Soon he arrived at the Zhang family, led by a bodyguard to the living room. In the living room, the Zhang family's proponent Zhang Wen and his wife Wu Shelwei were sitting on the sofa. They looked at the strange man in front of them, looked him up and down, and couldn't help but show a look of dislike on their faces. "You are?" Zhang Zhangwen asked suspiciously. Su Yang reacted and said, "Oh, I am here to withdraw from the marriage." Saying that, he took out a marriage letter from his backpack and handed it to Zhang Zhangwen. "Withdrawal of marriage?" The two mouths blurted out, took the marriage letter and looked at it carefully. "Yes, this is indeed the old master's handwriting," Zhang Zhangwen mumbled. "It's good to admit it, then hurry up and sign the withdrawal." Seeing Zhang Zhangwen's confirmation, Su Yang urged. The husband and wife sniffed and blankly glanced at him, with both shock and a bit of anger on their faces. Although the Zhang family was not considered a big family, it was also considered a prestigious family in Jinling. Now, by a brat who came out of nowhere to withdraw from the marriage, if this matter were to spread out, where would the Zhang family's face be? Even if you want to withdraw from the marriage, it's our Zhang family that will withdraw from his kid's marriage. "What are you, you dare to come to our family to withdraw from the marriage?" Wu Shelwei said in a bad mood. Su Yang is also very speechless, not just come to withdraw a marriage, how this also rose to personal attacks. "If you want to withdraw from the marriage, it is also our Zhang family to withdraw from your marriage, just you this country bumpkin, also worthy of withdrawing from our family's marriage?" Wu Shelwei was unforgiving and still aggressive. Zhang Zhangwen on the side also expressed his approval and nodded his head silently. "I withdraw my marriage, and you withdraw your marriage, is there any difference between these two?" Su Yang's face was full of puzzlement. "We withdraw from the marriage, what it represents is that our Zhang family doesn't want you anymore, a lowly commodity like you is not worthy of our family Mengxue," Wu Shelwei said. Zhang Mengxue was indeed better, or else Elder Zhang wouldn't have given the company to her to take care of during his lifetime. Although she also has a younger brother, but is an uncompromising dude, all day long in addition to eating, drinking and having fun, do not do anything serious. Father Zhang Zhangwen, although the head of the family, is a wife, everywhere by Wu Shelwei suppressed. Su Yang was almost laughed at by her, said, "No, not just withdraw from a marriage it, why also engage in so many winding Who wants to withdraw from the marriage in our house?" A man's questioning voice suddenly came from outside the door. The man wore a white suit, combed a big back hair, pace arrogantly came to Su Yang. This man was none other than Zhang Mengxue's younger brother, Zhang Xiaofeng. He looked Su Yang up and down, his face was full of disdain, his eyes were full of contempt, and said, "Are you the one who wants to withdraw my family's marriage?" "That's right, it's me," Su Yang replied without being humble. "What are you? How can you be worthy?" Zhang Xiaofeng's tone was full of contempt. Su Yang was speechless, this Zhang family mother and son are all the same face. "You do not just want money, give you money is, $1 million enough?" Zhang Xiaofeng mocked. $1 million? Su Yang asked in return. "Why, is it too little? You country bumpkin, have you ever seen what $1 million looks like?" Zhang Xiaofeng said and laughed. Zhang Zhangwen and Wu Shelwei also followed the sneer, face full of contempt. Su Yang helplessly laughed, said, "$1 million, really have not seen." This word, Zhang Xiaofeng laughed louder, said, "Country bumpkin is a country bumpkin, I know you have not seen, but you have to be clear, it is my Zhang family retired your marriage, not you retired our Zhang family's marriage, to put it bluntly, it is our Zhang family do not want you, because you do not deserve." Zhang Xiaofeng said the last few words especially heavily, afraid that the insults were not enough in place. Su Yang saw that the three people were full of contempt and felt very disgusted. In the past, when he was reading novels in Tomato, he always saw such plots, and at that time he thought that the author was making it up, but now that he personally encountered it, he realized that the author was not making it up. Sure enough, art is all from life But he currently does not want to have too much entanglement with such a person, as long as the marriage can be withdrawn, who does not want who, it does not matter. "Okay. Sign and pay the money," Su Yang said dryly. When the three Zhang family members heard this, they once again let out despicable scoffs. Country bumpkin, really a country bumpkin, a mere $1 million and it's done. Zhang Xiaofeng continued to mock. "I'm not going to be able to do that." Said from his pocket took out a bank card, handed to Su Yang in front of him, said, "Here is $1 million, hurry up and take it to get out, but I hope that you get yourself clear, it is our Zhang family withdrew your marriage." Zhang Xiaofeng toned vicious, the last sentence, said extraordinarily heavy, for fear that Su Yang did not hear clearly. General. Su Yang looked at this bastard in front of him, looked at his expression that owes a beating, the heartfelt incomparable disgust, really want to give him too big mouth. But he was afraid to beat him to death, so he held back. After all, now the marriage is also withdrawn, the matter is also over, in the future will not have any relationship with this family. He reached out and was about to take the bank card, but he heard a woman's voice from outside the door. I don't agree to withdraw from the marriage. The words just fell, the door walked into a woman, a white tight dress, outlined her delicate figure. A pair of fine-heeled high heels, making it appear even taller. Su Yang instantly looked dumbfounded, thinking, I can't imagine that Zhang Mengxue is so beautiful. If I can have her as a wife, it would be a good choice. Soon he came to his senses, thinking, what do you think? I am here to withdraw from the marriage, even if it is a fairy down to earth. Today this marriage I am also withdrawing. Zhang Mengxue had already come to the front of several people. She glanced at Su Yang and thought, this is the fiancé that Grandpa set for me? This guy is not too handsome, but also not ugly, but this dress is really a little shabby. Although she thought so, her expression and eyes didn't have any hint of dislike. Dad, Mom, I don't agree to withdraw from the marriage. Zhang Mengxue turned her head to her parents and said. Several people were all surprised when they heard this. Schwer, what are you thinking now? Wu Xiaowei asked in confusion. Yes, Schwer, this was your grandfather's drunken joking back then, it can't be true. Zhang Zhangwan also agreed. Yes, sister, this is a country bumpkin from the countryside, how can he be worthy of our family? Zhang Xiaofeng mocked. Zhang Mengxue gave a glance to several people and said, this is the marriage that Grandpa set for me, it is my own matter, I have my own decision to make the main decision, if I don't agree, I don't agree. Su Yang was shocked at what he said, thinking, what is this situation? Chapter 4 I do not agree to withdraw from the marriage. I do not agree. Wu Xiaowei said with some exasperation. Yeah, I don't agree either, country bumpkin, be smart, take the money and get out. Zhang Xiaofeng said angrily. Su Yang shrugged his shoulders, reached out and was ready to pick up the card in Zhang Xiaofeng's hand, but was pulled by Zhang Mengxue's hand and drank. I said, I don't agree to withdraw from the marriage. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Su Yang, her eyes actually had a few reproachful meanings. Su Yang was stared at some hair, heart muttered, this big lady if you mean, not covet my beauty. Sister, Lu Yong chased you for so long, that is true love Zhang Xiaofeng advised. The young Lu in his mouth is Lu Wenbin, the only son of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families in Jilin. Lu Wenbin is a famous playboy, chasing Zhang Mengxue for half a year, but Zhang Mengxue cannot mention the slightest interest in him. Yes, Mr. Lu is handsome and his family is powerful, unlike some people. Wu Xiaowei said, but also did not forget to look at Su Yang with contemptuous eyes. I said, I don't like that Lu Wenbin, Zhang family's industry I will take care of, I will not sell my happiness to maintain the family interests. Zhang Mengxue said righteously. Unbridled. Zhang Zhangwan roared. I am still the Zhang family head, I have the final say in this matter. Zhang Mengxue didn't know how to retort, on one side was her family's prosperity, on the other side was her own happiness, she was caught in a dilemma. I say a word I am here to withdraw from the marriage, you hurry to sign the marriage book, I will leave. Su Yang said in an untimely manner. Still count on you kid's sense of humor. Wu Xiaowei said, and then said to Zhang Mengxue, Schwera, you hurry to sign the wedding book, give this country bumpkin a little money, let him get out. Zhang Mengxue stared at Su Yang, thinking, grandfather did not say that my fiancé is very capable? Now it seems that he is also a softball But looking at him, he is better than that playboy Lu Wenbin. Thinking of this, she took Su Yang's arm and said, I will not agree, this marriage I decided. Those 3 people were angry not liked, stammered half a day unable to speak. Before the 3 people could react, Zhang Mengxue had already taken Su Yang's arm and left the door. Ms. Zhang, don't be like this. Su Yang shouted, while being held by Zhang Mengxue out the door. Wu Xiaowei was so angry that she stomped her feet and stammered, this really pisses me off. Mom, don't worry, I'll inform Lu Xiao right away. Zhang Xiaofeng comforted, and then reported this side of the situation to Lu Wenbin. Su Yang was almost dragged out of the Zhang family courtyard by Zhang Mengxue. Miss Zhang, don't be like this. Su Yang broke away from Zhang Mengxue's hand and said. Only then did Zhang Mengxue realize that she had lost her temper, and hurriedly adjusted herself, and looked up and down at this legendary fiancé again. A white t-shirt, a pair of light blue wide-legged jeans, and a pair of white board shoes. This was a getup that Zhang Mengxue had never seen before, and she thought, this might be the normal wear of people at the bottom of the social ladder. Don't look at me like this, I just came to withdraw from the marriage. You just have to sign the paper, make up or not to compensate, I don't care. Su Yang said. Do you want to withdraw from my marriage so much? Am I not pretty and you don't like it? No, you are very pretty. If I can, I certainly hope that you can be my wife. Just Su Yang wanted to say something. Just what? Zhang Mengxue asked with some curiosity. Just Su Yang again want to stop, think for a moment, he still decided not to say his thoughts out, then changed his words and said, oops, you don't care, you just sign out of the marriage, and then we two clear. Zhang Mengxue looked at Su Yang's expression of indifference, the heart began to mutter, Grandpa also said that this dustless Taoist disciple is not an idle generation, now it seems, is not a wimp. I thought you were a responsible man, now it seems that you also with those straw bag is not worse than wear well. Zhang Mengxue mocked. Su Yang heatedly laughed and said, don't come to this set, I tell you, your agitation method is useless to me. You. Zhang Mengxue was angry and did not know what to say. Tu tang up her small mouth, that look was very charming. Kid, let go of that girl. Suddenly, a man's voice came from not far away. The two looked at the sound, only to see more than a dozen of brawny men walking towards the two. All of them were fierce and vicious, and they didn't seem like good people at first glance. Soon, the dozen or so people arrived in front of the duo. Su Yang looked at the people with a bewildered face, thinking, I just came to Jiling, I didn't offend anyone besides, I didn't make a move on Zhang Mengxue. Kid, the sensible hurry to get out, save a few brothers' hands. The leader of the gangsters ferociously said. Su Yang thought, these people are not sick See Su Yang did not answer, the man continued, if you do not go, be careful I break your legs. What did I do? You have to break my legs. You are too close to the beauty, a few brothers see you are not happy. Su Yang looked at Zhang Mengxue suspiciously, and sort of understood, so these people were rushing towards Zhang Mengxue. He thought for a moment, said, so then you said earlier. After saying that, he took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Zhang Mengxue, however, yanked over his arm and hugged him tightly. Kid, looks like, you do not want to live Brothers give me to fuck him. The leader of the punks said angrily. Before Su Yang could explain, 2 people had already rushed up. Su Yang pushed Zhang Mengxue's hand away and his fist met them, directly sending the 2 men flying out. They directly fainted. The crowd was all shocked. The leader of the gangsters was first stunned, but quickly reacted and said, Kid, looks like I underestimated you actually still a practitioner. Then rushed behind the crowd shouted, brothers, together on, give me dry dead him. The crowd rushed towards Su Yang. Zhang Mengxue trembling back 2 steps. Su Yang, however, was calm and composed, only lifted his foot, a few flying kicks, kicked the crowd one by one, lying on the ground constantly groaning. Looking at this scene in front of her, Zhang Mengxue had already opened her mouth wide in shock. The gangster in the lead, however, had begun to tremble, looking at Su Yang slowly approaching himself, he was so scared that he didn't even have the strength to run away. You don't come over I have practiced. The punk stammered. Su Yang looked at his softball appearance, and couldn't help but despise it in his heart, and angrily said, roll. Only then did the punk roll and crawl away. Yeah, I can't imagine that you are still quite capable of fighting. Zhang Mengxue came to Su Yang's side and praised. Don't give me a high hat you again how to praise me, this marriage is still to be retired. Su Yang said. Zhang Mengxue did not have the good sense to give him a glance, and then said, want to withdraw from the marriage, is not impossible, as long as you promise me a condition, I will agree to you. What condition? Be my bodyguard for a month. What? Su Yang suspected that he had heard wrong, and was filled with shock. Chapter 5 I only sell my art and not my body. Zhang Mengxue saw Su Yang so shocked, said, yes, when I am a month bodyguard, I will agree to withdraw from the marriage, in addition to compensate you an additional 2 million. No, absolutely not. Su Yang quickly waved his hand and said. Why? Zhang Mengxue asked doubtfully. What why? Didn't you read the tomato novel? Bodyguards and security guards are 2 high-risk professions, I don't want to be one. Su Yang explained in a serious manner. Zhang Mengxue was almost laughed at, she was speechless, she did not expect Su Yang will be such a wimp. What, are you afraid? Or do you simply do not want to withdraw from the marriage? Su Yang hesitated. To tell the truth, this Zhang Mengxue, no matter the appearance, body, there is nothing to say. If you can marry her as your wife, that is also a wonderful thing. However, as soon as he thought that this was the pit that the old man had dug for himself, his excitement was gone. Su Yang hurriedly replied, "Return, of course. That's fine, you be my bodyguard for a month, after that, I'll withdraw from your marriage and give you $2 million as compensation." "Okay, but let's get this straight, I only sell my skills, not my body," Su Yang said in a serious manner. Zhang Mengxue gave him a glance and said, "This lady is not interested in you. That's best." After everything was settled, Su Yang accompanied Zhang Mengxue to the company. "You sit by yourself for a while, I will deal with something first." As soon as he entered the office, Zhang Mengxue arranged. Su Yang nodded and looked around before sitting on the sofa with his butt. Looking at Zhang Mengxue, who was working seriously, Su Yang actually lost some of his concentration. He thought, if he wasn't afraid that the old man had some conspiracy, marrying such a beautiful president would also be very good. Suddenly, a noise came from outside the door. Before the two of them could react, the door of the office had already been pushed open. "Ah, Schwer, I came to see you." The two of them looked at the sound, only to see a man, wearing a high-grade suit, a face of the eyes of the world. Behind him were 5 or 6 bodyguards. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Mengxue asked in a bad mood. "Of course it is to pick you up to go to the movies." The man finished, but also did not forget to heave a smile. "You go, I can nod as leisurely as you Lu Dashao." It turns out that the person is the pursuit of Zhang Mengxue Long Lu Wenbin. "Don't Schwer, watch a movie, and delay not much time," Lu Wenbin said, walked toward Zhang Mengxue. "Su Yang, invite him out," Zhang Mengxue said sternly. Su Yang, who was originally watching the fun, was stunned by this sound, but quickly reacted. He is now Zhang Mengxue's bodyguard. He then got up and came to Lu Wenbin. Only then did Lu Wenbin notice that there was actually another person in the original office. Lu Wenbin suspiciously looked at Su Yang in front of him, and then looked at Zhang Mengxue. Then he revealed a contemptuous gaze. He was about to open his mouth to inquire, but then he heard Su Yang say, "Major Lu, please." When Lu Wenbin heard this, he was first stunned, and for a moment, he suspected that he had heard wrong. He couldn't believe that a country bumpkin would dare to speak to himself like this. He couldn't help but laugh contemptuously, very arrogantly said, "Kid, who the hell are you, dare to talk to me like this? Do you know who my mom is?" "I care who your mom is, you now hurry out." "Who are you you told me to go out, I go out you count what things Lu Wenbin said disdainfully. Su Yang was about to reply, but saw Zhang Mengxue quickly stepped forward, a ring around Su Yang's arm, said, "He is my fiancé." With these words, both Su Yang and Lu Wenbin were surprised and looked at Zhang Mengxue with a shocked face. Lu Wenbin was the first to come back to his senses, laughed and said, "Schwer, you intentionally find someone to anger me, is it? I know this country bumpkin is not your fiancé at all, right?" "No, he is my fiancé," Zhang Mengxue said in a firm tone. At the same time, she pressed her body closer to Su Yang. Su Yang was filled with panic and wanted to break free from Zhang Mengxue's hand, but the other party tugged even tighter. Su Yang came to Zhang Mengxue's ear and muttered softly, "Miss Zhang, I only sell my art but not my body." Zhang Mengxue gave him a blank look and whispered back, "Less nonsense, if you want to withdraw from the marriage, then cooperate with me properly. Otherwise, you don't want to." Facing Zhang Mengxue's threat, Su Yang was furious and said, "You bully people too much. As my bodyguard, you have the responsibility to protect my safety, and until the marriage contract is broken, you are actually my fiancé." Listening to Zhang Mengxue's defense, Su Yang was powerless to refute and could only stare hard at Zhang Mengxue. The duo's such intimate movements, in Lu Wenbin's opinion, it was simply a show of love. Thinking of his own pursuit of Zhang Mengxue for so long, not to mention intimate contact, Zhang Mengxue even good face did not give him, and at this moment she even in a country bumpkin so intimate. Lu Wenbin at this moment felt like he had suffered a 10,000-point blitz. He said angrily, "Country bumpkin, hurry up and leave my Schwer is not something that people like you can climb up to." The more Su Yang listened to this, the more he felt awkward, a mouthful of my family Schwer, really disgusting. Then look at Zhang Mengxue's face, also full of disgust. This Lu Wenbin must not be Zhang Mengxue's heart The key was that he also called himself a country bumpkin. This kind of behavior of judging people by their appearance really made people feel bad. As the new head of Xian Tian sect, Su Yang is a godlike existence in every aspect, and his wealth is naturally not in question. It was just that he was low-key and dressed casually, but it didn't mean that he hadn't seen the world and was incapable. Looking at the unrivaled Lu Wenbin in front of him, Su Yang really wanted to rush up and give him two big mouths. Lu Wenbin. Zhang Mengxue on the side said angrily, "You've had enough, my fiancé doesn't need you to comment on it, and please don't call one swear with one mouthful in the future, it makes me feel disgusted." Disgusting? Su Yang instantly felt like laughing, but he held back. Lu Wenbin, however, was a bit angry and still a bit embarrassed. He angrily pointed at Su Yang and said, "Zhang Mengxue, what did you say? Where is this country bumpkin better than me?" She said, "You are disgusting." Country bumpkin, what are you saying? Lu Wenbin was obviously a bit furious. That's right, you are indeed disgusting. Zhang Mengxue added. Chapter 6 I'm really capable of fighting. Hearing Zhang Mengxue say this, Lu Wenbin instantly changed his face. As the youngest master of the Lu family, one of the four great families of Jiling, when had he ever suffered such a loss and been so angry that he was actually called disgusting to his face? Zhang Mengxue, is it for your face? Lu Wenbin's tone is a bit arrogant. Don't forget, I still have a few tens of millions of projects here. If you dare to go against my wishes, these several projects, your Zhang family one also do not want to get. The Zhang family has fallen into disrepair in recent years, and there are no capable people in the family. Originally Zhang Mengxue still have a few ability, but helplessly as a woman, everywhere by people suppression. Even by Lu Wenbin to the project to blackmail her, let her and its relationship. Originally is not a big deal, but father and mother, but has always been on the side of Lu Wenbin. If Lu Wenbin is a serious man, Zhang Mengxue also has nothing to say, married is it? But Lu Wenbin is an unapologetic dude. Bars, nightclubs, that's home, drinking, picking up girls, that's his business. In the face of Lu Wenbin's threat, Zhang Mengxue did not seem to care, said, "Less to take this to threaten me," said that a few projects, you can do the same. Lu Wenbin heard, expression immediately frozen, because Zhang Mengxue said the truth, home business, he simply cannot do the main. Lu Wenbin froze, quickly reacted, said, "Who said I cannot do the main? As long as you agree to this marriage, 10 billion project orders is my family's bride price." Although Lu Wenbin's voice is very big, but still does not seem to have the slightest bottom. Because he himself knows, his own family business, he cannot do the main, but in front of outsiders, cannot fall off the price only have to say they can. Men, cannot say they cannot. Zhang Mengxue also helplessly shook his head and said, "Do you want to listen to what you are saying, say such words, do you believe yourself?" Lu Wenbin again expression stiff, soon also reacted, forced to pretend calm, said, "Swear, you listen to me." Said ready to go forward to pull Zhang Mengxue, wanted close to her to explain. But before he could touch the other party's hand, he was stopped by Su Yang reaching out. "Lu Deshao, you are not welcome here, you'd better hurry up and leave." "What are you, how dare you tell me to leave?" Lu Wenbin was full of anger and said viciously. With that, he reached out his hand towards Su Yang and hit him. Only to see Su Yang pinching his wrist with a slight force. Pain, pain, pain. Lu Wenbin wailed, his face a little twisted. You let go." Su Yang raised his hand up and Lu Wenbin fell hard to the ground. Behind him, several bodyguards reacted and rushed forward to help Lu Wenbin. "Lu Xiao, are you alright? All of you fucking blind right, hurry up to the old man abolished this country bumpkin." Lu Wenbin almost roared out. Can't blame these few bodyguards for being incompetent, mainly because that series of actions just now happened too fast, too sudden. With the strength of a few of them, they simply couldn't react. A few bodyguards, hearing Lu Wenbin's words, also sort of reacted, which was ready to rush forward to teach the other party a lesson. "Wait a moment." Su Yang hurriedly stopped them. Seeing this, Lu Wenbin touched his painful wrist and said, "How, now you know you're afraid I'm telling you, it's too late. Sensible hurry to kneel down and kowtow and apologize, I'm happy, maybe even spare you." The tone is full of intimidation, face is also full of complacency. Su Yang heard, cold smile, said, "No, I want to remind you a word, I can fight, you several are not my opponent, I'm afraid to wait a little bit till you scrapped." Hearing his words, a few bodyguards looked at each other, looking at Su Yang's appearance, it does not look like he is talking big words, so they did not dare to go forward. Lu Wenbin was also a little scared, touching his wrist which was still in pain, he also felt that Su Yang might really have some skills. But then he thought, Su Yang is a hick, which will what martial arts, is just a few days of farm work, hands a little brute force only. How can a person beat my 6 bodyguards? Thinking of this, Lu Wenbin regained a little confidence, said, "Don't listen to his nonsense, he is a hick, just a little brute force in the hands." Although several bodyguards think the young master said reasonable, but also do not dare to do it rashly, still look at each other, refuse to go forward. Lu Wenbin saw this, said angrily, afraid of shit give me to do him. With that, he rushed one of the bodyguards and kicked him in the ass. This kick was like a switch that activated him. Several bodyguards instantly rushed towards Su Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Mengxue let out a shriek and took 2 steps back. When Lu Wenbin saw this, but a smug smile appeared on his face. But not even 2 seconds later, his smile froze. Because at this moment, the first bodyguard who rushed up had already been kicked out by Su Yang, and even flew straight out for several meters, stopping at the door of the office, and fell heavily on the ground. Subsequently, the remaining several bodyguards were also knocked down one after another. Lu Wenbin looked at the scene in front of him with horror. Zhang Mengxue also changed from worry to elation at this moment, and hurriedly went forward to ask, Su Yang, are you alright? Su Yang smiled at her and said, nothing. Then, he turned his head to look at the several people who were lying on the ground, still moaning, and said, I told you that you guys are not my opponents, but you guys don't listen to me, now it's good. After saying that, he looked at Lu Wenbin again. Sharp eyes, looking at Lu Wenbin trembling. Lu Wenbin could not help but gulp, trembling, said, I tell you you cannot hit me, I am the youngest master of the Lu family, you wanna dare to move me, the Lu family will not let you go. Originally should be very arrogant words, at this moment from the mouth of Lu Wenbin set out, but seems to be weak and feeble. Su Yang helplessly shook his head, very disdainful, said, come on, look at you now this side of virtue, lest to take the Lu family to play the bully, the sensible hurry to get out of the way, in the future, lest to bother swear. Lu Wenbin then panicked towards the door, but when he reached the door, he turned back and said fiercely, Su Yang, you give me to wait, I will not let you go. Su Yang sniffed and glared at him, scaring him to flee in fear. Chapter 7. A group of dirt chickens and dogs. Lu Wenbin came out from Zhang Mengxue's company and angrily went to the hospital, ready to bandage his painful wrist. When he thought of having suffered such a big loss at Su Yang's place, the anger in his heart surged upward. Before he went there, he had already heard a little bit of news from Zhang Xiaofeng, saying that Zhang Mengxue was surrounded by a country bumpkin who didn't know where he came from. When Lu Wenbin saw him, he was indeed dressed like a country bumpkin, but what he didn't expect was that Su Yang was so capable of fighting. In an instant, he had taken out several of his own bodyguards. It looked like that country bumpkin still had a few tricks up his sleeve. Thinking about this, Lu Wenbin actually felt no loss. The nurse accidentally exerted a little bit of force and touched Lu Wenbin's injury, causing him to yell out in pain. This sound scared the nurse, hastily apologized, sorry, I did not mean it. Lu Wenbin grimaced in pain and said angrily, you don't know how to be gentle, believe it or not, I'll waste you. The nurse could only nod repeatedly to apologize. Due to fear, the body could not help but tremble. She slightly adjusted, and then gently handed to Lu Wenbin bandage. The intense pain made him think of the source of this injury again, Su Yang. That country bumpkin, how dare he not put my Lu family's great young man in his eyes, what kind of a thing is he? Relying on the fact that he has done a little bit more work and has a little bit of brute strength in his body, he even dared to hit me. He's got a little brute strength, but he can fight 10 of them. Does he think he's Ip Man? Even if he can hit 10, then he can hit 20, 30, 50. Lu Wenbin more and more think, more and more angry, more and more think, more and more feel stifled, think again and again, he decided to give Su Yang a little lesson. With that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. When Zhang Mengxue came out from the company, the sky was already completely dark, and the neon lights of the city were already completely lit up. Su Yang hung back and followed her. Can't you walk properly? Zhang Mengxue looked at the so immodest Su Yang and said in a bad mood. Su Yang bristled, adjusted himself and said, what? You think I'm a disgrace to you? That's right, you are now my bodyguard, you should have the appearance of a bodyguard, look at what you look like, you're so fluffy. Good, you can fire me if you think I'm a disgrace, and by the way, you can break off the marriage contract and settle the money. That's a good idea. If you don't work as a bodyguard, I won't give up the marriage, not to mention the money. Su Yang more and more feel that this is a hot potato, this money is difficult to earn even if, I did not expect this marriage is also difficult to return. Su Yang is trying to show his attitude, but heard a car roar not far away. 3 vans came one after another and stopped next to the 2. Soon, 20 to 30 people rushed down from the car, holding sticks and clubs, blocking the way of the 2 people, each with a fierce look on their faces. Seeing that the visitors were not good, Su Yang hurriedly protected Zhang Mengxue behind him. Zhang Mengxue was stunned, but quickly reacted, her heart rejoiced, I never thought that he would actually protect me in the first place. A touch of emotion surfaced in her heart. Su Yang vigilantly looked at the group of people in front of him, scanned the circle and found that he did not recognize them. Thinking to himself, he just came to Jinling, he shouldn't have any enemies even if they were his previous enemies, they shouldn't be such a group of dirt dogs Besides, his own enemies, the gravegrass is not 3 feet high yet. The only one who can find such a group of dirt dogs is probably Zhang Mengxue's enemies. Who sent you here? Su Yang asked. The man in the lead waved the stick in his hand, full of disdain, and even a little arrogant. Kid, I advise you the things of the road or less prying into the good. When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He could not understand, when some hooligans punks, the existence of the general soil chicken and dog, how became the road. Speaking so arrogantly, as much as bragging. Is puzzled, the other side opened his mouth again. But well, see in the sake of you are about to die. I'm not afraid to tell you, I'm Wang Dog, the roader called my dog brother. Today, it is Lu Shao let me come to take your life, what are your last words you hurry to say it? Lu Wenbin? Su Yang, Zhang Mengxue looked at each other, sort of understand exactly what is going on. It was thought that Lu Wenbin had suffered a defeat here during the day, and was not convinced in his heart, so he found a few punks and wanted to clean up Su Yang, or even take his life. Say it, kid, how do you want to die? Wang Dog clamored. Su Yang was speechless for a while. Zhang Mengxue saw that the other party had many people and their tone was so unkind, but a trace of worry arose in her heart and advised, Su Yang, why don't we just find a chance to run? Su Yang returned a firm look to her and said in relief, don't worry, a bunch of dirt dogs and chickens are just a bunch of dogs and chickens, I don't put them in my eyes yet. Only then did Zhang Mengxue relax a bit. He turned his head and said to Wang Dog's group of people, a group of dirt chickens and dogs, let's go together, I'm still in a hurry. When the crowd heard this, anger came from their hearts, they didn't expect that this kid would be so crazy. Wang Dog said angrily, good since you want to die, then I will fulfill you today. When you get to Hades, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Fuck him. Wang greeted the crowd to go together. When they heard that, they all rushed towards Su Yang. When Zhang Mengxue saw the crowd rushing up, she was so scared that she quickly covered her eyes. Su Yang, however, did not change his color and rushed up against the crowd. Initially, Zhang Mengxue could still hear the crackling. Soon, there was a sound of sticks falling to the ground, followed by wailing all over the place. Zhang Mengxue curiously removed the hand covering her eyes. Only to see that there were more than 30 people lying on the ground, all of them wailing and wailing, their expressions extremely painful. Wang Dog stood in place and had begun to tremble. His facial expression had gone completely out of control. Su Yang slowly walked towards him. You don't come over You what you? Su Yang drank him down. Wang Dog was shocked and no longer dared to say a word more, he couldn't help but gulp. Seeing him so funny, Su Yang felt very funny. Teasingly, he said, second dog is still really a dog. Not at all resistant to beatings. Wang Dog awkwardly squeezed out a little smile. Okay, go back and help me take a message, tell Lu Wenbin, want to die despite come. Su Yang cold air said. Wang Dog, however, due to fear, but did not dare to move the slightest bit. Su Yang saw that he did not respond, thought that the other party did not understand his words, turned to anger, hear it. The voice that was a few degrees higher instantly made Wang awake. He hurriedly nodded and replied, here. Said, rolling and crawling disappeared in the line of sight of the two people. Chapter 8 The Zhao family is invited. The roadside breakfast store, Su Yang had already finished eating 8 cages of buns. As he ate his breakfast, he kept an eye on the surrounding situation. He purposely took a vacation from Zhang Mengxue today, just to come here to wait for someone. A few days ago, he saved an old man here, when the old man was poisoned with a chronic poison, counting from the time, these 2 days should be the day of the poison. If the old man's family still remembered what Su Yang had said, they would definitely try to find him. And this breakfast store was the place of choice. Su Yang didn't want to meddle too much in this matter, but thinking that the old man could meet him that day, the two of them could be considered to have a kind of fate. Today, come here and wait for a while, if there is indeed a fate, his family will definitely find this place. At that time, they will help him out, and it will be considered a good creation. If they didn't find it, it would mean that the two people's fate was over, and the rest of the things would have nothing to do with him. Su Yang had already eaten extraordinarily full, that is, he was afraid that he would eat too fast and not be able to wait for someone to come. Although he ate slowly, but after 10 cages of buns, he did not see the person he wanted to wait for. He wiped his mouth and thought, never mind, fate is over, let's leave it to God. Boss, check out. Good. The boss yelled and ran over, and quickly settled the bill. Su Yang paid the money and turned to leave. Just a short distance away, a red Ferrari stopped next to the breakfast stall. A wonderful woman came down from the car. She looked at the breakfast stand with a panicked expression, then ran to the boss. Asked, Boss, have you seen a young man? Is 3 days ago, ate breakfast here in your place, saved my grandfather's young man? The owner, looking puzzled, tried to remember. Before he could remember, the woman's afterglow saw Su Yang not far away. Her 2 eyes lit up and she quickly ran forward, leaving the boss, with a blank face, standing frozen in place. Little divine doctor, I didn't expect you to really be here. The woman said with some delight. Su Yang nodded at her and asked, Grandpa poisoned? The woman was surprised, but quickly regained her composure. After all, Su Yang had said that his grandfather was poisoned in the first place, and now that she knew that he was poisoned, there was nothing to be surprised about. The woman nodded and said, This morning, but the doctor said it was a cardiovascular blockage. I don't believe it, so. Of course I can't believe it. Before the woman finished her words, Su Yang returned. Hurry up and go, saving people is important. Su Yang said. The woman then reacted and hurriedly guided Su Yang to the car. By the way, my name is Zhao Mengxue, I don't know how to call the little divine doctor. The woman introduced herself while fastening her seatbelt. What? What did you say your name was? Su Yang exclaimed in shock. This action of his, but Zhao Mengxue was confused. She looked at Su Yang with a puzzled face and said, I said my name is Zhao Mengxue, what's wrong? Do you recognize me? Su Yang was a little embarrassed. He didn't think that this beautiful woman in front of him was also one of his fiancées. Zhao Mingyue was a member of the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families in Jinling, and her family's strength was second only to the Long family. Zhao Mingyue's beauty was not inferior to Zhang Mengxue, but her figure was even better. Probably due to the reason of practicing martial arts for many years, her body appeared tighter and more shapely. With such a stunning woman as his wife, what did it matter if he lost 10 years of his life? However, once he thought about whether there would be a trap for Master, he dismissed the idea. He shook his head, trying to clear his head and not let himself get lost in the beauty. Su Yang scratched his head and replied, No, don't recognize. Zhao Mingyue saw that his face was odd, but she didn't look into it. She just asked, Right, what's the name of the little divine doctor? Don't call me little divine doctor, just call me Su Yang. Su Yang? Zhao Mingyue repeated, but her heart muttered, Why is this name so familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere? Before she could think clearly, she only heard Su Yang urging, What are you thinking about? Hurry up and drive, it's important to cure Grandpa. Only then did Zhao Mingyue react and hurriedly started the car. Zhao family compound. Elder Zhao was lying quietly on the bed. The character was miserable, without the slightest bit of blood color. His breathing had also become extremely weak. Beside the bed, several elders of the Zhao family were anxiously waiting. Since the old man's poisonous attack in the morning, the family was a busy mess, and the private doctors were at their wits' end. Zhao Mingyue and Zhao Qingjie, among the grandchildren, each went out to look for a famous doctor. Zhao Mingyue naturally thought of Su Yang, who had concluded that her grandfather had been poisoned a few days ago, while Zhao Qingjie went out to ask for the #1 divine doctor of Jinling, Lu Shifeng. Both of them had gone out for 2 hours, and at this moment, there was no trace of them, so those who were waiting at home were inevitably a little anxious. Just when everyone was anxious, a rush of footsteps came from outside the door. The crowd looked in search of the sound, only to see Zhao Mingyue appear at the door, accompanied by a plainly dressed young man. The crowd all looked puzzled. Zhao Mingyue hurriedly explained, This is the little miracle doctor, Su Yang, who diagnosed that Grandpa was poisoned, as I said. The crowd looked this young man up and down, all of them showed skepticism. Zhao Mingyue, are you kidding? Eldest uncle Zhao Kai questioned. That's it, anyone dares to lead to the family. The elder aunt agreed. Father Zhao Tai couldn't hold his face and turned his head to the side in some embarrassment. No, uncle, auntie, Su Yang is really great. Zhao Mingyue explained. He's a brat, what can he be powerful at? Mingyue, it's not that uncle said you, to recognize people, you have to keep your eyes peeled, don't be fooled by any cats or dogs. Although Zhao Kai said these words to Zhao Mingyue, he looked at Su Yang with disdain and even some mocking eyes. Once these words came out, Zhao Mingyue was instead a little shaken, and she began to doubt her decision. Su Yang came to her ear and whispered, "Hey, Miss Zhao, it looks like everyone doesn't quite appreciate your feelings." Zhao Mingyue blankly glanced at him, somewhat embarrassed. She turned her head to Zhao Kai and pleaded, "Uncle, this Su Yang is really powerful, last time nonsense." Zhao Kai interrupted her pleading. "Do you think our Zhao family is that kind of small family, casually a brat, also dare to come to our family to cheat?" Zhao Kai's tone was firm, and there wasn't the slightest room for negotiation at all. Unable to do anything, Zhao Mingyue turned her gaze for help to Zhao Tai on the side. But Zhao Tai was indifferent. Su Yang really couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Hey, I say, if you don't treat it, the old man's life will really be in danger." "Fart," Zhao Kai said angrily. Zhao Tai and Zhao Mingyue also looked at him with complicated expressions. "I'm just telling the truth, if we don't treat him, his life will really be in danger," Su Yang said seriously, but was filled with a look of love and disbelief. "A bunch of nonsense." Suddenly a righteous voice came from outside the door. Chapter 9. This divine doctor is unreliable. Soon, the person who spoke had appeared at the door. The person who came was none other than Zhao Kai's son, Zhao Chengjie. He was followed by an old man with gray hair. The old man was carrying a satchel. When the two entered the door, they both looked at Su Yang wistfully. "Aya, Divine Dr. Lu, you're finally here." Zhao Kai attentively went forward and greeted him. Only then did Su Yang realize that this old man was the divine doctor that Zhao Chengjie had invited Lu Shifeng. Su Yang glanced at him, but his face was full of disdain. Leaving aside whether this divine doctor had real talent or not, even if he did, but this poison of Elder Zhao, he couldn't solve it. Lu Shifeng nodded at Zhao Kai and inquired, "Who said just now that Master Zhao's life was in danger?" Although he was inquiring, his gaze was fixed on Su Yang. It was as if he had already concluded that the person who spoke was the person in front of him. "I said," Su Yang graciously admitted. "Nonsense, yellow-mouthed little boy, how dare you talk big here, really do not know the height of the sky," Lu Zhanfeng said angrily. Su Yang, however, was very disdainful and asked, "In that case, Elder Zhao's poison, you can cure it?" When these words came out, Lu Shifeng's face laughed and said in doubt, "Poison? What poison? What nonsense, you have not even diagnosed, how can you say that the old master is poisoned, really demonic words." When Su Yang heard this, he had already concluded that this Lu Shifeng was not much of a level. "Aya, Dr. Lu, don't be so familiar with this kind of person, hurry up and help the old master to see the disease," Zhao Kai said. "Yes, Dr. Lu, we don't need to bother with this kind of person, you'd better hurry to help my grandpa to see the disease," Zhao Chengjie also persuaded. Lu Shifeng blankly glanced at Su Yang before he came to the old man's bedside. He grabbed Elder Zhao's hand and took his pulse with great care. Not long after, he put down his wrist, stroked his beard, and with a difficult look on his face, he said, "The old master is suffering from cardiovascular blockage, causing a coma. But don't worry," when the old man slightly applied a few needles, to ensure that the medicine to the disease. "Then I will thank Dr. Lu for his help," the crowd said in unison. Lu Shifeng began to fiddle with his silver needle. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh in his heart as he watched this series of operations. Just when Lu Shifeng was about to place the needle, Su Yang couldn't help himself. "Hey! Old man, are you sure that these few needles of yours will cure you and not kill you?" The moment these words came out, the crowd all looked at him angrily. "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" Zhao Chengjie questioned. "Kid, do you know medicine? Do you know how to apply needles? Do you know who my master is?" Lu Qingfeng's 3 consecutive questions made Su Yang feel more and more amused. See, Su Yang did not make a sound. Lu Zhanfeng's face emerged again a little confidence, then said, "My master is a famous dustless Taoist. What are you? How dare you question his old man's medical skills?" With these words, Su Yang could no longer hold back, and bared his teeth and burst out laughing. This laugh of his once again attracted the discontent of the crowd, while Zhao Mingyue, who originally had hopes for him, also gave him a blank look. Su Yang hurriedly put away his own laugh. This couldn't be blamed on him either. As Taoist Dustless's only disciple, how could he not be clear on whether his master had any other disciples? At this moment, he had already concluded that this Lu Shifeng was unreliable. He explained, "No matter who your master is, but if you rashly apply the needle like this, the old man will really die." "Nonsense!" Lu Shifeng was furious. "Enough!" Zhao Tai drank. Then he turned his head to Su Yang and said, "This little brother, I have repeatedly tolerated you because you were invited by Yue. But if you repeatedly obstruct divine Dr. Lu from saving people, don't blame me for being impolite to you. However, he is like this." Zhao Mingyue hurriedly pulled Su Yang's coat corner, signaling him to stop talking. Su Yang was helpless and lowered his voice, "But if he is like this, he will really kill the old master." Zhao Mingyue was in a panic, looking at the crowd and then Su Yang. She didn't know who to trust at the moment. For one thing, Lu Shifeng was in Jinling, his reputation was well known, and he had Dustless Taoist as his endorsement, so it was a bit difficult to not believe him. Secondly, even if she chose to believe Su Yang, she couldn't make a decision on this matter at all. Su Yang also saw her difficulty, knowing that she couldn't make the decision on this matter. He just shook his head helplessly and chose not to speak anymore. Seeing Su Yang quiet down, only then did Zhao Tai retract his gaze and politely said, "Divine Dr. Lu, please also make your move." Lu Shifeng nodded slightly, and only then did he start applying the needle. The Zhao family members were all watching in fear. Su Yang was shaking his head. In his opinion, this was no different from killing a human being. Soon, Lu Shifeng finished applying the needles. "Divine Dr. Lu, how is the situation?" Zhao Tai anxiously asked. "Don't worry, everything is fine," Lu Shifeng said confidently. When the Zhao family heard this, they all looked happy. Su Yang, however, shook his head, came to Zhao Mingyue's ear, and said softly, 3 minutes, Grandpa's poisoned blood attacked his heart, and he vomited blood." Zhao Mingyue's face, which was originally relaxed, instantly became horrified. She looked at Su Yang incredulously. Her eyes seemed to say, "Don't joke, you give me a clear explanation." Su Yang was about to explain, but he heard Lu Shifeng on the side said, "There's some people, just don't have the ability but still like to talk nonsense, really don't know the sky and the earth." Lu Zhanfeng's tone is very proud, although he did not name names, but everyone knows that he is talking about Su Yang. "That's right, I don't know where the country bumpkin came out from, and he dares to talk big here. It's really ridiculous." Zhao Qingjie mocked. "To put it bluntly, it's nothing but a frog at the bottom of the well. Do you know what is meant by medical skill?" Zhao Kai also mocked. While the crowd mocked with your words, Su Yang was full of disdain and didn't say a word, looking at the crowd like a clown. Zhao Mingyue looked at Su Yang with an apologetic face. She had invited Su Yang to save her grandfather, but she didn't expect that he would be humiliated by the crowd. Lu Shifeng saw this, but his face was full of complacency. Tilting his head, as if he was declaring his victory to the world. "Don't be in a hurry, it will be here soon." Su Yang suddenly opened his mouth and said. Except for Zhao Mingyue, everyone was full of doubts. "Kid, what did you say na?" Lu Shifeng asked. Obviously Lu Shifeng had guessed a few things. "I said that Elder Zhao's poison will strike immediately," Su Yang said lightly. Although Lu Shifeng guessed it, he didn't dare to admit it. Yeah, who would smash his own sign? You nonsense. "Who no nonsense, wait not know," Su Yang said calmly. "You less hear demonic talk, believe it or not I let the security guards now throw you out," Zhao Qingjie said angrily. Su Yang, however, ignored him, just quietly watched, lying on the bed of Zhao old man's face change. Seeing Su Yang ignoring him, he became even more angry and angrily said, security guard, security guard." Suddenly, Elder Zhao on the hospital bed, violently twisted his head and spat up blood in his mouth. Chapter 10. This is the divine Dr. Ah. Elder Zhao spat out blood, the black blood has soaked the bedsheet, the scene is extremely creepy. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. "Dad, Dad. Grandpa, Grandpa." The crowd was in chaos. Lu Zhanfeng was also in a state of panic and didn't know what to do for a moment. Su Yang, on the other hand, was full of calmness. "Dr. Lu, what's going on? Hurry up and save my dad," Zhao Tai said anxiously. "Yes, divine Dr. Lu, didn't you say that the medicine will cure him?" Zhao Kai was also anxious. "I don't know, he was fine just now." Lu Shifeng was a bit flustered. He had guessed that Su Yang was right, Elder Zhao was poisoned, but according to the current situation, the poison had already attacked his heart, and it was difficult for the gods to cure him. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he had cured someone to death in the Zhao family was enough to make him die 9 times. At this time, the titles of Divine Doctor and Dustless Taoist heir were all shit. If he healed the Zhao family's old man to death, they wouldn't care what your origin was, and would kill you in a matter of minutes. For a moment, Lu Shifeng's forehead unexpectedly broke out in cold sweat. Zhao Tai stepped forward and grabbed his collar. Surname Lu, if my father has any shortcomings today, I will let you accompany the funeral. Lu Zhanfeng heard, could not help but hit a cold shiver, trembling, Master Tai, I also do not know what is going on. Zhao Tai saw that he was still sophomoric and was about to start cursing again. However, he heard a voice from behind him. Why don't you let me try? The crowd snapped back from their panic and turned their heads to look at Su Yang. Do you really have a way? Zhao Tai let go of Lu Shifeng's collar and asked with confidence. Zhao Mingyue also cast an expectant look. He can have a fart solution, even divine Dr. Lu cannot be cured. What can he, a country bumpkin, have a solution? Zhao Qingjie said with disdain. Several people once again cast a skeptical gaze. Dad, uncle, let Su Yang give it a try. Zhao Mingyue suddenly spoke up. The two brothers, Zhao Kai and Zhao Tai, exchanged glances and decided that it was better to let him try. Alright, you try it. Zhao Tai said. Second uncle, how can you let a country bumpkin treat grandpa? Zhao Qingjie didn't expect this outcome. Can you have a better way? Zhao Tai asked in a stern voice. Only then did Su Yang come to the bedside and took the old man's pulse, quickly releasing his hand. Watching Su Yang operate like this, Zhao Tai instead became uneasy and said, Kid, if you can't cure it, be careful of your little life. Su Yang was very disdainful and said, Don't worry, guarantee that the medicine will cure the disease. Why does this sound so familiar? Lu Zhanfeng heart muttered, What bragging, have been poisoned, how can you cure? But it is good, since you want to die, then let you. Master Tai, you can look carefully, if the old man has a shortcoming, and I have nothing to do with it. Lu Chengfeng finally found a chance to clear the matter. He didn't expect that there would be people rushing to their deaths these days. Zhao Tai gave him a blank look before he resentfully retreated back. Su Yang also stopped paying attention to the crowd, picked up Lu Shifeng's silver needle from the bedside table, and began to administer the needle to Elder Zhao. The crowd was all dumbfounded, they didn't expect that this person, at such a young age, would have such a skill. On the side, Lu Shifeng was even more surprised. He always felt that this set of needles was very familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Soon, Su Yang had already stabbed 13 needles, but he had no intention of stopping. I remember, this is the life pursuing 18 needles. Lu Shifeng suddenly exclaimed. Life pursuing 18 needles? The crowd repeated. That's right, there was a record in the ancient books, life renewal 5 needles, life soliciting 7 needles, soul pursuing 9 needles, and life pursuing 18 needles, all of which were all marvelous needles from the ancient times. Each of them was in existence that could snatch lives with the king of hell, and among them, the life pursuing 18 needles were the most powerful and the most difficult. It was rumored that as long as a person still had a trace of body heat, by relying on this needle technique, they could be reborn. When the crowd heard Lu Shifeng's introduction, they all nodded their heads in praise. Just after Lu Shifeng finished his introduction, Su Yang's last stitch was also completed. Not bad at all. Not quite a waste, half a waste. Su Yang said. When Lu Shifeng heard this, his face was filled with shame, but more than that, he was excited. He fiercely fell on his knees in front of Su Yang, exclaiming, Divine Doctor, you are the real Divine Doctor, please accept the old man's worship. Saying this, he clunked his head 3 times. Su Yang hastily dodged away, disgustedly said, Old man, don't be like this, I don't want to lose my life, you hurry up. Only then did Lu Shifeng slowly get up. Divine Dr. Lu, are you crazy, isn't my grandfather still awake? Zhao Qingjie said defiantly. What do you know, the power of this life-chasing 18 needles cannot be false, the old man is still not awake, but you do not see his face obviously better. The crowd looked at the old man Zhao's face, is indeed in the naked eye visible speed, become rosy. Yes, it is better, but he still did not wake up. Zhao Qingjie was still unforgiving. Lu Shifeng naturally knew that Elder Zhao would definitely wake up, it was just a matter of time. He gave Zhao Qingjie a glance and said, You think this is a vertical screen skit, a needle is inserted and the person wakes up, what kind of bullshit is that? Having said that, everyone was still worried. Su Yang saw everyone's worries and said, Don't worry, you will wake up in 2 hours, after waking up, drink 2 pairs of medicines and you will be cured. Zhao family members are all full of skepticism, but now there is no other way, the good thing is that people have not yet left. If 2 hours have passed and the person has not woken up, then they will take his life. 2 people were left to take care of the bedside, and a group of people went downstairs to the living room to wait. Su Yang and Zhao Mingyue came to the courtyard. Is my grandfather really okay? Zhao Mingyue asked. It wasn't that she didn't trust Su Yang, she was just really worried. Don't worry, there is Nina. Saying that, Su Yang took out a prescription and handed it to Zhao Mengxue. Afterwards, he lowered his voice and said, "This prescription, you personally grab it, personally boil it, and personally feed it." Zhao Mengxue was full of doubts and asked, "My grandfather was really poisoned?" Su Yang nodded his head affirmatively. Receiving the answer, a hint of killing intent flashed in Zhao Mengxue's eyes, then said, "Okay, turn around, I will definitely go and do it myself. Divine Doctor above, please accept me as your disciple." Lu Shifeng suddenly rushed out and fell down in front of Su Yang. The two were startled by his sudden kneeling. "Are you sick, you old thing?" Su Yang angrily rebuked. Lu Shifeng also ignored it and continued, "Divine Doctor above, please accept me as your disciple." The attitude is also extremely sincere. Su Yang is like seeing the plague, backward several meters, hiding behind a potted plant, said, "I give you, you hurry up, do not blackmail me." Chapter 11 The Gift of Help When the Body is in Return. Lu multiplied the wind to see Su Yang so, thought that he was too abrupt, and hastened to apologize with a smile. "Little Divine Doctor, I don't mean anything else, I was the one who had no eyes and offended you. Please be generous and don't be so mean to me, just accept me as your disciple. I admire your medical skills to the core, as long as you are willing to accept me as a disciple, you let me do anything, even if it is to work for you as a cow, I am willing." Lu Zhanfeng said extremely sincere, but Su Yang was not moved, hastily interrupted him. No, I don't plow the fields, what do I need oxen and horses for?" Lu Zhanfeng, some embarrassment, was about to open his mouth to continue to plead, but heard Su Yang said, "You better hurry up, do what you want to do, I have no intention of accepting the apprentice." Lu Zhanfeng hesitated for a moment, or reluctantly slowly stood up. Su Yang saw him get up, only from behind the potted plant, slowly walked out, said, "This is right, well, go back to study the art of medicine, do people down to earth a little bit, do not all day the whole of some false head of the brain things." "Good, I've made a note of it, everything will listen to the little Divine Doctor." After saying that, he was ready to leave, but just turned around, as if he remembered something, asked, "Little Divine Doctor's medical skills are so superb, I don't know where his teacher comes from, ah?" Su Yang hemmed and hawed, flirting, "You and I come from the same school." Lu Shifeng instantly changed his face, "He is the true god, ah. Or he is what dustless Taoist air, that is only in order to solicit business, to pull a banner for themselves. And now even met the real dustless Taoist disciple, the other side does not blame himself for impostor, fraud, has been their family ancestor virtue, how can they dare to also cheeky let the other side to accept their own as a disciple it?" Lu Zhanfeng, some panic, frozen in place, actually do not know what to do. Su Yang saw his dilemma, busy said, okay, hurry up." Lu Zhanfeng came back to his senses and nodded his head repeatedly. "Why is he being respectful to you?" Zhao Mingyue saw the scene in front of her and couldn't help but wonder. He probably has a brain problem. Su Yang pointed to his head and said in a frivolous tone. Zhao Mingyue blankly glanced at him with an expression of "I'll believe you only." "By the way, you saved my grandfather, what do you want, just ask." Zhao Mingyue said. Su Yang heart but muttered, this before still half believing, how only a moment of work, convinced that I can save her grandfather nah. Women are really fickle. Su Yang paused and said, "I really need your help with one thing." "What is it?" "What is it?" Zhao Mingyue stared at Su Yang curiously. Su Yang did not know how to open his mouth for a moment, after all, this matter is not big, not small, the key is not know where to start. After he thought for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I want to." Miss, the old master woke up. Su Yang just opened his mouth, but he heard the maid run over and said. Zhao Mingyue was overjoyed and said to Su Yang, "Go, let's go together to see my grandfather." When the two came to the old man's bedroom, the others were already there. Elder Zhao was lying on the bed, and the pillows had been patted up. He still looked weak now, but his face was obviously much better than before. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Zhao Mingyue anxiously went up and asked. Elder Zhao squeezed out a little smile and said, "Don't worry, it's fine, Grandpa is much better." Seeing her grandfather's face improve, Zhao Mingyue was relieved. At this time, Elder Zhao looked around the bedside, and finally his eyes rested on Su Yang. He remembered that this was the person who had saved him before and said that he was poisoned, but how did this person appear in his house? "Dad, it was this divine Dr. Su who saved you all," Zhao Tai explained. Elder Zhao, the doubt on his face turned to surprise, and soon changed to gratitude. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Thank you, divine Dr. Su, for saving me." With that, he was ready to get up to thank him. Seeing this, Su Yang hurriedly stepped forward. "Master, your body is still very weak, take a good rest first." Saying that, he calmed him down on the bed, and grabbed his hand and took his pulse. He then arranged for Zhao Mingyue to grab some medicine and instructed her to do it herself the entire time. Zhao Mingyue agreed and went out to grab the medicine. When night fell, there was only Elder Zhao, Zhao Mingyue, and Su Yang in the room. Elder Zhao drank the medicine, and his mental state condition had obviously gotten a lot better. He sat on the bed and was already able to talk freely. "I'm so grateful to Divine Dr. Su for saving my life. I don't know, is there anything that I can help with?" Elder Zhao asked. Su Yang froze. Wasn't this what Zhao Mingyue had asked before? But at that time, he was suddenly interrupted and didn't say it. Well, at this moment, Elder Zhao brought it back up again, so he took this opportunity to get out of the marriage. Su Yang looked at Zhao Mingyue, somewhat wanting to speak. Zhao Mingyue felt that Su Yang was looking at her, and actually all of a sudden, she was a little embarrassed and blushed. Seeing this situation, Elder Zhao also had a laugh and laughed. Well, if little friend Su is interested and Yuer doesn't object, I'll agree to this." "Grandpa, what are you saying?" Zhao Mingyue said shyly. Su Yang on the side was full of doubts. Looking at the performance of the grandparents and grandchildren, he guessed that the two should have misunderstood. He panicked and waved his hand. No, Grandpa, you have misunderstood." This now turned into the grandparents and grandchildren being puzzled. The two of them looked at Su Yang, not understanding what he meant. "What? My Yuer is not good enough for you?" Elder Zhao inquired. Zhao Mingyue was also a little angry, thinking, "I've given my body to you for saving my life, why do you still dislike on?" The atmosphere became a bit awkward all of a sudden. Su Yang scratched his head and said, "Old master, I don't mean that, Miss Zhao is very good, it's just that." Said here he wanted to say something, hesitated for a moment and said, "Oops, I'll be honest with you, Miss Zhao and I have a marriage contract. I was ordered by my master this time to come down from the mountain to get married, but I don't want to get married at the moment. I just thought, can I take this time to cancel my marriage with Miss Zhao? If you guys agree, I can send over the marriage certificate tomorrow." Su Yang briefly stated the matter in one breath, finally feeling a lot more relaxed. The grandparents and grandchildren hesitated a little for a moment, but they also sort of sorted out the matter. This one is here to withdraw from the marriage. "You said that you have a marriage contract with Yuer? Your dustless Taoist's disciple Su Yang?" Elder Zhao asked after him. Su Yang gently nodded his head as a sign of confirmation. Zhao Mingyue finally understood now why the name Su Yang sounded a bit familiar to her before. It was because the old master had mentioned the marriage contract to her before. Why Lu Shifeng would be respectful to Su Yang? It was because he was the disciple of dustless Taoist. But this guy is actually coming to withdraw from the marriage now. "I am the Zhao family's eldest miss, I have a figure to have, I have a look to have, and I have a family lineage to have, and this guy actually wants to withdraw from the marriage." The more Zhao Mingyue thought about it, the more angry she became, and angrily said, withdraw tomorrow." Chapter 12 This marriage cannot be retired. Su Yang saw Zhao Mingyue agreed, full of joy. He also completely did not pay attention to Zhao Mingyue because she was angry, said the words of gambling. He just nodded his head vigorously, his face full of joy. Good, it's really great, I'll bring the marriage certificate over tomorrow." As soon as Zhao Mingyue saw him like this, she became even more angry, itching to rush up and slap him twice. Elder Zhao on the side was also full of helplessness and shook his head. He didn't know if this Su Yang was really stupid or pretending to be confused. Couldn't he see that Yuer was speaking in anger? He actually dared to agree with a full heart. "Su Yang, I see the matter of withdrawing from the marriage, it is better to discuss it again." "Don't, old master." As soon as Su Yang saw that the other party had the intention to back out, he was a bit anxious. "This is not all we have said, and Miss Zhao has already agreed." Zhao old man sighed and said, "Flowers although so, but..." Before he finished his words, Su Yang's cell phone rang. Su Yang took out his cell phone and saw that it was Zhang Mengxue who called. He frowned and thought, what is she calling for? Hasn't she already taken a vacation today? Although puzzled, he still picked up the phone. "Mr. Zhang, what can I do for you? Do you have to call so rusty?" Obviously, Zhang Mengxue was not satisfied with Su Yang's name. "Big sister, we are now in an employment relationship. If there is nothing outside of work, don't bother me." Zhang Mengxue was helpless, but didn't flare up. She just said, "I am going to Imperial Hotel to talk about an order. I need you to pick me up later." After saying that, she didn't give Su Yang a chance to object and directly hung up the phone. Hey. Su Yang looked at his cell phone and muttered, "What a trouble." Although he didn't want to go, but after all, this is what his employer asked for, he still expects to do a good job, and after a month, Zhang Mengxue will be able to withdraw from the marriage as promised na. Therefore, he still decided to get up immediately and head to the Imperial Palace Hotel. "Old master, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." Elder Zhao had wanted to stay a little longer and say a few more words, but looking at Su Yang's appearance, it seemed like he really had something to do. He also stopped detaining him. He nodded at him and said, "You go, and get busy." Only then did Su Yang turn around and go out. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned his head and said, "By the way, master, I'll bring the marriage certificate over tomorrow to withdraw from the marriage, so don't back out." Saying that, he also revealed a very smug expression. Not waiting for the two to react, he had already disappeared outside the door. Zhao Mingyue angrily pouted her small mouth. "Grandpa, look at him, what kind of attitude is this?" Zhao Mingyue pouted. Elder Zhao laughed and beckoned Zhao Mingyue to the bedside to sit down. Asked, "Yue, do you really agree with that kid's withdrawal?" "Of course. He doesn't want to marry me, I still don't want to marry it. He doesn't take a piss to see what kind of virtue he has, he still wants to marry me, he thinks beautifully." Although she said this, her tone was full of shyness, but it was more like a little girlfriend saying angry words. Elder Zhao also saw Zhao Mingyue's mind. He patted his granddaughter's hand, said in a soft tone, "Yue, this marriage cannot be withdrawn." Zhao Mingyue was full of surprise. What? What? Can't back out, why? She didn't understand. Why can't she withdraw? Other people have come to the door to ask to withdraw. Can't it be that she still has to have a thick skin and go to plead with the other party not to withdraw from the marriage? It's ridiculous. The Zhao family's eldest daughter has to back out of a marriage. Honestly, what is your impression of him? Elder Zhao asked. To be honest, Zhao Mingyue could only say that she didn't have a bad impression of him. After all, she hadn't seen much of him, so naturally her impression wouldn't be too deep. However, judging from his ability to save her grandfather today, she was still somewhat moved. The only thing that made her unhappy was that Guy actually made a request to withdraw from the marriage. "It's okay, not too bad," Zhao Mingyue answered truthfully. Elder Zhao nodded and then said, "Grandpa knows that this matter is hard for you, but don't worry, Grandpa won't harm you. Su Yang is a person worth trusting." "So what if it is worth it? People don't like me at all, what can you let me do?" Zhao Mingyue said. "Then you should take the initiative and try to get him earlier," Elder Zhao said in a serious manner. "I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say." Zhao Mingyue was so shocked that she could almost stuff an egg in her mouth. She even wondered if she had heard wrong. Elder Zhao continued, "His ability, you've seen it today. And this is just the tip of his iceberg. I have a bit of friendship with Taoist Dustless. He never accepts disciples, but he accepted Su Yang as his disciple, so I think he must have something over the top. Judging from the fact that he saved my life, I think that his skills must still be above Taoist Dustless. After all, he is in his early 20s, but he has such great skills, he must have a great future. As far as I know, he's not only engaged to you, he has 9 copies of that marriage contract, so you should take him down before it's too late. That way, it's good for you and for the Zhao family." 9 copies? Zhao Mingyue was once again surprised, and muttered in her heart, "This dustless Taoist, when that guy Su Yang is a stallion?" Although she thought so, she didn't say it out loud, she only asked in return, "But Grandpa, our Zhao family isn't so bad as to rely on marriage to gain benefits, right?" Elder Zhao shook his head and said, "You're wrong, this is not a marriage, to put it bluntly, this is bending and climbing." Zhao Mingyue was even more incomprehensible. How could the Zhao family, which was an ancient martial arts family, be reduced to such a situation? Elder Zhao continued, "Although our Zhao family is an ancient martial arts family, I'm sure that no one in our family can beat that kid." Zhao Mingyue couldn't believe what she was hearing. To know, the Zhao family has 2 great masters who are strong. In the entire Jinling, except for the Long family, no one's family has this kind of strength. But Grandpa now said that he couldn't beat that Su Yang. This was a bit too alarmist. She looked at her grandfather with a puzzled and surprised face. Elder Zhao nodded slightly and said, "This is still just my conservative estimate." Zhao Mingyue was once again dumbfounded. If Su Yang really had that kind of strength, then the marriage would indeed be a bit too high for the Zhao family. Similarly, if Su Yang really had that kind of strength, then it would not be impossible for her to marry him, even if it was upside down. Thinking of this, Zhao Mingyue suddenly looked like she had figured something out. She nodded her head at Elder Zhao and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I will try my best." Chapter 13 Underhanded Means. Imperial Hotel, Heavenly Box. Zhang Mengxue and Qin Shaoxing were negotiating together. It is said to be negotiation, but Qin Shaoxing has no meaning to negotiate at all. From the moment Zhang Mengxue entered the box, his eyes never left Zhang Mengxue's body. If eye molestation was considered a crime, then Qin Shaoxing had already been shot countless times. Zhang Mengxue was made uncomfortable by the look, and a wave of disgust rose in her heart. If it wasn't for the sake of negotiating business, she wouldn't be willing to sit with this kind of person. Even if he was ugly, the key was that his eyes were particularly lewd. It makes one's heart sick at first sight, and even floods with nausea. Mr. Qin, do you see this contract of ours? Zhang Mengxue forced herself to hold back her disgust and asked carefully. Qin Shaoxing he smile, that expression do not mention how obscene, said, Mr. Zhang, the contract of the first put aside, let's eat first. Then, he picked up his tall glass and said, come on, Mr. Zhang, drink this glass of wine, everything will be fine. With that, his eyes wandered up and down on Zhang Mengxue's body again. Zhang Mengxue forced down the loathing in her heart and picked up the wine glass. Looking at Qin Shaoxing's lewd appearance, she felt a wave of nausea. She didn't know if Qin Shaoxing would sign this contract after drinking this glass of wine. She had to try anyway. She had just taken over the group and needed a little achievement to solidify her position. Qin Shaoxing saw her pick up the wine glass, but hesitated to drink, so he said, Mr. Zhang, drink this glass, we will sign the contract. After saying that, and Zhang Mengxue clinked the cup and drank himself, but his eyes never left Zhang Mengxue's body. Zhang Mengxue hesitated for a moment, clenched her teeth, tilted her head and poured the wine into her mouth. This pour almost choked her. When Qin Shaoxing saw her drink, a smug smile appeared on his face and said, General Manager Zhang, a pain in the ass, come on, sign the contract. Hearing to sign the contract, Zhang Mengxue hanging hard is finally put down. She is pleased from the side chair to bring the prepared contract, handed to Qin Shaoxing. Looking at Qin Shaoxing took the contract, ready to sign. Zhang Mengxue was ecstatic. Her only thought now is, hurry up and sign it, after signing it, I can leave this disgusting guy. But before she could see Qin Shaoxing move his pen, she felt dizzy, her vision gradually blurred, and her consciousness began to be unclear. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang. Qin Shaoxing called out to her, and his hand began to lean towards her. Only then did Zhang Mengxue realize that there was something wrong with the wine she just drank, and she hurriedly got up, wanting to flee the scene. As soon as she got up, she felt her body sink and was about to fall. Qin Shaoxing put his arm around her and said, Ms. Zhang, you've had too much to drink, let's go upstairs to the guest room and rest. Zhang Mengxue knew that the one beside her was not a good person, and tried to force herself to break free, but she couldn't use any force. The two quickly came to the upstairs room. Qin Shaoxing threw Zhang Mengxue onto the bed. He looked at the woman in front of him lewdly, his eyes full of greed, like a hungry wolf. He pounced on Zhang Mengxue and pressed on her, about to unzip her skirt. Zhang Mengxue had some consciousness, and kept struggling, basically shouting with a sobbing voice, you let go of me, you animal. She tried to protect her skirt while trying to break free from Qin Shaoxing's aggression. Her consciousness became more and more blurred, and her mouth muttered, Su Yang, save me, Su Yang, save me. But this appearance of hers seemed to make Qin Shaoxing even more excited. He was even harder, and smiled even more smugly, even more obscene. He also kept on verbally molesting, scream, scream, the louder you scream, the more excited I am. Bang. With a loud bang, the door of the room was kicked open. Qin Shaoxing was shocked and rolled off Zhang Mengxue. Before he could see the visitor clearly, he was kicked out by the visitor. In pain, he rolled straight on the ground. Su Yang hurriedly went forward to help Zhang Mengxue up. Zhang Mengxue, you wake up, you wake up. But Zhang Mengxue still did not have any reaction, only the mouth still kept muttering, Su Yang, save me, Su Yang, save me. Su Yang was listening to the real thing, and said in relief, do not be afraid, I am Na, do not be afraid, it is okay, I am here. Su Yang hurriedly picked up Zhang Mengxue out of the room, reopened a room, and placed Zhang Mengxue on the bed. As soon as he turned around, Zhang Mengxue instantly became delirious, and while she was picking her skirt, she shouted, hot, I am so hot, hot, I am so hot. Su Yang saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop it, but she was pulled into the arms of Zhang Mengxue, and tightly embraced her neck. I am hot, I am so hot, I want it so much, give it to me. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? While saying that, she also started kissing Su Yang. As a child body, how could Su Yang withstand this kind of test? He dodged Zhang Mengxue's red lips and took a deep breath to calm himself down as soon as possible. Then, he grabbed Zhang Mengxue's wrist and took his pulse. For a moment he shook his head helplessly, knowing that Zhang Mengxue had been drugged. He couldn't help but mutter, it was this underhanded tactic again. He grasped Zhang Mengxue's hands firmly with his left hand and waved his right hand twice in the void. Soon 2 silver needles transformed with qi appeared in the air. Su Yang held his breath and pushed with force. The 2 silver needles transformed into qi rushed towards Zhang Mengxue's abdomen. As the qi needles entered her body, Zhang Mengxue instantly calmed down. Only then did Su Yang let go of her hand and leveled her out. Su Yang looked at the stunning beauty in front of him, that moist red face, that delicate body. It was indeed alluring. Su Yang's heart went a little wild looking at it. Soon, he also realized that the situation was not right and hurriedly moved his gaze away, covering the quilt over Zhang Mengxue. He adjusted his breathing and muttered, ouch, fortunately stabilized, which cadre can withstand such a test? Ah. Speaking of which, he all but gave a thumbs up and a hard nod for his own steadiness. Zhang Mengxue woke up from her sleep, looked at an unfamiliar environment, instantly awake. She began to try to recall the events of last night, and finally her memory stopped at the time when Su Yang carried her into the room. She instantly blushed, feeling that the situation was not right. She violently lifted the quilt and looked. She was fully clothed, so she was quite relieved. Wake up? Su Yang's voice interrupted her thoughts. She scrambled to get up and said, She hesitated and then said, last night, thank you ah. Su Yang froze for a moment, smiled and said, it's okay, as your bodyguard, protecting your safety is something that should be done. Zhang Mengxue smiled but was a bit lost. She didn't want Su Yang to protect her because of the employment relationship. Last night, we didn't have anything happen, right? Zhang Mengxue's voice was very soft, but Su Yang still heard it clearly. He smiled awkwardly and said, no, we didn't happen anything. Chapter 14 promised to finish the marriage ah. Su Yang of course can only say no ah, he cannot put Zhang Mengxue embraced his neck and kissed him forcibly, attempting to plot against him, give her a recounting of the scene. Zhang Mengxue listened to Su Yang said nothing happened. For some reason, the heart was flooded with a burst of loss. She couldn't help but think, no, how can there be nothing? Su Yang, even if I give you a chance, you're still useless. Su Yang saw that she was a little lost, flirted, why, look at you, it seems like you want us to have something happen. No, just did not. Zhang Mengxue tone flustered said, and hastily get out of bed to go to the bathroom to wash up. Su Yang could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. To be Zhang Mengxue cleaned up properly, the two rushed towards the company. Just arrived at the company downstairs, Su Yang saw a familiar figure from afar. Zhao Mingyue. I'm going. Su Yang exclaimed. Zhang Mengxue was startled by him and gave him a blank look, asking, where are you going? Ah, you go? No, I forgot the important things. Su Yang explained. Yesterday, he had agreed with the Zhao family that he would take the marriage certificate to withdraw from the marriage today, but a series of things happened in the evening, which made him forget about this matter in his busy schedule. It was only seeing Zhao Mingyue now that made him remember. Mr. Zhang, can I take another day off? Su Yang said. But in the blink of an eye, Zhao Mingyue had already seen Su Yang, and right now, had come to the duo. Su Yang, good morning. Zhao Mingyue took the lead in greeting. Zhang Mengxue looked at Su Yang and then Zhao Mingyue. It's just that the way she looked at Zhao Mingyue, there was actually a hint of hostility in her eyes. Good morning. Su Yang was a little embarrassed. Big Miss Zhao, this early in the morning, not practicing martial arts at home, it can't be just to come and say good morning to a little bodyguard. Zhang Mengxue said in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. Zhao Mingyue naturally heard the meaning of her words and replied with a smile, where is this coming from, Mr. Zhang? I came to find my fiancé, what's wrong with that nah? Saying that, he went forward and took Su Yang's arm. Fiancé? Zhang Mengxue and Su Yang's eyes widened. Su Yang tried to push Zhao Mingyue's hand away, but he couldn't push it away, and thought to himself, it's really worthy of being the eldest lady of an ancient martial arts family, the strength of this hand is really big. You actually have a fiancé? Zhang Mengxue questioned. Su Yang, instantly embarrassed, turned to Zhao Mingyue, said, what fiancé? You do not talk nonsense ah, yesterday is not already promised. Withdrawal, 2 words have not yet said out, only to hear Zhao Mingyue snatched first said, finished marriage, yesterday has promised to finish marriage ah. Zhang Mengxue and Su Yang were once again shocked. Zhang Mengxue thought, what's the situation? With other people to finish the marriage, with me to withdraw from the marriage, what I cannot compare to her Zhao Mingyue. Su Yang thought, what's the situation? Big sister, don't mess ah, last night is not promised well all said good retreat this moment how to become married again really is the night is long dream Zhao Mingyue said, also did not forget to use provocative eyes to look at Zhang Mengxue. Zhang Mengxue also did not show weakness, the same back to her unkind gaze. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Yang hurriedly pushed Zhao Mingyue's hand away and said, Miss Zhao, didn't we agree to withdraw from the marriage yesterday, why did you back out? Zhao Mingyue was a little embarrassed, thought for a moment and said, no, is it that you remembered wrong Looking at Zhao Mingyue's scoundrel-like appearance, he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He thought for a moment and said, big sister, you do not engage in this way, okay like you so big a beautiful woman, how can you go back on your word, playing a scoundrel? Let us do it according to yesterday's agreement, doesn't he smell good? It's okay too. Zhao Mingyue agreed with alacrity. Su Yang heard her answer in this way, the expression on his face returned to some normalcy, and his heart was overjoyed, oops, great, finally can withdraw from the marriage. But he still didn't quite believe it and asked, are you telling the truth? Of course. Zhao Mingyue said firmly. Su Yang received a definite answer, and a delighted look finally appeared on his face. But before he could smile, he only heard Zhao Mingyue say, then let's finish the marriage as soon as possible. Su Yang's expression froze as he looked at Zhao Mingyue incredulously. In his heart, he had already started to go crazy. Is this woman crazy? Is she addicted to playing with me? Didn't we agree to withdraw from the marriage? I said I would keep my word, right? Su Yang did not have time to attack, and heard Zhao Mingyue said, you say we are first married, or first room na? We are good Chinese wedding, or Western wedding good na? Our honeymoon is to go to the Maldives, or go to Mauritius na? Su Yang again dumbfounded, thought, miss, you ought to listen to what you are saying, what honeymoon, what wedding, and what cave, what are the words of the wolf and tiger Zhang Mengxue on the side had long since stopped listening. She didn't know why she was so angry. Alright, Su Yang, you don't have to work today. You go with Miss Zhao to discuss about the cave. Saying that, she carried her bag and stepped on her high heels towards the office building. I don't know if it was because she was in a hurry or because she was angry, her steps were much faster than usual. Looking at the faraway Zhang Mengxue, Su Yang was filled with helplessness, then looking at the smug Zhao Mingyue, he became annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't hit women, he might have already punched Zhao Mingyue and sent her flying out. No, I have to go and talk to Elder Zhao himself. It's useless, Grandpa only listens to me in all my matters. Zhao Mingyue had a fearless look. You tell me, what do I have to do to get out of the marriage? I can't. You can't? I can't. Why can't you get out? Su Yang almost jumped up. Zhao Mingyue almost laughed out loud when she saw his anxious appearance. Su Yang already had a hopeless look on his face, for him, withdrawing from the marriage was the top priority at the moment. But now a marriage has not been pushed out, what a failure. Zhao Mingyue stepped forward to hold his arm, relieved, well, do not be sad face, I first go to arrange a place for you to live, after the wedding to talk about it. When he heard about the wedding, Su Yang had a big headache, he rushed Zhao Mingyue with a smile but not a smile and heated a couple of times. Then, Zhao Mingyue pulled him into the car. The two of them went straight to Crown Villa. Crown Villa room 102. I go, can this house, enough grand Su Yang stood in front of the villa door and couldn't help but praise it. Zhao Mingyue opened the door while saying, how is it, do you like it? Su Yang nodded and said, not bad, I like it. As long as you like it, it will be yours from now on. What? Mine? Su Yang was in awe, he suspected that he heard wrong. That's right, yours, in addition there are 2 cars in the garage, a Ferrari and a Lamborghini, they will all be yours from now on. Chapter 15 You don't understand my heart. Upon hearing that there are still cars, Su Yang even more couldn't believe his ears. He thought, no, this marriage did not return, but also give me so many sugar-coated bombs? You can't be that you didn't fulfill your promise to give me compensation, right? Su Yang asked curiously. Not really, consummating the marriage is the promise that should be fulfilled, and all of this, consider it as an honorarium for you to save my grandfather. Zhao Mingyue said. Su Yang nodded and said, it's fine, this wave is not a loss. Right now, he really didn't have a way to convince the Zhao family to agree to withdraw from the marriage, so he just left it for now, and waited until he had the chance in the future, then it wouldn't be too late. Moreover, at the moment, he really did not have a place to stay, and having such a house was also a good choice, it was much better than living in a hotel every day. Soon, he checked out from the hotel and retrieved his luggage, it was considered a successful move. After packing up everything, he could finally be quiet for a while. He leisurely lay on the sofa and sighed, it's so comfortable. At this time, he began to calculate the matter of withdrawing from the marriage again. Zhang Mengxue's withdrawal, there were still 20 days to go before the dust settled. Zhao Mingyue's withdrawal, as far as the current situation is concerned, there is no way out for the time being, we can only wait for the opportunity to find a way to say it later. In Jinling, there were still Qin Yueru, Zhou Wenting, and Lu Wushang. Can first go to these three people's marriage to return. Su Yang now only hoped that these three people would not make any trouble, and could successfully withdraw from the marriage. Thinking about it, he actually fell asleep on the sofa without realizing it. Su Yang was woken up by a ringing phone. He rubbed his eyes, picked up his cell phone, and saw that it was Zhang Mengxue calling, and without hesitation, he answered the phone. Hello? Su Yang said lazily. Su Yang, you big fool. Zhang Mengxue slurred on the other end of the phone. Su Yang felt that her tone is not right, like drinking. He looked outside again, the sky is already dark. He thought to himself, this woman won't be in trouble again, right? Where are you? Are you okay? Su Yang asked. Hiccup. Zhang Mengxue on the other end of the phone hiccuped and did not answer Su Yang's question. Su Yang muttered in his heart, how much wine did this drink? Where are you? I will pick you up. Su Yang pursued. No need for you to care, you big dummy. Su Yang saw that she did not say, then listened carefully to the voice on the other end of the phone. In addition to Zhang Mengxue's muttering voice, the rest is the sound of the river wind whistling. Su Yang guessed that she should be at the riverside, then, he counted with his fingers and had roughly figured out Zhang Mengxue's location. You don't move there, I will go over to pick you up now. After saying that, he hung up the phone, drove his Ferrari from the garage, and sped towards the river. Arriving at the riverside, he searched for a big circle before finding Zhang Mengxue, who was already drunk, in a gazebo. At this time, Zhang Mengxue, wearing a slit-long skirt, leaning on the pillar of the pavilion, two high-heeled shoes scattered on one side. The long skirt slit, revealing two snow-white jade legs. Su Yang looked and gulped, realizing that the situation was not right. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze and adjusted his breathing. Zhang Mengxue, are you all right? Su Yang shook Zhang Mengxue's shoulders. Zhang Mengxue slowly raised her head, slightly opened her eyes and looked at Su Yang. After seeing the person through the weak light, she said, what are you doing here? I don't want you to care. Su Yang saw her state is not right, so sat next to her, holding her shoulders, said, well, you are drunk, I send you back. I'm not going back, don't mind me. Zhang Mengxue avoided Su Yang's hand. Okay, you're not drunk, it's okay. Su Yang perfunctorily said. At the same time, he once again wrapped his arm around Zhang Mengxue's shoulder, wanting to pick her up. Just when Su Yang was about to pick her up, Zhang Mengxue suddenly wrapped her hands around his neck. A wave of wine breath accompanied by aroma came to his face, and at the same time, there were also two pieces of softness in front of his chest. Before Su Yang could react, he only heard Zhang Mengxue say, Su Yang, are you an idiot? Su Yang was confused. What idiot? What is this woman talking about? You are a fool, you are a fool. What is it about me that is not as good as Zhao Mingyue? Am I not pretty enough, or am I not sexy enough? What makes you withdraw my marriage and not hers? Su Yang was dumbfounded by the question. I know you don't like me, but I like you, you don't understand my heart, you're a fool. In just a few words, the amount of information was a bit too much. Su Yang was a bit unresponsive. He hurriedly pushed Zhang Mengxue's hand away and said, Zhang Mengxue, you are drunk. I didn't drink too much. Zhang Mengxue hugged Su Yang's waist and burrowed her head into her arms. Su Yang, do you really not understand my heart? I like you, can't you see that? I don't want to withdraw from the marriage, I don't want you to consummate the marriage with Zhao Mingyue. I know that there are a lot of people like you who are as good as you are, but I don't want to let go of you. Even if you want to consummate the marriage, do it with me first. After all, I'm the first person you found. I am the one who is the first person you are destined to. Zhang Mengxue's voice gradually became smaller, and in the end, it was only a soft mumble. Zhang Mengxue. Su Yang called out a few times, but the other party did not respond in any way, but the hand that hugged him did not have the slightest intention of loosening. In desperation, he could only pick up Zhang Mengxue, get into the car, and return to the villa. Su Yang threw Zhang Mengxue onto the bed. Can't drink and still drink so much, it's really enough. He complained before he was ready to adjust Zhang Mengxue's posture so that she would be more comfortable. But when he just touched Zhang Mengxue's shoulder, the other party was like an evil spirit, once again wrapping her hands around his neck in death. Su Yang, you big dummy, don't leave me. Yes, 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 I'm a big fool. Su Yang perfunctorily pushed Zhang Mengxue's hands away. Just as he pushed it away, Zhang Mengxue dry heaved twice, her chest rose and fell twice, and with a wow sound, she threw up. Su Yang couldn't dodge in time, just spit all over him. Then look at Zhang Mengxue, after vomiting, fell asleep. Ah, what is this thing? Su Yang's heart broke down. The stench of vomit was suffocating, even if it was the vomit of a beautiful woman. He frowned and cursed as he went into the bathroom, took a shower and changed his clothes when he came out. The scene in front of him simply made his blood run cold. Chapter 16. You actually let her sleep in your bed. Zhang Mengxue was lying on the bed, but the hem of her skirt had been lifted to one side. The two snow-white jade legs were swinging there like two demons, teasing Su Yang's nerves. Let a person want to get into the wrong. Su Yang felt like he was about to explode somewhere. He quickly went up, covered Zhang Mengxue with the quilt and fled out of the bedroom. Heavens, earth, just be a human being. Su Yang was furious in his heart. How could the heavens let a bloodthirsty young man undergo such an inhuman test? Early in the morning, Zhao Mingyue came to the villa. She carried a big bag of buns in her hand, which was bought from the roadside bun store. Because the 2 times she saw Su Yang, the other party had eaten 10 cages of buns at the bun store. Today, she wasn't stingy and directly packed 10 cages of buns. As the Zhao family's eldest young lady, growing up, it was the first time she prepared breakfast for a guy na. Although it is a bit embarrassing, but she can't help but be willing. Su Yang, Su Yang, Su Yang. Zhao Mingyue put the buns on the dining table on the first floor, and while shouting Su Yang, she trotted up the stairs. Su Yang, Su Yang. She had already arrived at the door of Su Yang's master bedroom and was about to open the door when the guest room door deep in the hallway actually opened. After Zhao Mingyue saw that it was Su Yang, she quickly went forward, took his arm and said shyly, "Go, I bought your favorite buns, let's go downstairs to eat." Su Yang was somewhat overwhelmed by Zhao Mingyue's enthusiasm. He looked at Zhao Mingyue suspiciously and asked, "How did you get a key to my house?" Zhao Mingyue was stunned at first, but quickly returned to normal and laughed. "What's your house? My house, this is our house, I have our own house key, isn't that a normal thing?" "No, isn't this my home, isn't this my house?" "Yes, no one said no, but isn't yours mine?" Zhao Mingyue said, and winked at Su Yang. "That look, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like what a big miss of an ancient martial arts family should look like. Don't, you'd better return the key to me, in the future it's better not to run in by yourself," Su Yang said, and put his hand out. Zhao Mingyue sniffed and pouted her little mouth, looking at Su Yang with pitiful eyes. Su Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Don't play pitiful for me, as the youngest Zhongshi martial artist of the Zhao family and even the entire Jinling, it doesn't make sense for you to pull this stunt for me. Hurry up, give me back the key." Zhao Mingyue instantly froze. She was puzzled. She never showed her strength in front of Su Yang. How did he know that he was in the Zhongshi realm? Was it just by the close contact with himself? If that was really the case, then Grandpa was right. The Su Yang's ability far exceeded her own perception. She hesitated for a moment and muttered, "All right, how petty." Saying that, extremely reluctantly, she pulled out the key. Again, extremely reluctantly, she slowly placed the key into Su Yang's hand. Squeak! Just at this moment, the door to the master bedroom opened. Zhao Mingyue and Su Yang froze in place, looking at the movement in the door. Zhang Mengxue sleepily walked out from the master bedroom. She looked left and right, saw the duo frozen in place, and nodded awkwardly. Zhao Mingyue's pupils dilated, turned her head to look at Su Yang and quickly retrieved the key. Su Yang looked at the key that was almost in his hand being withdrawn, and was also annoyed, sinning Good Su Yang. Before Su Yang could say anything, Zhao Mingyue took the lead. "You said, do not let me into your house, but you actually let her sleep in your bed." Saying that, she pointed at Zhang Mengxue who was standing at the door. "I said how come you don't let me enter here? It turns out that there is someone hiding in the house." Su Yang was speechless. What do you mean by hiding a person? How hard it is to say this. If it spreads out, how can he still be a human being? He was about to explain, but he saw Zhang Mengxue walk up quickly. "What do you mean by hiding? How unpleasant is that to say?" Yes, that's it." Su Yang concurred. Zhang Mengxue then added, "Su Yang and I are clean and honest together." Saying that, she didn't forget to look at Zhao Mingyue with a provocative look. Hearing this, Su Yang and Zhao Mengxue, their pupils dilated, staring straight at Zhang Mengxue. Mr. Zhang, this explanation is not as good as not explaining not, Su Yang said with a pained expression. Explain what? You forget that last night we two, Zhang Mengxue said here deliberately stopped. Last night? No, Mr. Zhang, you say complete, say clearly Su Yang once again into the pain. Good, last night. Su Yang, don't want me to give you back the key. Zhao Mingyue said angrily. No, last night we really didn't have anything happen. Su Yang explained. Nothing happened, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Zhao Mingyue said. That's right, last night was so exciting, don't tell outsiders Zhang Mengxue said, as if she wanted to deliberately piss off Zhao Mingyue. Exciting? You say you're a woman, don't you know a little bit of shame? What's so shameful about this? I and my fiancé happen something still need to return to you. Still fiancé, wasn't it retired a long time ago? Still have the face to say so. I'm sorry, but not anymore. What? What? Su Yang pupils dilated, asked, how can this not return it? I said no refund is no refund. Zhang Mengxue said in a firm tone. Egu, you can really thick skin but also play a rogue. Zhao Mingyue teased. I play a scoundrel, but not as powerful as you, Miss Zhao, have chased to other people's homes. Zhang Mengxue is also not willing to show weakness. Su Yang saw that the two of them were arguing so much that he hurriedly came out to dissuade them. I say the two beauties, can you listen to what I have to say? You shut up. The two said in unison. Su Yang could only resentfully retreat to the side. Then went around to the side and went downstairs. Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue were still arguing with each other, mainly arguing around who was Su Yang's fiancé. Su Yang came to the dining table and shook his head helplessly. Then he pulled out a paper napkin, tore it into 2 pieces and rubbed it into a ball. Muttering, women are just troublesome. Subsequently, the 2 paper balls, respectively, were stuffed into the 2 ears. This was finally a little bit clearer. With a satisfied smile on his face, Su Yang took out a bun in his hand, put it in his mouth, took a bite, and chewed it contentedly. When he was eating his 6th bun, Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue both came downstairs in a rage. They came to the dining table and sat next to Su Yang on the left and right. Su Yang looked at each side, took out the paper balls from his ears and threw them onto the tabletop. Said, no more noise? The two also did not say anything, is considered to be the default, after all, has also been noisy tired. Su Yang went on to say, this is the right thing to do, what is good to quarrel, have a good conversation. Come on, eat buns. Su Yang to a person passed a bun, is finally quiet down. Say it, you early in the morning to find me, what is the matter? Su Yang suddenly opened his mouth and asked Zhao Mingyue. Zhao Mingyue was asked by Su Yang, and only then remembered that she did have something to do. Oh. It's not much, just want to ask you for a favor. Chapter 17 What grade, and I participate in the same auction. As soon as he heard that Zhao Mingyue needed his help, he became a little curious, he didn't know what else a person of Zhao Mingyue's kind of human life would need his help for. Say it, what kind of favor? Su Yang asked. This afternoon, Xingjing Auction House will hold an auction, there will be an ancient martial arts mine method, I want you to help me to have a long look to see if it's real or fake. Zhao Mingyue explained. Ancient martial arts? Su Yang said curiously. Yes, I've never been able to break through the sovereign realm, so I want to rely on this heart method to break through. Hearing this, Su Yang began to look Zhao Mingyue up and down. He had to say that Zhao Mingyue's figure was really good, a good seedling for practicing martial arts. With her clear bones, she was considered to be a 1 in 100 wonder. It was no wonder that she had become the youngest Zhongshe realm martial artist in Jinling. Since she has the intention to break through, it's not impossible for her to help. Okay, no problem, but I have a condition. Yes, as long as it's not a withdrawal, any condition will do. Su Yang instantly speechless, this is prejudged himself then how to engage. Originally wanted to use this as a condition to ask for the withdrawal of marriage, but the other parties simply do not give the opportunity After thinking about it, it doesn't matter, since the marriage can't be withdrawn, then earn money. That is not, I want $1 million as a reward. Su Yang said with some embarrassment. He hadn't earned this kind of appearance fee before, so he casually said a price. I thought Zhao Mingyue would hesitate for a while, but I didn't expect that the other party would agree without even thinking about it. Good, no problem. Seeing Zhao Mingyue agree so quickly, Su Yang froze, and in his heart, he said, crap. Shouting low, this wave is a bit of a loss. Seeing that the two had already made a deal, Zhang Mengxue on the side was also unwilling and said, I will also go. What are you going for? Su Yang and Zhao Mingyue asked in unison. Seeing the two of them so tacitly, Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, but Zhang Mengxue gave the two of them a blank look. She explained, it is said that today's auction, there is also an ancient medical book, which contains some long-lost formulas. If I can get it, my company can definitely make a profit, and I will be able to gain a firm foothold in the group. Su Yang thought, really naive, such a good thing, there must be a lot of people who want it, how can you get it easily? Going there would be for nothing. Su Yang was about to refuse, but he heard Zhang Mengxue say, you can't refuse, during this time you are still my personal bodyguard, wherever I go, you have to go. What? Personal bodyguard? Zhao Mingyue exclaimed, seeing that the two of them didn't refute, she said to Su Yang again, no, I want it too. Su Yang gave him a blank look and said, Missy, you, a Zhongshe realm powerhouse, don't need a bodyguard. After saying that, he turned his head to Zhang Mengxue and said, Zhang, please pay attention to the wording of your words in the future, it's a bodyguard, there's no bodyguard, okay? Zhang Mengxue pouted and said, anyway, I don't care, I'm going to go. I don't care, I want to go. Zhao Mingyue said. The words out, Su Yang is stunned to look at her, the heart is also flooded with doubts, what is the situation? In the morning, the two people who were still incompatible, why are they going to participate in the auction together now? Not waiting for the two to ask, Zhao Mingyue hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand that ancient medical art I also heard, it is said that the Lu family will also go, I just don't want to let the Lu family have their way. Thank you. Zhang Mengxue said gratefully. Su Yang was even more surprised by this thank you, almost dropping his jaw, thinking, women, what a strange species. In the auction hall of Shengjing Auction House, the guests had already arrived. Su Yang brought Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue and also arrived early. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw a familiar figure, greeting them from afar. Divine Dr. Su, how are you? The person who came was no other than Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng came to the three of them and greeted Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue respectively, before turning to Su Yang again. Divine Dr. Su, this is also rushing towards the ancient medical arts? Su Yang's head was full of fog, what ancient medical arts, he was not interested at all, if it wasn't for these two women pulling him to come, he wouldn't have come. How boring the auction was, wouldn't he smell good if he brushed up on his short dramas at home? What's more, with his current medical skills, where is the need for any medical skills? Si Su Yang did not answer, Lu Zhanfeng then said, Dr. Su can rest assured, if you want, I will shoot down to give you do not need you to spend a penny. Su Yang was about to reject him, but heard a man's voice from behind him, matter who is so big mouth ah? The crowd looked for the sound, but saw three men with a group of bodyguards toward the door this way. The man at the head, Su Yang has not seen before, but behind him on the left and right of the two people he recognized. One was Zhang Mengxue's younger brother, Zhang Xiaofeng, and the other was Lu Wenbin. Then he looked at the five people following behind him, 2 Grand Masters and 3 Grand Master powerhouses. It was thought that the person at the head was a bit of a head. Su Yang frowned when he saw the visitor, indicating that he did not recognize him. Zhao Mingyue came to Su Yang's ear and whispered, the second son of the Long family of the Jinling ancient martial arts family, Long Yunlin. Su Yang once again looked at him with contemptuous eyes, Grandmaster middle stage, bullish awe. Lu Wenbin came to the ear of the man at the head and also whispered a few words. Long Yunlin also glanced at Su Yang with disdain. I thought it was Huna, it turned out to be a country bumpkin ah. Long Yunlin said contemptuously, his tone full of scorn. Young Master Long, you can't say that, this is Lu Shifeng doing the peacemaking. But before he could finish his sentence, he was mercilessly interrupted by Long Yunlin. But what? But what the hell but, you or something, also dare to talk to me like this? Lu Zhanfeng sniffed, his face turned blue with anger. Young Master Lu, even your father does not dare to talk to me like this, how do you dare? To give me less fucking nonsense, call you a Lu Divine Doctor is to give you face, but also really take themselves seriously, right? Long Yunlin said angrily. Lu Shifeng's expression had become extremely bad at this point. But Long Yunlin didn't pay any attention to him, he turned to Su Yang. Coldly, he said, what class are you, and are you worthy of attending the same auction as me? Long Yunlin, don't go too far, Su Yang was invited by me. Zhao Mingyue angrily rebuked. Yo, you invited him? I mean Mingyue, when did you get involved with this kind of country bumpkin, it's really a disgrace to your Zhao family. Long Yunlin finished and didn't forget to smile contemptuously. Su Yang was indifferent and asked Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue beside him, "Did you hear any dogs barking?" Both of them snorted at the words. "Country bumpkin, who the hell are you cursing? Looking for death, right?" Lu Wenbin took the lead. It had to be said that as a lapdog, Lu Wenbin was qualified. Originally, as one of the four great families of Jinling, the Lu family didn't need to be like this. But there is no way. Long Yunlin has the heritage of an ancient martial arts family, so Lu Wenbin just had to please him. "Ouch, why is there another one?" Su Yang said with a face full of disgust. "Good boy, mouth kung fu is quite powerful yo, just do not know can not resist, my men's beating ah." Long Yunlin said, rushed behind the back of the three Master Realm men, made a wink. Three people, also understand, quickly walked to the front, full of fierce eyes glaring at Su Yang. A vicious fight, it looked like it was about to start. Chapter 18. A broken sword is just a broken sword. Looking at the three Zhongshe realm powerhouses standing in front of Su Yang, Zhao Mingyue instantly blocked in front of Su Yang. Su Yang froze and asked in a low voice from behind, "What are you doing?" Before Zhao Mingyue could answer, she only heard one of the Zong masters say, "Do you think that one of you Zong masters can stand up to three of us Zong masters?" Although Zhao Mingyue was already at the peak of Zhongshe, if she was asked to fight three mid-Zhongshe alone, if it was one-on-one, she would be a sure thing. But if she was bullying the few with the many, she still didn't have a full grasp. But Zhao Mingyue didn't have the slightest bit of timidity and said confidently, "How do I know if I don't try?" Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly said, "Sister, why don't you hurry over?" "Right, Schwer, you hurry over." Lu Wenbin also chimed in. Zhang Mengxue glared at the two and said, "I don't." Then she moved to Su Yang's side and took his arm. Lu Wenbin's lungs almost exploded with anger when he saw the two acting so intimately. Zhang Xiaofeng was also furious and stomped his feet. Long Yunlin, however, was full of complacency and gently nodded his head, saying, "Very well, three masters, do it." The three masters received the command and immediately assumed their positions, releasing their true qi, the powerful air pressure sending chills down the spines of the people around them. Zhao Mingyue was not the least bit afraid and started releasing her true qi at the same time. Several people simultaneously began to activate their hands' true qi, ready to meet the enemy at any time. "Stop!" Suddenly a thick male voice came out. Several people hurriedly put away their true qi. A middle-aged man in a suit had already come to the side of the crowd. "Gentlemen, fighting is prohibited in the Shangjing auction house. If you have any personal grudges, please go outside to settle them." Long Yunlin smiled back, managerly, "Really sorry, just now made a little misunderstanding, please forgive me." After saying that, he turned his head to stare viciously at Su Yang and said coldly, "Count yourself lucky." Then, he rushed to the crowd behind him and gave the order, "Let's go." Only then did the group of people enter the auction hall. After seeing the crowd leave, Zhao Mingyue smiled and said to Su Yang, "Let's go in too." Su Yang nodded, and only then did a few people step into the auction hall. After everyone was seated, the auction soon began. The host went up to the stage and introduced the first auction item, which was a basalt iron sword. But see this sword, the body is black as ink, the sword body exudes a ghostly cold light, as if it can swallow all the light. The sword was about 3 feet long, and the hilt was carved with a swimming dragon pattern. The body of the sword was wide and thick, and the blade was incomparably sharp, flashing with an avian cold light. The spine of the sword was engraved with ancient runes, as if it contained a powerful force. The whole gave off a heavy, majestic feeling, as if it was an inviolable divine weapon. "Wow, what a great sword!" The crowd present praised it. Those who knew the ropes, knew the tricks of the trade, and it was reasonable to praise it. Ridiculously, some laymen also followed suit and boasted indiscriminately. Zhang Mengxue does not understand, naturally silent. Zhao Mingyue, on the other hand, was moved by her heart, and was eager to get up. Looking at Zhao Mingyue's glowing eyes, Su Yang shook his head. Thinking to himself, "A broken sword, is that so bad?" Amidst the praise of the crowd, the host announced the starting price. The starting price was $5 million, and each starting bid shall not be less than $1 million. $5 million. As soon as the host's words fell, Zhao Mingyue couldn't wait to raise her card and shout. With this voice, she startled Su Yang on the side and only looked at her in shock. Before Su Yang could react, not far away, Long Yunlin raised his card and shouted, $7 million. The crowd looked for the sound. Su Yang thought, "This is also a fool." Zhao Mingyue, however, was furious, fiercely glared at Long Yunlin. Then raised his card and shouted, $10 million. Su Yang was shocked again, thinking, this woman has lost her mind. 12 million. Long Yunlin continued to shout. 15 million. Zhao Mingyue did not have the slightest intention of giving up. 17 million. When Long Yunlin shouted like that, Zhao Mingyue instantly showed hesitation, because her budget other than the ancient martial art technique was only 15 million. But right now, that self-righteous Long Yunlin was dead set on not letting up and was so aggressive. Seeing Zhao Mingyue hesitate to bid, Long Yunlin was very pleased and mocked, "Yo, what's wrong with Miss Zhao, can't you get that much money? If you can't get that much money, then I'll take it." After saying that, he also did not forget to laugh a little, causing the people around him to also follow and laugh. At this moment, Zhao Mingyue was already furious and gritted her teeth. She hesitated for a moment and raised her card and shouted, 18 million. Are you crazy? Su Yang chided in a low voice. Before Zhao Mingyue could answer Su Yang's reproach, Long Yunlin blurted out, $20 million. Zhao Mingyue's face was full of unwillingness, and then she wanted to raise her hand again. However, he was pressed by Su Yang. Zhao Mingyue looked at Su Yang suspiciously, her eyes full of doubt, unwillingness. Su Yang came to her ear, and a fresh fragrance came to her nose. That sword was an artifact, not worth the price. Zhao Mingyue was originally prepared to auction it off and use it as a practical weapon, but now that she heard Su Yang say that it was an artifact, she was filled with shock and skepticism. Seeing her face full of skepticism, Su Yang said in relief, "You trust me?" Saying that, he gently patted the back of Zhao Mingyue's hand. Su Yang's patting made Zhao Mingyue feel a little more at ease. However, she still doubted the authenticity of what Su Yang said. Looking at Su Yang's determined eyes, and thinking about the confidence he had when he said those words, she couldn't find a single reason to doubt. In the end, she chose to trust Su Yang completely and gave up raising her hand. Not far away, Long Yunlin saw that the two of them had been intimate for half a day, but in the end, they negotiated a result of giving up, and he couldn't help but have a smug look on his face. "Haha, I thought you guys discussed what result, nah, just this?" Long Yunlin's tone was full of mockery. Since young Master Long likes it, we naturally have no reason to take away others' preferences. This sword will be sent to the young dragon, after all, such a good sword is more worthy of the young Master Dragon well. Zhao Mingyue said in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. Su Yang heard Zhao Mingyue's words, couldn't help but hold back his laughter, but also secretly gave Zhao Mingyue a thumbs up. When Long Yunlin heard this, it was even harder to hide the joy in his heart, and the look on his face became even more complacent. $20 million once. 20 million twice. 20 million 3 times. Sold. As the host's voice fell, Long Yunlin's entire person was about to float. He very proudly came to Zhao Mingyue and said in a somewhat arrogant tone, "This person is to have self-knowledge, what is theirs and what is not theirs, never take what was not supposed to belong to them." Yes, what young Master Long said is right. Zhao Mingyue perfunctorily. Su Yang, who was on the side, smiled lightly. Is young Master Long not afraid that he spent $20 million to auction a fake? Chapter 19. What, are you afraid of losing? Hearing Su Yang ask this question, the smile on Long Yunlin's face instantly froze. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of Lu Wenbin came from the distance. He laughed and got up, coming to Su Yang. Country bumpkin, do you want to listen to what you were saying yourself? You country bumpkin, what the hell do you know understand? Lu Wenbin mocked. Then, he turned to the side of Long Yunlin, extremely fawning said, "Our dragon young but was born in the ancient martial arts family, for these ancient weapons, how can he be wrong?" Originally, Long Yunlin was still a little skeptical, but when he heard Lu Wenbin say so, he was confident again. Yes, he was a young master of an ancient martial arts family, how could he be wrong? Plus there were so many ancient martial arts families on the scene, if he was wrong, it was impossible for all of them to be wrong. Besides, Su Yang is just a country bumpkin, does he know what a divine weapon is, does he know what an ancient martial art is? Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Su Yang and said confidently, "Kid, I know, you can't get this sword, and you are deliberately talking nonsense here. But let me tell you, I don't eat this. And I can also tell you responsibly that this sword is real." Su Yang shook his head helplessly, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Long Yunlin's hand shook with anger when he saw him with such disdain and a mocking expression on his face. He turned around angrily, took down the sword from the shelf, and came straight to Su Yang. Seeing this, Zhao Mingyue hurriedly got up and blocked in front of him, questioning, "Long Yunlin, what do you want?" Seeing how nervous she was, Long Yunlin knew that she mistakenly thought that she was going to commit murder. He laughed, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. Didn't he say that this sword is fake? Then let him prove it to me. When Su Yang heard this, he smiled and got up, saying, yeah, this is simple. He told Zhao Mengxue to stand to the side and came to Long Yunlin himself. Long Yunlin asked, what if you can't prove that this sword isn't fake? If you can't, then you can't, there is nothing to do. Su Yang said indifferently. I think it's because you don't dare to say it, I think you're just talking nonsense here. Lu Wengbin was the first to mock. Su Yang is very speechless to this kind of stupid fork, helplessly shaking his head. Then you say what to do. If you can't prove that this sword is fake, then you will crawl out from here. Long Yunlin opened his mouth. Su Yang rolled his eyes and thought, how could anyone come up with such a boring, idiotic bet? Okay, no problem. But what if I can prove that this sword is fake? As soon as these words came out, Long Yunlin glanced at each other and actually laughed out loud, his face full of incredulity. In their opinion, it was impossible for this sword to be a fake. If you prove that this sword is fake, I will eat it. Long Yunlin said. Su Yang bristled and said, forget it, you can't eat it anyway. You then what do you say? Su Yang thought for a moment and said, how about this, if I can prove that this sword is fake, you can give me $10 million. Long Yunlin smiled and laughed, saying, okay, country bumpkin is a country bumpkin, have you seen what 10 million looks like? The reason why Long Yunlin said that didn't mean that he didn't care about 10 million, but he felt that he wouldn't lose. Even if he loses, he can still deny it. Mouth says no evidence, make a note. Su Yang said. Long Yunlin heard him say this, but froze, he did not expect Su Yang will come to this. In fact, for a moment, did not know how to respond. Seeing Long Yunlin did not respond, Su Yang mocked, what? Are you afraid that you will lose? Lose? Joke, how could I possibly lose? Long Yunlin pretended to be relaxed and said. Just make a note, not just a note. Soon, with the help of the staff of the auction house, they made a note, and each signed and pressed their handprints. After everything was done, Long Yunlin handed the sword hilt to Su Yang. Come on, start your proof, I want to see how you prove it. Su Yang, however, waved his hand in a hurry and shrugged it off. Don't give it to me. Seeing Su Yang push back so much, Long Yunlin once again revealed a mocking expression and said, what, are you trying to just admit defeat? That would be best, hurry up and climb out from here. On the side, Zhao Mingyue was unable to look on and said angrily, Long Yunlin, don't go too far. Hearing this, Long Yunlin hadn't said anything yet, but Lu Wengbin beside him grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Miss Zhao, how can this be called excessive? We have made a note, black and white, written in black and white, but clearly If you want to blame, you can only blame some people who do not know what they are doing. After saying that, he also did not forget to laugh a little. Zhao Mingyue was about to retort, but was stopped by Su Yang. He rushed at Long Yunlin and said, I won't take it, not that I can't prove it, but I'd like to say that there's no need for me to prove it at all. When these words came out, everyone was filled with confusion. What can you prove yourself, and you don't need to prove yourself? Don't need you to prove it, then who will prove it? Long Yunlin asked. How about this, you find a Zhongshe realm martial artist on the spot? Su Yang said. There were many ancient martial arts families coming to the auction site. A Zhongshe realm martial artist was naturally very easy to find, including Long Yunlin himself, who was a mid-Zhongshe powerhouse. Long Yunlin laughed and said, what's so difficult about this? No need to find, I myself am the Zhongshe realm. After saying that, he did not forget to show a smug smile, as if he was invincible. Su Yang nodded his head and said, fine, then you can come yourself. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the row of tables by the wall, and when he came back, there was already an extra apple in his hand. Su Yang tossed the apple in his hand. Wait, I will throw the apple into the air, then I will be obliged to have Long Xiao use his sword chi to split this apple, and then. Before Su Yang finished his words, he only heard Lu Wengbin laugh out loud. Country bumpkin, are you out of your mind? Is this the way you said to prove it? This is the way you say prove it? After saying that, he continued to laugh again. But before he could laugh twice, he was stopped by Su Yang. Laughing my ass, I'll laugh. Didn't your mother teach you that interrupting others is a very impolite behavior? Lu Wengbin was dumbfounded by his dislike and stared viciously at Su Yang. Su Yang also ignored him and just continued to ask, how is it, young dragon, is there any problem? Long Yunlin smiled coldly and said disdainfully, what problem can I have? I want to see what tricks you play. Chapter 20. This book is fake. Hearing Long Yunlin say this, Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let me know when you are ready. Long Yunlin single-handedly holding the sword, which began to movement of true qi, will be the body of true qi one by one to the palm of the hand, and then only to see that the sword, the body of the cold qi aggressive. It gave people a sense of shivering. Seeing this situation, Zhang Mengxue was also a little worried, and hurriedly got up and took Su Yang's arm. Su Yang could clearly feel her fear. He gently patted the back of her hand and felt that the back of her hand was cold. So he gave her a firm look. Don't worry, it's fine. Zhang Mengxue looked at Su Yang's firm look, and her heart was finally a little more at ease. At this time, Zhao Mingyue also came to his ear and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure? Is this really okay?" What Su Yang returned to her was also a firm look. Don't worry, trust me. Zhao Mingyue wanted to say something, but finally chose to believe Su Yang. Alright, I'm ready. Long Yunlin suddenly said. Su Yang glanced at him, took 3 steps back, and threw the apple into the air. Long Yunlin instantly focused his attention and stared at the apple in the air with a stern gaze, like a leopard ready to catch its prey. He saw the right time, and in just a split second, he raised his hand and waved his hand. A sword chi came out of the air, splitting the apple into 2 petals, and then landed on the ground. The moment the apple landed, Lu Wenbin couldn't help but applaud. A face full of fawning colors. Good, good, young dragon is awesome. But not many others present praised it. After all, everyone knew that this was just a basic skill as a martial artist, nothing unusual. Long Yunlin smiled smugly and shallowly, crossing the sword in his hand, turning it over and over many times, but the sword was indeed intact. Lu Wenbin also saw it. He laughed out loud. Country bumpkin, see, this sword well nah, your method also does not work you lose. After saying that, he laughed twice and continued, lost, hurry up and climb out. The tone was strong and arrogant. Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue were also nervous and looked at Su Yang with some panic. Su Yang nodded at the two of them and said in relief, wait a little longer. Long Yunlin once again looked at the sword in his hand, and nothing strange appeared. Only then did he smile smugly and said mockingly, looks like, your method doesn't work. Alright, hurry up and fulfill the bet and climb out. Su Yang said, Long Yung don't be anxious, or, you shake your hand sword again. Lu Wenbin once again jumped out first, angrily, what a joke, you will not be losing, want to find reasons to delay it, less here to pull useless, hurry from here to climb out. Su Yang face full of disdain looked at Lu Wenbin, and with the little thumb pulled out his ears, said, Lu less, do dog should have to do dog consciousness, your master did not speak, you are here to bark what? You Lu Wenbin was angry speechless. Su Yang's words also led to a group of people snickering below. Only then did Long Yunlin open his mouth and say, shake it just a little bit, not to mention shaking it a little bit, even shaking it 2 times is not. Long Yunlin said while starting to shake the sword in his hand with force, but before the words were finished, he froze in place. Because just as he began to shake the sword, from the tip of the sword began to appear cracks, and soon cracks spread all over the sword body, and then cracked and fell to the ground. In the end, only a sword hilt was left in Long Yunlin's hand. Everyone present was shocked, and everyone began to talk. All were guessing what was going on. Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue, on the contrary, let out a long breath of relief. Zhao Mingyue asked in a low voice, how did you do it? Su Yang smiled lightly and replied in a low voice, I'll tell you later. Lu Wenbin looked at the debris on the ground in shock, half a day unable to say a word. Suddenly his eyes turned as if he thought of something. Oh, I know, it must be you kid, using some means to make this sword broken. He pointed at Su Yang and then said, you hurry up and pay for it. Su Yang was very innocent, scratching his head, said, Lu Xiao, this is wrong me from the beginning to the end, I did not touch the sword The crowd then remembered, Su Yang indeed never touched the sword has always been in the hands of Long Yunlin. Long Yunlin also realized at this moment, this sword really has a problem, and at this moment he can only be mute, this bitter can only eat himself. Lu Wenbin also because the words are poor, half a day cannot speak. After a while, he stammered and said, you fart, it must be you, it is you. Snapped. He had not finished his words, he was severely slapped by Long Yunlin. Shut up, not enough shame? After saying that he gasped and slammed the hilt of the sword in his hand on the ground and returned to his seat. Lu Wenbin also enlightened his face and followed him back to his seat. Su Yang got the bank card from the staff, shook it in his hand, and satisfactorily stuffed it into his pocket. And this series of actions of his, in Long Yunlin's opinion, was nothing short of naked provocation. Soon, everyone was seated in their seats again. The host also began to introduce the next auction items. The next item to be auctioned was the second item of the day, an ancient martial art technique, the Xian Huang Decree. When these words came out, the scene instantly boiled over, especially those of the ancient martial family. All of them were excited. Zhao Mingyue was even so excited that her body couldn't help but lean forward. To know, the purpose of her coming here today was for this heart method. She was still counting on relying on this heart method to break through to the Grand Master realm. Su Yang sensed her abnormality and asked softly, "You won't tell me that you just want this thing, right?" Su Yang looked at her with a face full of incredulity, waiting for her answer. Zhao Mingyue didn't hide it and said bluntly, "Yes, I'm still counting on relying on it to break through to Grand Master." Ah? Su Yang was astonished. What's wrong? What's the problem? Zhao Mingyue looked at Su Yang's reaction. She was puzzled. That's fake. What? Fake? Zhao Mingyue almost shouted out. Su Yang fake hurriedly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down, why are you so loud? No, how do you know it's fake? Zhao Mingyue lowered her voice and asked. Su Yang wanted to speak but stopped. After thinking about it, he could not tell Zhao Mingyue that the real one was placed on the old man's bookshelf. Oops, anyway, you believe me on it. Su Yang said helplessly. Zhao Mingyue, however, looked at Su Yang with a complicated expression, with unwillingness and doubts. Mingyue, just believe him. At this time, Zhang Mengxue, who was on the side, spoke up. When Zhao Mingyue heard this, she hesitated for a moment, nodded slightly, and decided to give up the bidding. Leaving only the other ancient martial arts families still competing, in a moment it was surprising that they had already called for $52 million. When Su Yang heard this price, he also bristled, shrugged his shoulders, and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 21. This book is also a fake. This $25 million price was called by Long Yunlin. At the moment he was proudly leaning his back on his chair, a look of determination, seems to have forgotten that just a few minutes ago, he had spent $20 million to buy a pile of broken iron. It was only then that he noticed Zhao Mingyue, who had never raised her hand, and couldn't help but feel a bit more smug in his heart. I said, Miss Zhao, this is how is not like, or no money can tell me. Well, I am still willing to help as long as you kneel down and beg me. After saying that, he smiled triumphantly, and even had some lewd looks. Shameless. Su Yang, Zhang Mengxue, Zhao Mingyue glared back at him and cursed in a low voice in unison. Su Yang's eyes turned, as if he thought of something. He came to Zhao Mingyue's ear and muttered a few words. Zhao Mingyue heard it but smiled with a guffaw and nodded her head in agreement. Then, she adjusted her state. Getting up, she looked at Long Yunlin. Young Master Long, is this looking down on our Zhao family? If you want to compete, you may not be able to compete with me. Long Yunlin heard her say this, and in turn became somewhat unconvinced and said, Is that so? Then I'd like to see the strength of your Zhao family. Zhao Mingyue sat down and raised her card to bid $30 million. $35 million. Long Yunlin blurted out. $45 million. Zhao Mingyue followed closely behind. $50 million. Long Yunlin then shouted. $70 million. Zhao Mingyue shouted. The venue was instantly in an uproar. No one thought that a small heart method could be auctioned at such a sky-high price. And at this moment, Long Yunlin didn't call for another price. He was already hesitating whether it was cost-effective to spend more money for an unproven heart method. When he didn't hear Long Yunlin's bid, Zhao Mingyue was a bit flustered. Originally, she had prepared $50 million to auction this heart magic, but when Su Yang said it was a fake, she gave up. The reason why she called the price after that was purely to raise the price for Long Yunlin. And at this moment, Long Yunlin stopped bidding, which instead put him in a dilemma. Su Yang also saw her dilemma. In a low voice, he said, Don't worry, if he doesn't want it, I'll pay for it. You out? You have so much money? Zhao Mingyue was full of disbelief. Su Yang nodded his head affirmatively, not like a lie. But Zhao Mingyue couldn't believe it. She thought to herself, Forget it, I'll fill the hole I dug myself. At this time, Lu Wenbin next to Long Yunlin was indeed anxious. Mr. Long, shoot. If you don't shoot, this will go to someone else. Long Yunlin is still hesitant. Long Young, you don't hesitate. I heard that this mental law can make people from the master realm fast breakthrough to the great master. Since the Zhao family did not leave no stone unturned, that means that the news is reliable. After listening to Lu Wenbin's analysis, Long Yunlin felt that there was some truth in it. Then, as if he had made up his mind of some sort, he raised his card and shouted, 100 million. The venue was once again in an uproar. When Zhao Mingyue saw him call out the price, she was happy in her heart and then wanted to raise her card to continue raising the price, but she was stopped by Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head at him, signaling that she could do it. After all, just now 70 million Long Yunlin had already hesitated. If he raised the price again now, it was inevitable that he would give up. When Long Yunlin saw Zhao Mingyue no longer raising her hand, a hint of smugness appeared on his face. The moment the hammer struck, there was even more suppressed excitement on his face. The Zhao family's strength is nothing more than that. After saying that, he also did not forget to laugh a few times. Su Yang, however, revealed an intriguing smile at this moment. Long Yunlin was holding the Xin Huang secrets, his face full of joy, as if he had already seen the scene of his breakthrough to Grand Master. Soon, the third auction item had come. It was an ancient medical book, the Myriad Apricot Grove Record, which was said to have recorded many rare medicinal prescriptions, as well as treatments for some difficult and complicated diseases. When the host finished his introduction, the scene once again boiled over. Whoever it was excited. Any of the medicinal prescriptions in here were worth a fortune. Zhang Mengxue was so excited, she had prepared 100 million today, and she didn't know if she could auction this book. She looked at Zhao Mingyue, who was sitting on Su Yang's left, hesitated for half a day, and finally asked tentatively, "Mingyue, can you do me a favor?" Both of them were stunned at her words, and both looked at her in surprise. Seeing the expressions of the two, Zhang Mengxue swallowed back the words that were on her lips. Zhao Mingyue was full of doubts, not knowing what Zhang Mengxue had to do. Su Yang, however, had already seen through her mind. "What kind of favor? Just tell me, I will definitely help you," Zhao Mingyue said. Zhang Mengxue hesitated for a moment before she opened her mouth with embarrassment and said, "I'll let you lend me some money to shoot this book." "Can't." "Can ah." Su Yang and Zhao Mingyue spoke in unison and said different answers. Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue were surprised, stunned, looked at Su Yang and asked in unison, "Why?" "That book is fake." "What? Fake?" Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue exclaimed in unison. Su Yang slightly nodded his head in affirmation. Zhang Mengxue curiously asked, "How do you know it's fake?" Su Yang wanted to say something. He couldn't tell the two of them that both the Myriad Apricot Grove Record and the Xin Huang secrets were placed together on the old master's bookshelf. "Anyway, you guys just trust me." Saying that, he gave the duo an incomparably firm look. The duo was about to continue asking questions, when suddenly a person poked his head out from behind Su Yang, startling him. "Egu, I say, old man Lu, you're so godlike and sneaky, do you want to scare people to death?" Su Yang complained. Lu Shifeng smiled playfully, then said, "Dr. Su, do you like this book? If you like it, I will shoot it down and send it to you, without taking a penny." Su Yang looked at him with surprise for a while before asking, "You are not interested in this thing?" Lu Zhanfeng smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm not lying, I am indeed quite interested, but I also know that at my level, I want to penetrate the mysteries of this book. It is not so easy." What Lu Shifeng said was true. This book is indeed not very good to understand, even if he is such a gifted person. Back then it took half a year to penetrate, and then only through more than 10 years of practice, to be able to integrate. Su Yang saw that he was very honest, also do not intend to hide him, said, "Lu old man, see you quite real, I advise you this book don't think about it, not much use." Lu Zhanfeng heard a stunned thought, what does he mean? Does he want to spend his own money to buy, or does he not want to have anything to do with me? Su Yang saw his thoughts and explained, "Don't get me wrong, the reason why I asked you not to think about it is because this book is fake." "Fake?" Lu Shifeng's pupils dilated, his face full of shock. This has completely gone beyond his cognitive scope. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Su Yang smiled and asked, "Do you believe me?" Lu Zhanfeng hesitated for a moment, nodded his head vigorously and said, "I believe." Su Yang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, then listen to me, don't think about it, go back and sit down." Lu Shifeng nodded his head unwillingly and prepared to return to his seat. But as soon as he turned around, he was stopped by Su Yang. "Come back, there is no way for you to send me the book, but can you do me a favor?" Lu Shifeng was full of favor. He didn't think that there was still a time when he could help the divine doctor. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "What favor, you say?" Chapter 22. Two straw men want to join forces. Only then did Su Yang whisper in Lu Shifeng's ear and mutter softly. Lu Shifeng just nodded his head repeatedly, indicating that he understood. When Su Yang finished, Lu Zhanfeng said, "Okay, I will take care of it." After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue, however, were very curious and asked, "What did you say to him?" Su Yang pretended to be mysterious and said, "Keep it a secret, just watched the show in a while. At this time on the other side of the Lu Wenbin but has already started to calculate up. Father Lu Tian sent him to, is to make sure that he shot the book. If he shot the book, let him into the company to manage the family business. In order to shoot the book, Lu Tian also prepared him for $300 million. Lu Wenbin is now very proud, because he has just passed the gas with Long Yunlin and Zhang Xiaofeng. The Long family was not interested in this book, so they had no intention of participating in the bidding. As for the Zhang family, although they were well interested, Zhang Mengxue only had $100 million. As long as these two did not bid, he would have no competition. When the bidding started, a smug smile appeared on Lu Wenbin's face. 100 million. The bidding that suddenly rose made Lu Wenbin's smile disappear. He thought to himself, what's the situation? The starting price of $50 million, how to come up to shout 100 million ah? Not only him, originally many people who rushed to this book, instantly also confused. What is the situation? Up is 100 million, this is not to give people a way to live ah. The crowd looked for the sound and realized that the one who called for the price was divine Dr. Lu, so naturally they were relieved. Which doctor will give up an opportunity to enhance their own strength, not to mention the Lu Shifeng, this self-proclaimed avatar Dr. Na. The crowd had begun to give up, afraid of money is not enough on the one hand, the main thing is afraid of their own shot back to the can't read, and then again valuable, but also to no avail. Lu Wenbin, however, is very unconvinced, immediately raised his hand and shouted, 110 million. 200 million. Lu Shifeng did not give him a chance to react at all. Lu Wenbin was infuriated and stood up at once. Surname Lu, you do not go too far, deliberately targeting me is not it. The crowd began to talk, began to discuss whether this is Lu Shifeng intentionally. But most of them still think, Lu Shifeng is a famous god doctor, obsessed with medical skills, naturally it is reasonable, but it is Lu Wenbin, but it seems to have no manners. Lu Shifeng is not afraid of him, get up and answer, Lu Young, this is where the words, I as a doctor, saw the medical books, some obsession, want to spend a lot of money to take possession of it, is there anything wrong? Lu Wenbin was dumbfounded by the dislike and could only sit down resentfully. Su Yang, however, buried his head and snickered. Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue now sort of understood what Su Yang meant by a good show, and both gave him a thumbs up. $211 million. Lu Wenbin shouted with anger. 300 million. Lu Shifeng did not have the slightest intention to back down. Lu Wenbin stood up, glaring angrily at Lu Shifeng. A moment later he sat down again. His maximum capital was only 300 million, if Lu Shifeng raised the price again, he could not afford it himself. At this time, he needed a partner. He looked towards Long Yunlin who was sitting next to him and pleaded, Young Long, you must help me. When Long Yunlin heard this, a difficult look appeared on his face. He had heard that this medical book was extremely profound, and without a little bit of Taoism, one would not be able to penetrate it at all. This was also the reason why he was not willing to compete. This kind of thing, not being able to read it, was no different from waste paper. Lu Wenbin seemed to see his misgivings, and quickly said, You can rest assured, our family's manufacturing company, there is a specialized research team, to penetrate the mysteries of the book, it is not a difficult task. Long Yunlin was a little shaken. Lu Wenbin saw him somewhat shaken, and saw the hope, continued to say, The new drug research out, the profits, we 5-5. He suddenly stopped, feeling so say is not too appropriate, changed his mouth to say, The profits, we 4-6 open, I for you 6. After saying that, he looked at Long Yunlin with anticipation. Long Yunlin thought for a moment, replied, Okay, I put out 300 million, is considered a share. When Lu Wenbin heard this, his face showed joy, and he couldn't help but thank Long Yunlin one by one. This side's behavior was also noticed by Su Yang and the others. Zhao Mingyue said, It seems like Long Yunlin is going to join forces with Lu Wenbin. Su Yang, however, smiled faintly and said with a disdainful face, 2 straw men, they can't make any waves. $311 million. Lu Wenbin shouted somewhat proudly. 400 million. Lu Chengfeng did not have the slightest hesitation. The venue was in an uproar, no one would have thought that a book can be auctioned for such a high price, really eye-opening 411 million. Lu Wenbin continued to shout. 500 million. Lu Shifeng is not the least bit afraid. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Long Yunlin shouted. The crowd looked at him in search of sound. Only to hear him continue, I have reason to believe that this old man doesn't have that much money, so I'm requesting that the auction house conduct a capital check on him. Right, I also request that. Lu Wenbin got up and agreed. The people in the venue also began to whisper. However, no one doubted Lu Shifeng's strength. As expected, the staff member went up to the stage and said, "I'm sorry, young Master Lu. Divine Dr. Lu has the strength because he is a member of our auction house, and we have a record of his funds." When Long Yunlin heard this, he was instantly confused, but he remained unforgiving and said, "Then may I ask how much funds he has? Since he has this strength, let's probe the upper limit of his strength." But the staff didn't seem to be quite what he wanted and said, "Sorry, we keep our members' funds confidential, but please rest assured, young Master Long, Divine Dr. Lu's current asking price is completely within his reach." When Su Yang heard this, he glanced back at Lu Shifeng and thought, "This old man Lu cannot, no wonder when I let him haphazardly bid upwards, he didn't have the slightest hesitation. Originally, so powerful?" What Su Yang did not know is that Lu Shifeng has been practicing medicine for many years, in addition to posing as a dustless Taoist heir. Not only has he never harmed anyone, but he has also saved many people. Moreover, the ones he saved were all rich people, so naturally the consultation fee would not be small. Only then did Long Yunlin sit down resentfully. Lu Wenbin quickly asked, "Long Shao, what to do?" Long Yunlin looked at Lu Shifeng. From his face cannot see any cracks. For a moment, he did not know what to do. He thought for a moment and said, "Directly call it to 600 million, if he raises the price again, we will give up." Ah. Lu Wenbin was a bit reluctant, but after hesitating for a moment, he chose to follow Long Yunlin's instructions. He raised his card and shouted 600 million. Lu Chengfeng sniffed and raised his card again. But right at this moment, his eyes met Su Yang's eyes. Chapter 23. You are simply a straw bag. Su Yang gently shook his head, signaling that he could stop. Lu Shifeng understood and nodded, then put down the sign. His face also put on a very reluctant look. This scene just happened to be seen by Su Yang, who sneered and muttered, "This little old man, he's quite good at acting." Seeing him put down his cards, the tension on Long Yunlin and Lu Wenbin's faces eased quite a bit. As the auction hammer fell, the two's faces instantly relaxed. They even became a bit excited and thrilled. Lu Wenbin stood up triumphantly and said contemptuously, "This is it? Just this? This is the strength?" The tone of his voice was full of complacency and mockery. Not to be outdone, Long Yunlin also stood up and turned to Lu Shifeng. Divine Dr. Lu, I'm really sorry. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take away a person's favor, but there's really no other way. The rules of this auction business are like this: the highest bidder gets it. If you want to blame, just blame your own strength is not enough. Said, also did not forget to laugh a couple of times. Lu Zhanfeng was angry, shivering, stood up. You don't go too far. Ha ha, he actually said we went too far. Long Yunlin was very pleased. Su Yang, however, was dumbfounded and muttered, "This old man, his acting skills are really good." The auction quickly ended and the crowd left the venue. Long Yunlin still didn't forget to take his loot with him and left smugly. Looking at his smug look, Zhao Mengxue was very upset. "Look at his look, what's the big deal?" Su Yang nodded in agreement, then stretched his waist and said, "Ouch, it's finally over. You guys say, how in the world can there be such a boring activity as an auction?" Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue were speechless and could only cooperate with an awkward smile. "Alas, today, Long Shao is a bumper harvest. It's just a pity," Su Yang suddenly lamented. "Pity? Unfortunately what?" Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue asked curiously. "Unfortunately, it's a pity that we won't be able to see him being scolded." Long family residence. Ancestral hall. Long Yunlin was kneeling in front of the spirit seats of the Long family's ancestors, his head drooping like an elementary school student who had made a mistake. There were also pieces of the Xian iron sword on the ground, as well as an ancient-looking book with the 3 italicized characters Xian Huang's secrets written on it. After learning that his son had come back with 2 pieces of scrap, his father, Long Qianshan, was so angry that he pinched the teacup in his hand, and then he gave a scolding, and then ordered Long Yunlin to kneel at the ancestral hall to repent. Long Yunlin's legs were a little numb from kneeling, but he still didn't dare to move. He didn't understand, even if the Xian iron sword was scolded by his father, why did the Xian Huang secrets have to be scolded as well? The more he thought about it, the more angry he felt, the more he felt stifled. "My good brother, what a skill!" Suddenly, a sentence full of mocking meaning came from behind. The person who came was none other than the Long family's son, Long Yunlin's brother Long Yunfei. Long Yunlin was already holding back in his heart, and now that he heard his brother mocking himself like this, his heart was even more unfavorable. "Brother, help me beg Dad, let me get up." Long Yunfei, after hearing this, was very disdainful and said, what kind of stupid things have you done, shouldn't you be punished? No, it's not. What I did was not something stupid. Long Yunlin desperately denied it. Suddenly he remembered the matter of the fake sword and then changed his words. Yes, I admit that the Xian iron sword was something I looked away from. But I got the Xian Huang secrets and the Myriad Apricot Grove record. These two books. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Long Yunfei. What? You also got the Myriad Hands Apricot Grove record? Long Yunlin nodded and added, and Lu Wenbin partnership shot, 1 person out of 300 million, but you can rest assured that we have talked about it, the new drug developed. You are simply a straw man. Long Yunfei said with some anger. Long Yunlin was puzzled and looked at Long Yunfei suspiciously. Long Yunfei let out a long sigh and said, saying that you are stupid, you still won't admit it, saying that you are a straw bag is lifting you up. Let's start with the Xian iron sword. 10 years ago it had long fallen into the hands of Xian Tian sect. How do you think it could have appeared in the auction? But if you read more, you wouldn't have to make such a joke. Besides this Xian Huang skill, not to mention that it disappeared for many years, let's say that it is worth, how can the average person get it, and even put it out for auction now? Lastly, the wonderful hand apricot forest record, Lu Wenbin stupid, you also stupid? This kind of randomly pick a prescription out, it is worth a lot of money, do you think it will be true? Well, even if you're lucky and this one is real, the mysteries in this medical book are not for the average person to penetrate. What's the use of you photographing it? Long Yunfei said at the end, his voice was unconsciously a few points higher. After Long Yunlin heard this, he could only remain silent. What his brother said was something he had never thought about. You, just kneel properly, you'd better think about how to recover the 300 million from Lu Wenbin. Long Yunfei finished speaking and left the door. Only Long Yunlin was left in the ancestral hall again, kneeling alone there. Lu's group chairman's office. Lu Wenbin's father and son were waiting for the verification results. When Lu Wenbin returned with the Myriad Apricot record, Lu Tianda was still quite happy. When he learned that Lu Wenbin had also pulled Long Yunlin into the fold, he was even more overjoyed, finally feeling that his son had grown a bit. The moment he got the book, he immediately arranged for the people in the pharmaceutical department to verify it, wanting to see if the book was true or false. However, the 20 senior pharmacists in the manufacturing department had been studying for 5 hours, but there was still no movement. How come there is still no result? Lu Tianda was a little anxious. Lu Wenbin sat on the sofa, and recently made a new girlfriend while sending WeChat, said, Dad, I say you is too cautious, Lu Zhanfeng that old man are scrambling to get the medical book, how can there be false? He stood up and continued, you just put your heart in your stomach, wait to count the money, our Lu family will soon be rich enough to rival the country. After saying that, there was also a smug look on his face. Suddenly, the office door was knocked. An old man in a white coat walked in, he was the head of the pharmaceutical department, Lao Ding. Seeing Lao Ding come in, Lu Wenbin was instantly happy. Haha, I told you it wouldn't be fake. Old Ding, quickly tell my father the results, is our Lu family going to be rich? Old Ding heard, face embarrassed color, thought, also rich, on this shit, not bankruptcy or already walking dog shit dizzy. Lao Ding looked at Lu Tianda with some difficulty, and then placed the verification report on his desktop. Lu Tianda picked up the report and quickly flipped through it, suddenly he stood up and said in shock, fake? Lao Ding nodded his head in confirmation. Lu Wenbin's smile froze on his face, incredulously looking at Lao Ding and then at his father. He snatched the report from his father's hand and quickly flipped through it. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible, he kept chanting in his mouth. Snap. Lu Tianda stopped him with an ear slap. At this moment, Lu Tianda was already shivering with anger, he pointed at Lu Wenbin and said through gritted teeth, you are simply a straw man. Chapter 24 You should marry Lu Shao. Lu Wenbin covered his fiery face, still cannot believe that this book is fake. As soon as he rushed forward, he grabbed the collar of Lao Ding. Say, are you mistaken, this book is obviously so many people want, even Lu Shifeng does not leave any stone unturned to get it, how could it be a fake? Lu Wenbin almost roared out. Old Ding was scared and shivered a little. Enough, aren't you ashamed enough? Lu Tianda angrily rebuked. Only then did Lu Wenbin let go of his hand. Lao Ding straightened his collar, adjusted his state and said, General Manager Lu, we read a few prescriptions, all of them were very easy to read and understand, not at all as profound and difficult to understand as the legend says. Secondly, we also made samples of the medicine based on those few prescriptions, and it didn't work in the slightest. Speaking here, Liaoding paused for a moment, glanced at Lu Wenbin, and continued, as for what the young master said, divine Dr. Lu also left no stone unturned in wanting to get this book. I think he should also not know the authenticity of this book. After all, no one has ever seen this book. If the young master hadn't photographed this book, then he would have definitely fallen for it. With these words, Lu Tianda once again looked at Lu Wenbin, itching to slap him to death. All right, you go down. Only then did Liaoding nod his head and leave. The old ding just went out. Lu Wenbin quickly asked, Dad, what to do? This book is fake. The dragon family, the 300 million. Panic what? The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you. Look at your point of interest. Business is inherently risky. They lost, we also lost it. Lu Wenbin seems to understand, nodded. Crown Villa 102. Su Yang lazily stretched lazy downstairs. Suddenly, the door of the villa was opened. Why are you here again? Upon seeing that it was Zhao Mingyue, Su Yang asked with some impatience. Why, can't I come? This is my home. Su Yang retorted, come on, please get it straight, this is my home, it's my home, my. Isn't your home my home? Zhao Mingyue replied. Su Yang was a bit powerless to spit, he had never seen such a brazen person. Let me tell you, I am going to move in today, I am here to see what things I need to prepare. Zhao Mingyue said. What? Su Yang shouted out, pupils dilated, both eyes looked straight at Zhao Mingyue. What kind of expression is this? I don't want another woman to sleep in your bed, to sleep is also my first sleep. Zhao Mingyue said in a serious manner. Su Yang heart only called bitter Zhao Mingyue, do you want to listen to you in the end in the words Su Yang looked at Zhao Mingyue's unsuspecting eyes, and for a moment he couldn't hold back. I won't talk to you anymore, I have to go to work. Su Yang hurriedly fled up the stairs, changed his clothes and went to the Zhang group. There are still 10 days, the task is completed, you can withdraw from the marriage. Thinking of this, his heart is beautiful. When he came to the company, Zhang Mengxue was not in the office, he guessed that she should be in a meeting, so he sat in the office and waited for her. Just sat down, Zhang Mengxue furiously pushed the door in, the secretary followed closely behind her. What the hell are they doing here? Zhang Mengxue said angrily. Mr. Zhang, don't be anxious, they should be compelled, the secretary relieved. Su Yang quietly looked at the duo, but those two didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to him, like he didn't exist. Who else can there be? My father and my brother. Look at the way the two of them just now, hating to see me leave office immediately. Zhang Mengxue was even more angry when she thought of this. At the beginning of the grandfather directly to the group handed over to her hands, let Zhang Zhengwan is very upset, now the group although better than at the beginning of a lot, but is still a not on the level. With this, Zhang Zhengwan constantly fanned the board of directors, wanting to remove Zhang Mengxue and then rise to the top himself. The secretary sniffed and also looked anxious, as far as the current situation was concerned, this was indeed a thorny issue. Suddenly, the office door was opened. The three of them raised their eyes and saw that the duo, Zhang Zhengwan and Zhang Xiaofeng, had walked in. Xiao Shuia, don't feel bad, this is the meaning of the board of directors, just think about it. Zhang Zhengwan pretended to be concerned and said. Yes, sis, you can feel at ease to marry Lu Xiao, feel at ease to be your Lu family's young granny. After all, the Lu family has already obtained the mythical Apricot Grove record, and soon their family will be rich enough to rival the country. Zhang Xiaofeng also persuaded. I will not marry even if I die, if you want to marry you go and marry yourself. Zhang Mengxue said angrily. Nonsense. Zhang Zhengwan angrily rebuked. Marriage matters, parents' orders, matchmakers' words, how is it that you say not to marry? Zhang Mengxue also came to be angry. Fine, since we want to talk about parents' orders, then fulfill the marriage contract set by grandfather, I will marry him. Saying that, she pointed to Su Yang on the sofa. Su Yang was startled, and when he saw several people looking at him, he quickly stood up. Mr. Zhang, we have already agreed on a bodyguard for a week, and then you promised to back out of the marriage. You can't break your word and go back on your word. Zhang Zhengwan and Zhang Xiaofeng scoffed when they saw his appearance. Just this country bumpkin, how can he be compared to Lu Xiao? Zhang Xiaofeng said contemptuously. Your grandfather was old and confused back then to give you this marriage contract. I don't agree with this marriage anyway. Zhang Zhengwan said. I don't need your consent for my own affairs. Zhang Mengxue retorted. Zhang Zhengwan was exasperated, a little speechless, thought for a moment, then said. Okay, since the people have come to the door to propose the withdrawal of marriage, then this marriage we withdrew is, you are still down to earth to marry Lu Xiao is better. No way, even if I agree to withdraw from this marriage, I will not marry Lu Wenbin. What's more, I will not withdraw from this marriage. Zhang Mengxue said in a firm tone. When Su Yang heard this, his pupils dilated, thinking, Big sister, don't bring you to play like this we have agreed in advance No, this cannot be by your nature to come, you must marry Lu Xiao. Do you want to let the Zhang family ruined, let grandpa's blood ruined? Zhang Zhangwen said sternly. The moment Zhang Mengxue heard this, her entire body unexpectedly froze. She didn't want to let her grandfather's blood be destroyed, but even more so, she didn't want to marry Lu Wenbin. Her parents valued sons over daughters and had not paid much attention to her since she was a child, even disliked her. Only her grandfather loved and spoiled her. She only wanted to make her grandfather's heart's blood stay through her own efforts. But how was this so difficult? Thinking about this, her eyes were already drenched in tears. Zhang Zhangwen noticed her reaction and immediately struck the iron while it was hot. So Xiao Shui, for the sake of the Zhang family, for the sake of grandpa, you must marry Lu Xiao. Only in this way can you preserve the group and grandfather's heart and soul. Zhang Mengxue faltered, she opened her mouth, ready to speak. But suddenly, she heard Su Yang say, I don't agree. Several people looked at him with shocked faces. He repeated, I do not agree with her marrying Lu Wenbin. Chapter 25 10-Day Promise. Several people were shocked once again when they heard this. Zhang Mengxue even had a complex expression, shocked and touched. Are you sick? You have all withdrawn from the marriage, who she marries, is it none of your business? Zhang Xiaofeng was somewhat arrogant. Zhang Zhangwen was also full of disdain. Said, Kid, this is our own family affairs, it is not your turn to be an outsider to tell you what to do. Yes, this is your family matter, but it is even more Shuer's own matter, it is not your turn to dictate here. Su Yan retorted. This voice Shuer into Zhang Mengxue's ears, making her heart beat wildly. Su Yang continued, it's also our own business if Shuer and I want to break off our engagement. But before we broke off the engagement, it's a matter between the two of us, and since it's a matter between the two of us, it definitely has something to do with me. Yu Zhang Zhangwen saw Su Yang like this, and was actually a bit powerless to refute for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, do you know that doing this will wipe out the Zhang family and let my father's heart and soul go up in flames? You are not qualified to mention the old man, Shuer became the president of the even if you do not support it, but also united with outsiders to pit him, you still have the face to mention the old man, bah. Shame on you. Su Yang cursed. Zhang Mengxue's eyes no longer have tears in them, all the aggression at this moment was turned into moving, quietly looking at the man in front of him. Yu Zhang Zhangwen was angry and shivered a little. Zhang Xiaofeng on the side was a bit unable to look down, stood out and said, you country bumpkin, you. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Su Yang gave him a dislike. And you say you, a good Zhang family young master not, have to go to be the dog of the Lu family, you still have the face to say that you are the people of the Zhang family. What you say people raise a dog, but also know to give a piece of bone, you follow Lu Wenbin every day, what did he give you? Su Yang's words, angry Zhang Zhangwen, Zhang Xiaofeng half a day speechless. On the side of Zhang Mengxue and secretary two people but looked dumbfounded. Su Yang see two people do not speak, continue to say, you do not just dislike Shuer management bad group, did not give the group to come to the revenue well. In this way, how about we make a bet? Father and son glanced at each other, looking at Su Yang doubtfully, then, Zhang Zhangwen asked, what to bet, how to bet? Su Yang smiled lightly and said, bet on whether Shuer can bring revenue to the company. Then how long is the time? Su Yang thought about it, the agreement with Zhang Mengxue still had about 16 days left. He wanted to end everything on the day the agreement expired, so he said, 15 days. At these words, Zhang Mengxue and the secretary's pupils dilated, looking at Su Yang in surprise, how is it possible to find a profitable project for the company in 15 days? Zhang Zhangwen and Zhang Xiaofeng two people, first also a shock, soon became a little pleased, this is not a sure bet? No, force him a bit more. No, 15 days is too long, at most 10 days. Zhang Zhangwen said. Dad, are you crazy, how is this possible? Zhang Mengxue blurted out. Zhang Zhangwen was about to retort, but heard Su Yang said, okay, 10 days on 10 days. Zhang Mengxue jaw dropped, unbelievably said, you're crazy. Su Yang returned a firm look to her. Nodding slightly, he signaled her to rest assured. As soon as Zhang Zhangwan and Zhang Xiaofeng heard that he agreed, they were instantly overjoyed. Zhang Xiaofeng laughed, "Country bumpkin, you're afraid that you're not a fool, 10 days, 10 days, 10 days, and you want to find a big project, what a joke." Su Yang didn't pay attention to his ridicule, just said, "Don't bullshit, just say bet or not." "Bet, definitely bet, this kinda sure win bet, not to bet is stupid nah." Zhang Xiaofeng laughed. "Alright, let's talk about the bet." Zhang Zhangwan added. "Good." Su Yang said dryly. 10 days later, Schwer gets a $10 billion order. At that time, you have to transfer all the shares in your hand to her. Zhang Zhangwan froze for a moment and quickly reacted, this was a sure win bet, how could he lose? "Good, I promise. But what if she can't get this order?" "If she can't get it, I will be at your disposal." Su Yang said. "Okay, it's a deal." Zhang Zhangwan saw that he agreed, and also agreed quickly. "Let's do it this way, let's make a note." Su Yang said. "What? Are you afraid that I will cheat?" Zhang Zhangwan asked. No, I am afraid that I will cheat." Su Yang said the opposite. However, Zhang Zhangwan's father and son did not hear it. Zhang Zhangwan nodded slightly and said, "This is what you remind me of, once the note is set up, I see how you can still deny it then." Soon, the secretary has prepared a note, the two signed and pressed the handprint, even if the bet is established. Father and son too this only proud, full of spirit left. "You are too impulsive, this 10 days time, where do I go to find a big project of 10 billion ah?" Father and son duo just left, Zhang Mengxue chided. Although it was a reproach, the tone was full of worry. Su Yang collected the note while saying, "You don't have to worry about this, I'll figure it out." After saying that, he handed the note to Zhang Mengxue and said, "This is for you to keep, so that your father will not regret it." Zhang Mengxue took the note, her expression was very complicated, there is gratitude, there is also worried, there is also some fear. "Okay, don't worry, trust me." Su Yang relieved. Then he left the company and returned to the villa to prepare for the order. When he returned to the villa, Zhao Mingyue had already moved in and everything was ready. "No way, are you really moving in?" Su Yang asked skeptically. "Nonsense, do you think I lied to you?" Su Yang was disliked a little speechless. After thinking about it, he thought it didn't matter, just let her live here first. The important thing right now is to finish the bet. "By the way, do you know any pharmaceutical experts?" Su Yang asked. "Pharmaceutical experts? What are you looking for this kind of person for?" Zhao Mingyue was a bit curious. Su Yang briefly talked about Zhang Mengxue's matter. Zhao Mingyue heard it but was a little unhappy and asked, "Are you doing this for Zhang Mengxue?" She was actually a little jealous in her heart, she also hoped that Su Yang could do something for her, so righteous. Su Yang nodded, then asked, "How is there?" Zhao Mingyue froze and replied, "No, doesn't their family have their own pharmaceutical factory? Wouldn't it be better to give them the prescription and let them do it themselves?" Su Yang shook his head and explained, "No, 10 days is too short, from pharmaceuticals to mass production, to sales, handing it all over to them won't work." Zhao Mingyue nodded, sort of understanding. The two fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyue's eyes lit up and exclaimed, "I do remember someone." Chapter 26 This old man is quite good. Hearing her say this, Su Yang got curious and asked, "Who is it?" Zhao Mingyue blankly glanced at him and said, "Lu Shifeng." Su Yang then suddenly realized, yes, as a famous Jinling divine doctor, pharmaceuticals such basic skills naturally do not matter. He slapped his head and exclaimed. "How did I forget about this old man?" Su Yang now thought about it, and felt that there might be quite a few places where this old man could be used in this matter. Thinking of this, he immediately took Zhao Mingyue and rushed to Lu Shifeng's residence. In a detached compound on the outskirts of the city. Lu Chengfeng was lying leisurely on a rocking chair, and a pot of tea was placed on the small coffee table next to him. His eyes were closed as he rested his mind, his hands naturally resting on his dantian. His body swayed regularly up and down with the rocking chair, and he really had the appearance of a worldly superior. Old man Lu? Old Lu too? Is there an old man in the house? 3 clear voices came from outside the door. Lu Shifeng slightly opened his eyes and looked towards the door. After he saw that the visitors were Su Yang and Zhao Mingyue, he instantly bounced up from his rocking chair. "Io Divine Dr. Su, Miss Zhao, why are you guys here?" Lu Shifeng said with a smile. Su Yang didn't answer him and just looked around. This courtyard of Lu Shifeng was not big, but the layout was quite exquisite and chic. Every detail revealed the owner's intention. There was a pavilion in the corner with some ancient stone benches and stone tables for people to rest and sip tea. The walls of the courtyard are covered with green vines, which are covered with purple flowers, adding a romantic atmosphere to the courtyard. Below the walls were placed some flower pots, in which various herbs were planted in different forms. Su Yang sat on the rocking chair, and his whole body rocked along with it. It was very comfortable. I say, old man Lu, your environment is not bad. Lu Shifeng smiled awkwardly. Su Yang picked up the teapot on the small coffee table, ready to send it to his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Shifeng hurriedly stepped forward to stop. Egu, divine Dr. Su, no, this is what I drank. Saying that, he had already taken back the small teapot from Su Yang's hands. Su Yang showed embarrassment and smiled, then got up and started to look around again as a way to ease his embarrassment. Lu Shifeng asked in order to ease the embarrassment, I wonder what divine Dr. Su and Ms. Zhao have come to my place today? Oh, it's like this, I want to ask you for a favor. Su Yang said. Lu Zhanfeng was a little excited, said, look at your words, what is the matter, you just command, I will definitely die. Su Yang hurriedly interrupted him and said, it's impossible to let you go for something that will send you to your death, don't worry, this thing won't kill anyone. Lu Shifeng nodded slightly. Only to see Su Yang took out the pre-written prescription from his pocket and handed it to Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng doubtfully took the prescription, opened it and took a look. With just one look, his whole person was shocked. He vaguely remembered that this was a long-lost prescription for a scar-removing ointment. Seeing his shocked look, Su Yang smiled lightly and explained, here is a prescription for a scar removal ointment, I want you to help me make this medicine. Hearing him say this, Lu Chengfeng was even more puzzled. With Su Yang's medical skills to make this kind of medicine, it was a piece of cake. But why did he want to let himself do it? Su Yang saw his doubts, and then said, I can make it myself, but the one I made is the best quality, a small amount, if you need to mass produce, and do not need to be too best quality, and the time is a little tight, so I need your help. Lu Shifeng then nodded slightly, and then looked at the prescription again, and sure enough, there were a few herbs that Su Yang had already given a different proportioning scheme. I wonder when I want it? Lu Shifeng asked. The sooner the better. Su Yang simply said. Lu Shifeng hesitated for a moment and said, okay, the results will be out before nightfall. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction before Lu Shifeng ran into the inner hall in a puff of smoke. Su Yang looked at the back of Lu Shifeng disappeared in the doorway, once again satisfied nodded and said, this little old man, people are quite good. After Lu Shifeng entered the house, only Su Yang and Zhao Mingyue were left in the courtyard. The two of them sat in the pavilion quietly chatting, waiting for Lu Shifeng's result. The two of them waited until the sun sank in the afternoon before Lu Shifeng ran out of the house. There were also 3 jars in his hands. Divine Dr. Su, according to your method, I tried 3 kinds, and I feel that all 3 are quite good. Lu Shifeng was a little excited. Su Yan nodded slightly and asked, how is the specific effect? Lu Chengfeng placed each of the 3 jars on the stone table. Said, Divine Dr. Su is really marvelous. The 3 rationing schemes, the medicinal effects are almost the same. But. He paused for a moment, pointed to the jar on the left-hand side, and continued, if you want to mass produce, this one is the most suitable, because he uses the shortest time, and is the most suitable for mass production. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. Lu Shifeng suddenly added, it's just that there is a lack of clinical trials now, it would be nice if someone could verify it. When Su Yang heard this, he also showed a difficult face. The most feared thing about this kind of medicine is that the clinical performance is not good, but now where to find people with scars on their body? Why don't I give it a try? Zhao Mingyue suddenly opened her mouth. Su Yang and Lu Zhanfeng looked at her with surprise. Zhao Mingyue wore a white short-sleeved dress, visible to the naked eye, and did not see any scars. You have injuries on your body? Su Yang asked. Zhao Mingyue nodded and said, people who practice martial arts, how can there be no injuries on the body? After hearing this, the two of them reacted, yes, how could a person practicing martial arts not have some injuries on his body? Not waiting for the two to speak, Zhao Mingyue picked up the jar of medicine, then she hesitantly looked at the two, her face suddenly a little red, embarrassed, said, I need help. Lu Shifeng and Su Yang glanced at each other and sort of understood the meaning. Lu Shifeng hurriedly turned his head and said, there is a guest room on the right-hand side of the entrance. After saying that, he walked towards his herbs, picked up a kettle from the side and started watering it. Su Yang and Zhao Mingyue came to the guest room. The atmosphere became a little awkward. In which position? Su Yang asked with some embarrassment. Zhao Mingyue, with a red face, turned around, with her back to Su Yang, and said softly, in the back. Saying that, she handed the medicine to Su Yang. At this moment, her face was already blushing and her heart was beating wildly. Su Yang was also a little nervous, he could even hear his own heartbeat. Zhao Mingyue flicked her hair into the front, revealing the zipper of her dress at the back. Su Yang reached out and awkwardly retracted his hand back. Zhao Mingyue also quietly waited for Su Yang's movements, but she was slow to feel any movement from the other party. She was about to open her mouth to ask, only to feel a hand touched her skirt, and then the back zipper was pulled open. The back came from a slight coolness. Chapter 27. The old man is very strong. Well, Su Yang slowly pulled open the zipper, Zhao Mingyue with its snow-white skin, a little bit of exhibition in front of his eyes. His heartbeat accelerated, and he could not help but swallow his saliva. Previously saw this kind of back, that is only in the video, now so beautiful back, actually appeared in front of him, and even close at hand. As the zipper moved down. Soon, he saw those two wounds on Zhao Mingyue's back. The wounds were not big, with Su Yang's experience, that should be the wounds left by the whip. Originally, he had already seen the wounds, but since he didn't have his back in front of him, Su Yang's thoughts had long run away. For a moment, he actually forgot to stop the movement of his hand. Until he pulled to the end of the zipper, he came back to his senses and stopped. At this time, Zhao Mingyue underwear band has also been exposed. Su Yang see really, that is black. It also had a lace edge. His pupils dilated, he couldn't help but gulp again. Soon, he realized that his behavior was a bit inappropriate. So, he hastily averted his eyes, took a deep breath, and readjusted his breathing. Only when he felt himself calming down did he look at the scar again. I'm starting. Only then did he take a bit of the ointment with his index finger and gently apply it to the scar. The smooth and delicate touch reached his fingertips, and for a moment, it actually made Su Yang a bit apathetic. Zhao Mingyue felt the slight gentleness coming from that fingertip, and actually didn't feel shy anymore. Once, twice, 3 times. Okay. Su Yang zipped up the zipper for her. Wait for 10 minutes, let's see the effect. Zhao Mingyue did not answer, just silently dialed her hair back. The atmosphere all of a sudden became a bit awkward again. You're hurting Su Yang in order to break the embarrassment, but also curiosity. Zhao Mingyue was silent for a few moments before she slowly opened her mouth and said, when I was small, I was lazy in practicing and was whipped by my dad. Su Yang sympathized deeply, but didn't know how to comfort her with words. It was impossible to go up and hug her a little, right? Zhao Mingyue, however, opened her heart and continued, since childhood, I have been a gifted person in the eyes of others. I think, in terms of practicing martial arts, I am indeed more talented than others. Precisely because of this, I learn everything faster than others, so I became proud. Martial arts practice is not serious, always lazy. Once, my father found out that I was slacking off, and it was nothing, but I was too proud, so I talked back to my father, and then my father took a whip and whipped me twice. At that time, I also knelt in the shrine for 2 days. Thinking about it now, it really is naive, not even understanding the truth that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people, and up to now, not even a Grand Master has broken through, and still boasts of being the chosen one. Thinking about it all feels ridiculous. After saying that, she herself couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Su Yang didn't think that Zhao Mingyue would have such a heartbreaking matter, nor did he think that not being able to break through to Grand Master had become a piece of her heartache. Don't worry, with your qualifications, you will soon break through to Grand Master. Zhao Mingyue didn't take it to heart and took it all as Su Yang comforting herself. It was just a bitter smile. She herself knew that without a top-level heart technique, it wasn't that easy to break through. It's almost time, let me help you see the effect. Su Yang opened his mouth and said, but he was not as nervous as he was just now. Instead, he was much more natural. Zhao Mingyue gently nodded her head and ruffled her hair to the front. Su Yang lightly, gently pulled the zipper open a little, just enough to see the original scar location. At this moment the scar has faded a lot, leaving a faint reddish halo. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. He believed in the effect of this ointment, he just didn't think that even if it wasn't an extreme ointment, it would still have such an effect. The effect is very obvious. After that, you can apply it twice more and it will be back to its original state. Su Yang said while zipping up Zhao Mingyue's zipper for her. Zhao Mingyue nodded and ruffled her hair back. The two of them left the room and came to the courtyard. The sky had already darkened, the lights in the pavilion had already been turned on, and Lu Shifeng was making tea there. How was it? How is the effect? Lu Shifeng asked anxiously. Regarding Su Yang's prescription, Lu Zhanfeng naturally would not doubt it. It's just that people are like this, many times they like to ask questions knowingly. The effect is very good, Su Yang said with a smile and sat down. Lu Shifeng was full of joy, even a little excited. He hurriedly listed the ingredients of the medicine, ratios, etc. on a piece of paper and handed it to Su Yang. After Su Yang read it, he nodded with satisfaction. The next step was to hand this over to Zhang Mengxue, let her arrange for trial production, and then get the drug test report, after which mass production could be carried out. But right now there is still a problem: how to sell this medicine and get the $10 billion order. Old man Lu, do you have any sales channels? Su Yang asked. Lu Shifeng, however, smiled heatedly and said, just this medicine, I can sell it out in minutes. Su Yang nodded, then asked, then if you need 10 billion orders, do you have a doorway? Lu Shifeng froze. 10 million level orders, he can guarantee, but this 10 billion level, he did not dare to guarantee. He looked embarrassed, not knowing how to open his mouth. Zhao Mingyue also saw his difficulty, and helped to say, impossible, not to mention 10 billion, even if it is a few hundred million, a few billion level of orders, for a new drug, that is impossible. Su Yang looked at her, understanding her concern, and turned his head to Lu Shifeng, waiting for his answer. I think I can give it a try. Lu Shifeng suddenly spoke. He thought that with his reputation, coupled with the effects of this medicine, there should be no problem in trying to get a $10 billion order. The important thing was how he could convince the other party. Seeing that he had some confidence, Su Yang said, in this case, I'll give you another bargaining chip, so you can tell them that they will have the right to prioritize the distribution of any new drugs they develop in the future. New drugs? Lu Shifeng slapped his thigh and said excitedly, this thing is good, I think I am now fully confident that I can get this $10 billion order. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. Think, this old man who can take out a few hundred million at once, is still a bit strong. Good, I'll wait for your news, but I hope the faster the better. Can it be done within 10 days? Su Yang said. If the output can meet the requirements of the other party, I believe it should not be a problem. Okay, you don't have to worry about the yield, I will ask Zhang Mengxue's side to be faster. Lu Shifeng then nodded and made a guarantee, within 10 days, we will definitely take the $10 billion order. By the way, there is one more thing that needs your help, I don't know if you are willing to do it? One more favor? Chapter 28. You're right if you believe in me. Once Zhao Mingyue heard that Su Yang had another favor, she couldn't help but cry out in her heart, expert ah. When he came, he said he would do one favor, but it turned out that this is the third favor. Is this playing with a condom? Lu Chengfeng heard but nothing, but quickly agreed, Sushin doctor what despite the command on the line. Su Yang nodded slightly, said, I want you to Zhang's group, the retailer in the hands of all the shares acquired. After hearing this, Lu Shifeng was filled with doubts. It is not that he cannot afford to acquire, just if he acquired, not very meaningful ah. Su Yang explained, I know you don't care about this kind of company, but I just want you to hold the shares of the company. If after 10 days, Zhang Zhengwen denied, you will transfer the shares in your hand to Zhang Mengxue, let her take full charge of the group. As for the money for purchasing the shares, I will give you every penny. If Zhang Zhengwen doesn't repent, then you can hold on to the shares and get the dividends every year. Lu Shifeng nodded his head after hearing this and said, Divine Dr. Su is really considerate. Only, I acquired this share, regardless of whether Zhang Zhengwen repudiated it, I will unconditionally transfer it to Ms. Zhang, and will not take a penny. When Su Yang heard this, his pupils dilated, thinking, this old man is really good, quite good at doing things. He thought about it and asked Lu Shifeng to bring a pen and paper, searched in his mind and quickly wrote down a prescription and handed it to Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng received the prescription, only glanced at it, the whole person stood up excitedly. Then he looked at Su Yang gratefully and was about to kneel down. Su Yang quickly jumped back a few steps. Old man, don't do this. Only then did Lu Zhanfeng stop moving, put away his half-bent knees and slowly got up. Su Yang saw him get up, then said, although you and I do not have a master-disciple relationship, but you also helped me a lot, so this prescription will be taken as my gift of thanks. Lu Zhanfeng heard the words, trembling with excitement, half unable to say a word. This prescription that Su Yang gave him, it was a good medicine to renew bones and tendons. Moreover, the herbs were not hard to get, as long as he had this prescription, it would be hard for him not to get rich. When Su Yang saw his excited look, he couldn't help but laugh, thinking, as to be so excited, looks like, still haven't seen the world ah. Then he added, alright, then hurry up and do it. Lu Zhanfeng was still immersed in excitement, just nodding frequently. Only then did Su Yang and Zhao Mingyue say goodbye and leave. But when they were about to go out, Su Yang turned back and called out to Lu Chengfeng. By the way, old Lu Heda, in the future, don't always a mouthful of Su Divine Doctor, it is annoying to hear. Su Yang and Zhao Mengxue, leaving Lu Shifeng's place, went all the way to Zhang Mengxue's company. Before he came, he had already called and asked, Zhang Mengxue is still in the company. Since Su Yang left in the morning, she has been worried. In the middle of the day, there were even a few times she wanted to call Su Yang. But after hesitating, she still held back. When she received Su Yang's phone call, she was so excited that she was at a loss for words. The moment the door was opened, she was even more excited. You finally came back. Looking at Zhao Mingyue who came with her, she instantly froze again, her heart sour. Thinking to herself, it's hard to believe that the two of them have been together all day? Come, this is for you. Su Yang didn't notice Zhang Mengxue's change in mood and directly took out the prescription and handed it to her. What is this? Zhang Mengxue was puzzled as she took the piece of paper handed over by Su Yang. She opened it and looked at it, feeling that it was a prescription, and asked, This is a prescription for a scar removal cream. Tomorrow, you should hurry up and arrange for someone to produce it, and get the drug inspection report in your hands as soon as possible. Su Yang explained. But Zhang Mengxue still looked at him half-heartedly. Su Yang continued, You can rest assured, this medicine we have already done the test, the effect is very good. And have already arranged for people to do promotion and pull business, orders are no problem at all. So, you have to hurry up and arrange for people to produce it, the faster the better. If by then the orders come but you don't have the product, it will be troublesome instead. Zhang Mengxue's emotions changed repeatedly. He didn't expect that Su Yang had already done so much for her after going out for a day. But she herself was still here doubting him, it really shouldn't be. When he thought of this, a wave of moving and guilt came over him. Seeing that she didn't react for half a day, Su Yang thought that she was still doubting herself. Don't worry, you are right to trust me. Hearing his words, Zhang Mengxue came back to her senses and said, Good, I will immediately arrange for someone to do it tomorrow morning. Only then did Su Yang nod his head and said, That's fine, since it's all decided, then hurry up and go home from work. Zhang Mengxue nodded, and then saw Zhao Mingyue on the side, then he said to Su Yang, Okay, then you send me home. When the two of them heard this, they both looked at Zhang Mengxue in surprise. No, Mr. Zhang, I don't have the business of sending you home. Su Yang said. That's right, Su Yang is now off duty. Zhao Mingyue said first. In the meantime, she also took Su Yang's arm. She originally saw Su Yang do so many things for Zhang Mengxue today, she was already very unhappy, and now actually want to send her home? She couldn't bear it, much less accept it. Su Yang tried to push Zhao Mingyue away, but she refused to let go. She even had an aggrieved look on her face, staring pitifully at Su Yang. Zhang Mengxue said, Why not, as a bodyguard, shouldn't you protect my safety? What's more, if you don't have the business of sending me back, do you have the business of sending Ms. Zhao back? The words, Su Yang instantly speechless, he could not figure out, obviously 2 days ago at the auction, but also help each other, like sisters of the two people, how today, and began to tit for tat. Su Yang was about to open his mouth to explain, but he heard Zhao Mingyue say, Send me of course not business, after all, we live together, go home together is also very normal. You guys actually live together? Zhang Mengxue's jaw dropped in shock. At this moment, she was shocked and resigned. Su Yang was in agony, thinking, Both of you, do you want to listen to what you yourselves are saying? What's wrong with cohabitation? I live with my fiancé, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with us living together night after night? Zhao Mingyue said proudly, as if declaring her sovereignty, but also as if showing off. Su Yang looked at Zhao Mingyue dumbfounded, thinking, Miss Zhao, you really don't want to hear yourself say what this is the words of the wolf and tiger, you are sure not to reorganize their words. Zhang Mengxue's lips trembled with anger and said angrily, You are simply shameless. What is this, men love women love, you love me, this is not all very normal. You shameless. Zhang Mengxue was a little angry, she could even already think of the picture of Su Yang and Zhao Mingyue in bed with their wizardry. Then, she turned her head to look at Su Yang, and there was a hint of killing intent in her eyes. Say, will you send me home tonight, or send her home? Su Yang looked at Zhang Mengxue's murderous eyes, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Obviously, this is a question that sends life off. Su Yang smiled awkwardly, moved his lips, turned around fiercely, and ran towards the office door. While running, he also muttered, Old man you can make me suffer Chapter 29 He thought he was very capable like. Su Yang ran back home in a puff of smoke. Back home, his mouth still kept muttering, "Women, really troublesome." He had just sat on the sofa when he heard the brakes of a car coming from outside. He knew that Zhao Mengxue had returned. But when he was listening carefully, he realized that it was both women who had come. He got up in a hurry and ran towards the bedroom, unlocking the door in the process. Sure enough, at that moment, Zhao Mingyue opened the door and came in, followed by Zhang Mengxue, who barged in at once. "What's wrong with you, not going home at night, running to my house for what?" Zhao Mingyue questioned. Zhang Mengxue ignored her and blankly glanced at her, heading towards Su Yang's bedroom on the second floor. Seeing this, Zhao Mingyue hurriedly chased after her. "Zhang Mengxue, come back, I told you to come back, didn't you hear me?" Zhang Mengxue had already arrived at Su Yang's door. She twisted the door handle and found that the door didn't open, then she twisted it a few times harder, it still didn't move. She angrily tapped the door twice and said, "Su Yang, you come out, hurry up and give me a clear explanation." At this time, Zhao Mingyue had also arrived at the door. Seeing that Zhang Mengxue didn't open the room door, she was quite relaxed. "Don't bother, I advise you better hurry back." Zhang Mengxue gave her a blank look and turned around to go to the guest bedroom on the side. Zhao Mingyue told her to leave before she herself went back to her room. Su Yang heard that there was no more movement outside the door, then he relaxed, lay down on the bed and wailed, "Help!" Early the next morning, Zhang Mengxue arrived at the company early and began to start arranging the work in a tight schedule. The scar removal ointment was also quickly put into production. Although she didn't know if this ointment would sell well, she chose to believe Su Yang, especially with that look in his eyes when he said this. Zhang Xiaofeng had just arrived at the company when he heard that Zhang Mengxue had obtained a prescription and was currently in production. He was so horrified that he rushed home and told Zhang Zhangwen the news. Zhang Zhangwen also heard some panic. After thinking for a moment, he asked Zhang Xiaofeng to find Lu Wenbin, to see if he could get a prescription from him over, to compare Zhang Mengxue's medicine. After all, what Lu Wenbin had in his hands was the Myriad Apricot Grove record. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded his head and agreed, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, he said, "Right, Dad, I also heard that many of our company's retail investors have been selling their shares in the past 2 days." Zhang Zhangwen heard, but did not think, said disdainfully, "Some small retail investors want to set some money only, are some small fights childish?" Zhang Xiaofeng Lu Wenbin about a KTV. Lu Wenbin left and right, embracing 2 women, from time to time also up and down. The 3 of them were laughing and joking, very happy. Next to Zhang Xiaofeng is a little worried, even usually he is keen on the female color, at the moment he is not the slightest interest, even on the side of the woman is indifferent. A few moments later, he really could not bear it, said, "Lu Xiao, what do you say?" Lu Wenbin continued to play with the 2 women, very perfunctory answer, What to do?" Zhang Xiaofeng, a little angry, but not good to attack, only to hold back the anger, continued, "Zhang Mengxue do not know where to get a new prescription, this morning has been put into production, I worry that she is not already pulled to the order, otherwise it is not possible to produce a large number of Su Yang and Zhang Xiaofeng father and son bet, Lu Wenbin is aware of. He felt that this was a perfect opportunity to help the Zhang family's father and son win the bet and marry Zhang Mengxue, thus annexing the Zhang family. He froze for a moment, pushed away the woman on his right, put his hand on Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder and patted it twice, saying, "Brother, are you stupid?" Zhang Xiaofeng was stunned by his words and looked at him doubtfully. Seeing that he didn't understand, Lu Wenbin continued with a look of disgust, "I say, why can't you think straight? Where do you think Zhang Mengxue's prescription came from, wasn't it given by Su Yang? Su Yang is not just a country bumpkin, he thinks he is very capable, casually take a bad prescription, want a salty fish turnover? He's dreaming. Think about it, even if this drug is effective, but that is after all a new drug, who would place a large order of $10 billion for a new drug? Isn't that typical of lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death?" After saying that, he picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. Zhang Xiaofeng felt that what Lu Wenbin said made sense, and he nodded his head. But his heart is still not solid. But I'm still afraid of what if Lu Wenbin once again disliked him and was about to continue to enlighten him, but then he heard him say, "Lu Xiao, or how about this, you give me a prescription, so that I can make more preparations." Lu Wenbin heard him say so, face embarrassed color, began to pretend to be confused, asked, "Prescription? What prescription? Where do I have a prescription, how can I have a prescription?" Saying that, he also unconsciously avoided Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes. Zhang Xiaofeng still pursued, said, "Lu Xiao, don't fool me, don't you have the Myriad Hands Apricot Grove record, just give me a prescription, I can beat Zhang Mengxue." Lu Wenbin froze for a moment, then pretended to wake up. Oh, 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 right. Lu Wenbin did not tell Zhang Xiaofeng that he had photographed a fake book. Yeah, who would admit that they were stupid and spent 600 million to shoot a bunch of scrap paper? Book I do have. Lu Wenbin continued, just, isn't it not studied out yet? Don't worry, as long as a research out, I will immediately give you a prescription. I promise you, as long as there is a mouthful of meat to eat, there is a bone you can gnaw. Lu Wenbin said with conviction. In fact, his heart has already been reckoned up. You don't even have the prescription yourself, you still want it, who do you think you are? If it is not to annex your Zhang family, who will be so close to you? And that sister of yours, don't be anxious, after this time, I will properly temper her. Thinking of this, he even thought of the image of Zhang Mengxue screaming underneath her, and uncontrollably, a lewd smile appeared on his face. Soon, he returned to normal and advised, brother, don't think so much, come, drink. Saying so, he picked up a glass of wine, stuffed it into Zhang Xiaofeng's hand, picked up a glass himself, clinked it with him, and then drank it all himself. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaofeng hesitated for a while, but still reluctantly drank the wine. But he was still worried and listless. Seeing him like this, Lu Wenbin was afraid that he would ask about the prescription later. Immediately said to the side of a few women, you hurry, my brother served well, everyone is heavily rewarded. The several women, laughing and giggling, pounced on Zhang Xiaofeng. You touch here, I touch there. One person said one sentence for Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiaofeng was soon smiling, hugging left and right, and was overjoyed. Lu Wenbin saw him in this manner and was relieved that he was finally fooled. Bang! With a loud bang, the door of the box was kicked open. Chapter 30. What are you? The crowd was startled by the sudden loud noise. It was instantly quiet. Lu Wenbin was originally in the mood, was interrupted, the heart is very upset, cursed, who is so fucking. Words have not yet finished cursing, he held back hard on his own. Because he saw Long Yunlin walk in from the door, slowly walking towards him. Lu Wenbin smiled and flattered and said, Long Yung, how are you why are you here, you came to notify me I can go to meet you Zhang Xiaofeng also followed the rise, a hard smile. Long Yunlin did not pay attention to the two, walked straight to the past, sitting on the sofa with a dashing butt, picking up a wineglass, playing with it. Long Yunlin did not speak, Lu Wenbin also did not dare to speak, he only had to stand quietly on the sidelines. It is clear that the young master of the dragon today this is not in a good mood, that cannot be casually messed with. But the more this happened, the more fearful he became inside. He had even felt his undershirt start to break out in cold sweat. Zhang Xiaofeng was even more afraid to make a sound and stood silently at the side, observing the duo's situation with his afterglow from time to time. Those women, seeing that the situation was not right, also hid to the side and then sneaked out of the box. I don't know how long it took, but Long Yunlin placed his wineglass on the table and said coldly, Lu Wenbin. Lu Wenbin was startled, busy back, hey, Long Xiao, what is it, you say? Said also did not forget to fawningly compensate for the smile. I came today, is to let you return the money. Long Yunlin said coldly. I'm not going to pay back the money. Lu Wenbin heard this, instantly dumbfounded, they do not remember borrowed his money this is not a mistake Is puzzled, only to hear Long Yunlin continued, yes, pay back the money, is the auction I lent you 300 million. Auction? 300 million. Lu Wenbin this time more confused, at that time is not a good, that is an investment, how now it has become borrowed. Long Yung, you see this is not a misunderstanding we were. The words have not finished, was interrupted by Long Yunlin. No, there is no misunderstanding, at that time said is lent to you, now should return. Long Yunlin tone is very cold and resolute. Lu Wenbin heard this some angry, said, Dragon less, you do this is not. He would have liked to say that Long Yunlin is not generous, but once he saw that eyes, he could only resentfully swallow the words back. Seeing that he did not seem to have the intention to return the money, Long Yunlin did not say much, got up and pinched his neck, his eyes were full of murderous anger. The sudden move scared Zhang Xiaofeng so much that he sat on his butt on the sofa. The body couldn't help but start trembling. Lu Wenbin was strangled and couldn't breathe, desperately pulling at Long Yunlin's hand, but it didn't have the slightest effect. He was too weak, in Long Yunlin's hands, he was like a small chicken. Ask you one more time, give it back, or not? Long Yunlin asked ferociously. Lu Wenbin's face turned red, powerlessly slapping Long Yunlin's hand that was pinching him. Seeing that he couldn't speak, Long Yunlin could only throw him onto the sofa with his hand. Lu Wenbin was thrown into raw pain, but he couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He just breathed heavily and coughed twice every now and then. This feeling of coming back from the dead made his heart palpitate. It was only after a while that he gradually recovered some. With a dry mouth, he picked up a glass of wine and poured it into his mouth at once. He put down the glass and said, "Young Long, I don't know why you have to ask me to pay back the money, but I really can't get that much money right now, otherwise, I'll use the myriad apricot record to pay off your debt." While watching Long Yunlin's reaction, he was calculating in his heart, "It's all fake anyway, so I'll give it to you." Zhang Xiaofeng was indeed filled with shock. "Holy shit, something that valuable, just give it away when you say so? It is a fool who knows how to choose." "No, I only want 300 million. Long Yunlin said coldly. Zhang Xiaofeng was again shocked. "Damn, there really are fools." Lu Wenbin saw that the plan did not work, and continued, "Okay, then you see, can." The words were not finished, he was rushed up by Long Yunlin, and pressed his head on the table. Zhang Xiaofeng, who was on the side, was so scared that he backed up. "What kind of a thing are you? How dare you make conditions with me?" Long Yunlin asked in a ferocious tone. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Long Yunlin continued, "Lu Wenbin, you don't think that I don't know that the Myriad Hands Apricot Grove record is a fake, right?" "What? Fake?" Zhang Xiaofeng doubly shocked. Lu Wenbin is also puzzled. How did he know? Long Yunyu joked that how can it be a fake it? Lu Wenbin stammered, not knowing if he was scared, or because he was pressed by Long Yunlin's head, hard. "Less fucking nonsense, return the money," Long Yunlin angrily said. "Good." Lu Wenbin saw that there was no other room for maneuver, so he only agreed. Only then did Long Yunlin let go. Lu Wenbin gasped a few mouthfuls of thick air, adjusted his state, took out his cell phone, and called Lu Tienda. He briefly told his father about this side of things. Lu Tienda on the other end of the phone was shivering with anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Long family really wasn't something he could mess with. If he wanted to blame it, he could only blame it on the fact that this son of his was too much of a waste. Hesitation again and again, he still decided to pay back the money. After all, the Lu family is only a single seedling. Hanging up the phone, Lu Wenbin said with palpitations, "Long Xiao, a moment will be fine." Long Yunlin nodded with satisfaction and gave him the bank card number. Then watched him deal with the follow-up by himself, while he himself sat on the sofa, poured wine, and drank it by himself. 10 minutes later, Long Yunlin's cell phone received a text message reminder that the $300 million had arrived, and only then did he satisfactorily drink the last mouthful of wine in his cup and get up to leave. Seeing Long Yunlin leave, only then did the two of them relax as if they were relieved. "Young Lu, is that book really fake?" Zhang Xiaofeng asked curiously. As soon as Lu Wenbin heard this, the heart that had calmed down, all of a sudden became agitated again, and his anger was rising upwards in a mischievous manner. Everything was because of this book, but now there was actually someone mentioning this book to him. "Where the fuck do I know, fuck?" Lu Wenbin roared angrily. Frightened, Zhang Xiaofeng could not speak well. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Lu Wenbin picked up a wine bottle and slammed it hard on the ground. Then he roared angrily, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart. Chapter 31 I am one of your dogs. Lu Wenbin was dragged up from his sleep by his father. Lu Wenbin had a face of impatience. If the one who dragged him wasn't Lu Tienda, he would have disassembled the other party and at least cursed him. "Dad, what are you doing?" Last night in the KTV, he suffered Long Yunlin's torture, although very angry, but cannot fight only to rely on the bottle, drink to vent the anger in the heart. "Sleep, sleep, sleep, just no sleep. How did I give birth to you such a waste Lu Tienda said angrily. A look of hatred. In the face of his father's downfall, Lu Wenbin is not very concerned. After all, for this kind of downfall has not been the first time. He has long been accustomed to his father's look down on. Seeing that he did not speak, Lu Tienda sighed, full of disappointment and helplessness. "Hurry up and get up to do some errands." "Errands?" Father has never taken the initiative to let him go do an errand. If he wants to do it, it must be that this matter involves face and requires him to go and lower himself. "What is it?" Lu Wenbin did not resist too much. Many of our agents, who cancelled their cooperation with us, are said to have signed a contract with Zhang's group. And the amount of orders has reached billions, and it is estimated that it will soon exceed 10 billion. "What? Are they crazy? That's a new drug, where did they get the courage?" Lu Wenbin exclaimed. Lu Shifeng, that old man, went to make a guarantee. Lu Tianda explained. Lu Wenbin nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. So, you need to go to Long Yunlin now and ask him to help stop this matter. But, Dad, you know that Long Yunlin guy isn't a good person. Lu Wenbin said with some worry. Then do you have any other way? Lu Tianda angrily rebuked. Then he added, the four major families in Jinling originally had a bad relationship. From the current point of view, the Zhao family's eldest miss is definitely on Zhang Mengxue's side, so the Zhao family is definitely helping the Zhang family. As for the Qin family and the Lu family, they shouldn't come forward. Lu Wenbin nodded slightly once again and said, okay, I'll go do it now. Saying that, he got up in a hurry and quickly packed himself up and left the door. He was a little scared himself, so he called up Zhang Xiaofeng. The two of them arrived at the place Long Yunlin had agreed upon, Dragon Tang Villa. This was the Long family's own property. Inside the mountain villa, there was a golf course where Long Yunlin was playing golf in a cozy manner. Lu Wenbin and Zhang Xiaofeng had been waiting in the rest area for almost an hour. Both of them were already impatient but didn't dare to show it. Finally, Long Yunlin finished his last shot and slowly came. Lu Wenbin hurriedly stepped forward, accompanied by a smile, and fawningly said, Long Xiao. Long Yunlin took off his sunglasses, looked at him disdainfully and said, say it, find me what? Long-less Lu Wenbin wanted to speak, really do not know how to open. The main thing was still afraid of dealing with Long Yunlin. If he didn't have a request for him, after last night's incident, there was no way he would come back to mess with this person. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Long Yunlin said sternly, do you have anything in the end? No, I can leave. Said and made to leave, Lu Wenbin hastened to stop, don't, Long Xiao. Long Yunlin stopped and stared at him. Lu Wenbin did not dare to look directly into his eyes, in his heart silently give himself a pep talk. Only then did he gather the courage to say, Long Xiao, I want you to help me stop the Zhang family's new drug contract. Long Yunlin sniffed and pretended to be shocked as he glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng on the side. His eyes seemed to say, that's your Zhang family's business, you're willing to give it up? Zhang Xiaofeng is also half a smart person, immediately smiled and said, Long Xiaosher, you can rest assured, that's all Zhang Mengxue's business, I have absolutely no complaints. Although Zhang Xiaofeng has complaints, but this time the bet, he would prefer his father to win, only then he, the only son of the Zhang family, will have the opportunity to take over as the next president. The corner of Long Yunlin's mouth revealed a touch of imperceptible ridicule, thinking, if the Zhang family can have a son like you, why worry about not being destroyed? Long Yunlin, however, pretended to be difficult, said, it's not that I won't help you, it's that my brother said, let me not meddle in the affairs of the four great families, otherwise, he will break my legs. Lu Wenbin sniffed, a touch of despair appeared in his eyes, he even flopped, kneeling in front of Long Yunlin. Young Long, you must help me as long as you are willing to help me, I will agree to whatever conditions you put forward. As long as you are willing to help me, from now on, I am one of your dogs. Lu Wenbin patted his chest and said. Long Yunlin pretended to think, hesitated for a moment, and said, good, then I will promise you. Lu Wenbin sniffed, his face showed joy, excitedly stood up and thanked him repeatedly, even not forgetting to make a promise. Thank you young dragon, don't worry, from now on, I am one of your dogs, whoever you let me bite, I will bite. Long Yunlin smiled and said, well, okay, then you go back and wait for my news. Only then did Lu Wenbin and Zhang Xiaofeng leave. As soon as the duo turned around, the smile on Long Yunlin's face disappeared. At that moment, Long Yunfei appeared behind him. Good job. It turned out that all of this was arranged by Long Yunfei. Brother, do you really want to help the Lu family? Help, definitely help. If the Zhang family rises, it won't do us any good, not to mention, it's still useful to deal with the four great families. Long Yunlin nodded and said, okay, I'll go and do it. After saying that, he left. Zhang Mengxue was organizing the new contract in her office, her face full of joy. After a preliminary calculation, the total amount of orders had reached $10 billion, it looked like this time it was a sure win. Su Yang looked at Zhang Mengxue sitting in front of the desk, full of joy, could not help but sneer in his heart, ouch, this woman is really easy to satisfy. I see you quite happy. Zhang Mengxue raised her eyes and looked at him, slowly got up and said, of course I'm happy, the bet is going to win. Do you think it's a sure thing? Zhang Mengxue had already come to the sofa and naturally sat next to Su Yang. With a puzzled face, she asked rhetorically, isn't it? Aren't you afraid that your dad will back out? When Su Yang asked this question, Zhang Mengxue was a bit despondent. This is indeed a problem, if the father backtracked, she could not get the shares, the hands of the shares are too small, the president of the position she still do not sit firmly. Alas, what can be done, he denied on denial. Zhang Mengxue said helplessly. Just now the face of the joy has disappeared, followed by a face full of sadness. A knock on the door sounded, and the secretary pushed open the door and said that divine Dr. Lu had come to look for her. Zhang Mengxue was a little puzzled. After so many years, there had been no interactions with Lu Shifeng. Why did he come to the door at this moment? Could it be because of Su Yang? She looked at Su Yang suspiciously, expecting to get an answer from him, but Su Yang just shrugged his shoulders, saying that he was not sure. Chapter 32 Order cancelled. Lu Shifeng was brought to the office by the secretary. He first smiled at Su Yang and nodded his head. Su Yang also returned a smile to him, signaling him to just do things on his own. Zhang Mengxue asked, Divine Dr. Lu, I don't know what you're here for? Lu Shifeng smiled faintly and said, It's nothing much, just helping Mr. Su to do something. Mr. Su? Lu Chengfeng was naturally talking about Su Yang. Since the last time they parted, Su Yang asked him to stop calling him Dr. Su. He changed his name to Mr. Su. Zhang Mengxue looked at the duo with a face full of suspicion. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng had already taken out a folder from the satchel he was carrying and handed it over. Zhang Mengxue suspiciously took the folder, took a look at the share transfer contract, and said with a face full of shock, Share transfer contract? She didn't know where this came from. She also didn't remember that these two people in front of her had shares in their own company. Where did this transfer contract come from? She was puzzled, only to hear Lu Shifeng explain, Mr. Su let me acquire the Zhang Group, all the shares in the hands of the retail investors. I will now transfer these shares to you. Zhang Mengxue was shocked and busily said, No, I don't have that much money to give you now. She knows that although her company's shares are not worth much, but the 16% of the shares, at least a few tens of millions of dollars, where she now has so much money. Lu Shifeng smiled and said, No need for money, this is a direct transfer, the remuneration has already been negotiated with Mr. Su. Once he heard this, Zhang Mengxue turned his head to look at Su Yang, his eyes full of gratitude. He didn't expect Su Yang to do so many things for himself. He was even a little confused. Su Yang did all this for himself because he loved himself, or because there was some other reason. Now if she gets the 16% of the shares, she will have 61% of the shares. Even if her father denies, her position as president will be more solid. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and sign on. Su Yang was a little uncomfortable by her look, hastily urged. Zhang Mengxue came back to her senses, picked up the pen and quickly signed. Due to too much excitement, her hands were still a little shaky. Thank you, Divine Dr. Lu. Zhang Mengxue said. Lu Shifeng nodded and said with a smile, Don't thank me. If you want to thank me, thank Mr. Su. After all, he gave me more than just. Cough cough. Su Yang hurriedly interrupted him. Lu Shifeng reacted and quickly stopped. Old Lu head, good job, go back. Lu Shifeng smiled and nodded, then excused himself and left. Only after Lu Shifeng left did Zhang Mengxue say thank you with gratitude. Su Yang, however, said uncaringly, It's okay, it's a small matter. Zhang Mengxue had been quite grateful, but looking at his uncaring appearance, she was a little angry. Say Su Yang likes her, but always thinking of withdrawing from the marriage. Saying that Su Yang doesn't like her, yet he has silently done so many things for her. Just at this time, the secretary suddenly ran in panic, anxiously said, Mr. Zhang, it's not good. Seeing her so flustered, Zhang Mengxue curiously asked, What's wrong? What happened? The secretary adjusted her state and said, Just now, someone from the sales department said that many of the agents who signed contracts with us have cancelled their orders. What? Zhang Mengxue stood up and asked, Did they say what the reason was? They said, This new drug of ours, the efficacy is still unclear, and it is still sold at such a high price, they don't dare to take such a big risk. The secretary said. Zhang Mengxue frowned and quickly began to think of countermeasures. The secretary put down a list and retreated as well. Zhang Mengxue picked it up and looked at it, and said with a saddened face, Most of them are old agents of the Lu family. Then it looks like someone is playing tricks. Su Yang said with certainty. Who could it be? Zhang Mengxue was also curious. It goes without saying that it must be the Lu family. Even if it's not directly, it's still related to them. Su Yang stated the guess in his heart. Then continued to add, Maybe it's also related to your dad. Zhang Mengxue was unwilling to believe this speculation. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Yo, busy? Lu Wenbin said in a conspiratorial manner. What are you doing here? Zhang Mengxue questioned. I came to care about you. Lu Wenbin said, sitting on his butt on the sofa. but Zhang Mengxue and Su Yang 2 people, no one to take care of him. Lu Wenbin did not know how to carry on and said, "Look at this face is not good is something wrong? Oops, look at me this memory, is the order was cancelled it. Ha 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 order was cancelled." Lu Wenbin laughed for a while before slowly stopping, the expression is very pleased. "Have you laughed enough? If you have laughed enough, please leave." Zhang Mengxue said angrily. "Did you do this?" Su Yang asked. Lu Wenbin was confused by this question, but soon reacted and said, "Yes, I did it, thanks to Zhang Xiaofeng's help. If it is not for him to disclose to me information, where can I know so many insider Although Lu Wenbin said in a serious manner, there was no confidence between the words. Su Yang could tell at a glance that he was lying. At the same time in his heart, he was also sure that although this matter had something to do with him, it was absolutely impossible for him to have done it. Seeing Su Yang did not say anything, Lu Wenbin thought that he was intimidated, turned his head to Zhang Mengxue and said, "Shuera, as long as you agree to marry me, these orders will come back right away, and I guarantee that there are even more than the current ones." After saying that, he looked wistfully at Zhang Mengxue's whole body. Su Yang heard him say this, his heart is very contemptuous, this Lu Wenbin is really a straw man even this kind of big words dare to say, also not afraid of cowhide blowing broken. Thinking of this, he also did not forget to skim his mouth and shake his head. Seeing Zhang Mengxue ignoring him, and seeing Su Yang's appearance, he was chagrined in his heart and said, "I don't even know what you see in this country, bumpkin. You see, if you want money but no money, if you want power but no power, what do you think he can give you? You see, now an accident, he can only sit here silently, you say to him what is the use?" Lu Wenbin is very sarcastic about Su Yang. "I can give you 2 punches Su Yang said while raising his fist, gesturing to hit Lu Wenbin. Lu Wenbin was so scared that he jumped up and backed up, seeing that Su Yang didn't chase after him, he also stopped. Just inside is still afraid, even some cannot help but trembling. Su Yang closed his fist and said, "Hurry up and get out, if you are late, you can only go out lying down. You dare." Lu Wenbin tried to threaten Su Yang. Su Yang could not help but sneer and said, "Okay, straighten your tongue before you threaten people." Lu Wenbin was dumbfounded, originally thought to say a few more hard words, but as soon as he saw that look in Su Yang's eyes, he was scared. That look, it was even scarier than Long Yunlin's fist. Thinking of this, he felt that he could let Long Yunlin deal with Su Yang. You guys wait for me," Lu Wenbin threatened while escaping from the office. Chapter 33 This President is Mine Law. After Lu Wenbin left, only Su Yang and Zhang Mengxue were left in the office again. What to do? There are only 2 days left. Zhang Mengxue asked worriedly. Su Yang scratched his head, touched his nose, shook his head, still full of unconcern and said, "I do not know." "Are you not in a hurry?" Zhang Mengxue was a little angry. "I anxious what? The anxious is the emperor and eunuchs, I'm an ordinary people, I anxious anxious." You Zhang Mengxue a little angry. Yes, this and what has he got to do with it, he has already helped himself enough. He has already helped himself enough, preparing new medicines and acquiring shares, how can he ask him to do more now? Seeing Zhang Mengxue's low mood, Su Yang sighed and said, "Alright, it will be fine, the car will be there." Not waiting for Zhang Mengxue to have any reaction, he then said, "Okay, I will withdraw first, then you don't need to worry." Easy to say, how can Zhang Mengxue not worry? The order is someone else's initiative to come up to sign, and now others take the initiative to return the order. She simply does not understand each other, there is no way to break through, how can you tell her not to be anxious, how can she not want to? Su Yang came out of the Zhang group and went straight to Lu Shifeng's special courtyard. Lu Zhanfeng is tending to his herbs. "This artificially grown herb of yours will poison people." The sudden voice startled him, he turned around and saw Su Yang coming in, he quickly got up and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Su, what brings you here?" Su Yang smiled and nodded his head, and looked at those herbs again. Su Yang knew that these herbs were not able to poison people to death, it was possible that they had even been artificially planted, the toxicity was weakened, and they didn't even have the medicinal effect anymore. In short, it was that the artificially grown herbs, whose potency was unknown, should not be used as medicine. Lu Shifeng reacted and explained, "In fact, these herbs are not used for medicine." Su Yan looked at Lu Shifeng. Lu Zhanfeng then said, "I just think that the flowers of these herbs are very ornamental, so I transplanted them back and planted them as ordinary flowers and grasses." Su Yang suddenly realized, and only then did he notice that it was indeed as Lu Shifeng said, these herbs that he planted, the flowers that bloomed were indeed more beautiful. He nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Old Lu too, I never thought that, you are quite sentimental." Lu Shifeng smiled awkwardly at his words. Su Yang also returned to the topic, took out a piece of paper, handed to Lu Shifeng, said, "Look, what's going on, how all the orders returned." Lu Zhanfeng was also surprised, looked at it. On top of the paper was the list of returned orders. These were all agents of the Lu family before, how could they all be returned? I don't know, do you think it will be the Lu family who will step in to stop it? I don't think so, the Lu family is not so capable. Originally those agents are not satisfied with the profits given by the Lu family, now they have the opportunity to withdraw, they are still too happy now, how would they back out? Su Yang nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Then who do you think it will be?" Lu Shifeng thought for a moment and replied, "There is definitely the Lu family involved, but the four great families have always been at odds, so the Qin family and the Lu family naturally won't help. As for the Zhao family, I see that the Zhao family is grateful to you, so naturally they won't make a move either. Then, the Lu family can only look for the Dragon family, because apart from the four great families, only the Dragon family has such strength." Su Yang nodded and muttered, Dragon family, it looks like the Dragon family is trying to play a big game." Since he had figured out the person behind the curtain, the only way to check and balance it would be to find someone whose strength was higher than the Dragon family. Thus, he went out the door, dialed a phone, explained a few sentences, and hung up the phone with satisfaction. Early in the morning, Zhang Mengxue was in the office making phone calls, looking around for a solution. But after a dozen or so phone calls, the result was, nothing could be done. She was sitting on the chair with a sad face, a look of hopelessness. It was heartbreaking to see. "Mr. Zhang, it's no good, the board of directors notified you to go to a meeting." The secretary came in a panic and said anxiously. "What?" Zhang Mengxue was filled with shock. "Isn't the shareholders meeting tomorrow morning? How come it's so sudden?" "I don't know, it seems to be organized by manager Zhang's side, saying that it's already the day for you to give an answer." "My dad?" Zhang Mengxue has always known that her parents are patriarchal and don't like her as a daughter, but she didn't expect that it has reached such a point now. Her heart jerked hard. "Fine, let's go now." Zhang Mengxue adjusted herself and forced herself to be calm as she led her secretary to the conference room. When she arrived at the conference room, people had already arrived. "Isn't the shareholders meeting tomorrow?" Zhang Mengxue took the lead and asked. Zhang Zhangwen smiled, his face full of smugness, and said, "Mengxue, according to the agreement, this president is mine." When Zhang Mengxue saw his face, she felt aggrieved, also a child of the Zhang family, how could he do such a thing? She suppressed the aggression in her heart, scanned the circle and asked, "Do you all think so too?" The crowd, however, made a mistake and whispered to each other. A moment later, a middle-aged man said, "General Manager Zhang, according to the proposal of the last board meeting, you really should give everyone an explanation today." "Yes, yes." The crowd nodded in agreement. "If Mr. Zhang still can't make a decision today, then we will have to vote on it." Once Zhang Zhangwen heard this, he was instantly delighted, the corners of his mouth curled, AK-47 couldn't even be suppressed. Zhang Mengxue looked at Zhang Zhangwen and said, "According to the bet, our agreed date is tomorrow, not today." Zhang Zhangwen froze and said, "Yes, that's right, but as of now, you've already lost. So what difference does it make if it's today or tomorrow? Saying tomorrow, is it hard to believe that you want to cheat?" Zhang Mengxue said in a strong tone. "Who wants to be lazy?" Zhang Zhangwen was said to the sore spot, and his heart was a bit flustered. Look at his appearance, Zhang Mengxue has been clear, he really wants to cheat, early dismissal of their own president of the position. Zhang Zhangwen continued, "Even if it comes to tomorrow, so what, your $10 billion order has been returned, what else do you expect to win with?" The tone was full of complacency, and there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Zhang Mengxue now understands, the order was returned. This matter, Zhang Zhangwen is aware of, and even really as Lu Wenbin said, this matter is really related to them. Zhang Mengxue's heart twinged, the feeling of being backstabbed by a loved one made her a little sad. She forced herself to hold back her grief, and said in a firm tone, without reaching the final moment, "Who knows what the outcome will be?" Although her tone was firm, she was helpless inside. Zhang Zhangwen sneered twice and said, "The orders are gone, what are you going to win with?" Zhang Mengxue was momentarily speechless, she actually did not know how to retort, after all, what Zhang Zhangwen said was the truth. "Who said she has no orders?" Suddenly a man's voice came from outside the door. Chapter 34 This is here to steal business. Before the crowd could react, Su Yang had already appeared at the door of the conference room. When Zhang Mengxue saw that Su Yang had come, her nerves, which had been taut, instantly relaxed. She looked at Su Yang with grateful eyes. Su Yang smiled lightly and returned a firm look to her, then whispered, "Don't worry, it's fine, I'm here." Zhang Mengxue didn't know what was wrong with her. When she heard Su Yang say this, she was instantly relieved, as if the man in front of her could give him a sense of security like no other. Zhang Zhangwen got up and said, "Since you are here, then fulfill the bet." Su Yang froze and pretended to be confused. "Bet? What bet? Oh. It looks like you are trying to cheat, huh?" Su Yang put on a look of sudden realization, then said, "Oh, it's that isn't tomorrow the agreed date?" "Humph, the orders have all been refunded, do you think you still have any chance to win?" Zhang Zhangwen said with a slight provocation. Su Yang skimmed his mouth, and muttered in his heart, "Good you old pusher dang his own family's order was returned, you are still here in the nest." "No, do you want the order to be returned so much?" Su Yang asked rhetorically. The rest of the shareholders also cast skeptical gazes. Zhang Zhangwen was a bit flustered and quickly explained, I didn't, you don't spit blood. A bet is a bet, a loss is a loss, anyway, the position of president must be replaced today." Su Yang can see, this Zhang Zhangwen just do not want to let their own daughter go. "Who said I lost?" "Oh? You didn't lose. You did not lose, then you come up with the order Zhang Zhangwen said. "Don't be in a hurry, the order is already on its way." Su Yang calmly said. Zhang Zhangwen froze for a moment, then laughed out loud and said, You're a country bumpkin, what orders can you get? If you can get the order, I will eat shit live." Zhang Zhangwen's tone was full of disdain and contempt. Su Yang pretended to vomit, skimmed his mouth, said with a disgusted face, I cannot imagine that you have such a heavy taste. Really disgusting." Zhang Zhangwen was angry speechless, the crowd also snickered. Su Yang then said, "Okay, since you want to die faster, I will fulfill you. As for the matter of live eating shit or forget it, you only need to seriously fulfill the previous bet, transfer your shares to Schwerken B." "Good, then you come up with an order," Zhang Zhangwen said in a very tough manner. "Don't be in a hurry, it'll be here soon. You're not deliberately stalling here, are you? What's the hurry? It's only 5 minutes. Okay, then I will give you another 5 minutes." Zhang Zhangwen said, but sat on the chair. But just as he sat down, someone came at the door. "Mr. Zhang, someone is looking for him." Zhang Mengxue was shocked. Su Yang, however, took the lead and said, "Oops, the order is here." Soon, a man in a suit appeared at the door of the conference room. The man scanned the crowd and asked, "Excuse me, who is Zhang Mengxue, General Manager Zhang?" The crowd was surprised and looked at the man curiously. Zhang Mengxue was also shocked. What was the situation? One did not recognize this person. She carefully said, "Hello." The man smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand and making a self-introduction, saying, "I am Xiao, the representative of the East China Drug Sales Department." Zhang Mengxue of course knew the East China Drug Sales Department. The entire China, the largest 5 drug distributors, East China, West China, South China, North China, Central China. The medicines that passed through their hands were all existences that could sell well, but the prerequisite was that the medicines had to be incredibly effective. Zhang Mengxue reached out her hand and shook his, asking curiously, "I wonder what you are looking for me for?" "It's like this," Xiao said, taking out a document from his briefcase. "We would like to order your scar removal cream." Zhang Mengxue took the document and read it. Xiao continued, "Our first batch is ready to order $10 billion. $10 billion. The people present were dumbfounded and excited, but it was Zhang Zhangwen who was a bit sullen. Zhang Mengxue hurriedly said, "She has waited for so long, this opportunity has come, surely must grasp it." "Okay, then let's hurry up and sign the contract," Xiao said. "Okay, no problem," Zhang Mengxue said, ready to take a pen to sign the contract. "Wait a minute." Suddenly a man's voice came from outside the door. Soon 2 men, pushing and shoving, entered the conference room. The crowd looked up at the 2 men, who then realized their recklessness and hurriedly let go of each other and rearranged their clothes. After that, they smiled and nodded at the crowd. Xiao did recognize these 2 people, looking at the 2 people to this, his eyes sharp, thinking, this is to rob business to awe. Those 2 also saw Xiao, their eyes also became sharp. Su Yang, who was on the side, looked at the 3 of them and thought, what is this situation? Before the crowd could understand the specifics, 2 more men came outside the door. The two men entered the conference room one after the other and looked around the crowd. Finally, their eyes landed on Zhao Hu's 3 people. The 5 people instantly stared at each other, their eyes at odds with each other. Su Yang looked at the appearance of the 5 people, also sort of understand what's going on, but in his heart, he was worried, thinking, what the hell are these 5 old men doing? Didn't they say that it would be fine if they sent one person? How come they sent all 5 of them? Zhang Mengxue see the atmosphere is a bit wrong. Busy asked, may I ask you several are? 5 people backed to God, smiled and began to do self-introduction in turn. I am the representative of West China Drug Sales Department, Xiao Chun. I am Xiao Chan, representative of South China Drug Sales Department. I am Xia, the representative of North China Pharmaceutical Sales Department. I am the representative of Central China Pharmaceutical Sales Department, Xiao Zhuang. Zhang Mengxue smiled and nodded, asking, you are? Xiao Zhuang grabbed the first to say, oh, it's like this, we would like to order. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhao Hu, saying, Zhuang, I am really sorry, this drug we have already ordered, and we are also ready to acquire the exclusive right of agency. What? The rest of the few people exclaimed in unison. Then ordered, how can that be? The boss sent himself to order drugs, if not ordered to the drug, go back shall not be scolded to death. Xiao Chen was the first to calm down and said, Brother Hu, see if you can leave some for me. Brother Hu, you can leave some for me too. Xiao Zhang followed, pleading. Xiao Xia was not willing to be left behind and said, Brother Hu, leave some for me too. Xiao Zhuang also said, Hu, don't be too selfish, leave some for us. Yes, yes. Several people said in unison. The people present have been dumbfounded. What is the situation? The 5 major drug distributors to order, that is not to earn a lot of money. The 5 people are still breaking up the conversation. A few people, wait a minute. Zhang Mengxue hurriedly called out to stop a few people. Only then did a few people stop. Zhang Mengxue smiled and said, several people, I'm really sorry, we no longer have this medicine. What? There's no more? A few people exclaimed in shock. Chapter 35. You are here to take revenge, right? Several people looked at each other with shocked faces, but only Xiao Hu had a calm and complacent face. Zhang Mengxue then said, yes, there is no more, all the current inventory has been given to Xiao Hu. Several people were shocked again. Xiao Zhuang busy asked, Mr. Zhang, you will still produce in the future, right? I will pay the money first, and it is not too late to give it to us when you have produced enough. The remaining 3 people felt that this method is good, also followed and agreed, right, right. The shareholders were also all shocked, what kind of divine customer is this, they can still pay first and give the goods later. Zhang Mengxue is also in doubt in her heart, who is this who pulls the immortal customer, can still be this kind of operation, to me so trusting? She couldn't help but turn her gaze to Su Yang. However, she could not see any clues from his face and eyes. Zhang Mengxue thought for a moment and said, okay, then I will arrange for people to expedite production and arrange for you all as soon as possible. Several people heard this and all showed joyful faces, they took out their contracts and signed the contract with Zhang Mengxue. The shareholders were also excited, after all, it was a big order of $50 billion. Only Zhang Zhangwan was restless, feeling like he was dreaming. After the contract was signed, several people left the conference room with laughter. Looking at the 5 contracts in her hand, Zhang Mengxue's hanging heart was finally put down. Su Yang went up and patted Zhang Zhangwan's shoulder, saying, how about it, it's time to fulfill the bet, right? Zhang Zhangwan heard this, the whole person panicked, stood up, sophistry, what bet, who knows if these 5 is where you find actors Su Yang heart cannot help but cold snort, have seen shameless, have not seen such a shameless, black and white contract is in front of the eyes, he actually still want to deny. Black and white contract are here, you still want to renege? Zhang Mengxue angrily. Zhang Zhangwan was speechless, but always refused to comply, said in a soft voice, Mengxue, I am your father Hard cannot, then play the emotional card, after all, so many years, this trick works best. Su Yang quickly looked at Zhang Mengxue, he was worried that Zhang Mengxue would be soft. But who knows, Zhang Mengxue suddenly said, enough, you still know you are my father The one who forced me to marry Lu Wenbin is you, the one who revealed our company's secrets is still you, and the one who forced me to hand over my position as president is still you. Whether or not you consider me as your daughter, you know it in your own heart. Zhang Mengxue's tone was decisive, which at that time made Su Yang feel doubly pleased. Zhang Mengxue had never been able to convince the public and manage the company well, a big reason was because she was too weak, especially for her father. And now that she was so determined, it made Su Yang see a change in her. Su Yang took the folder from the secretary's hand, a slap in front of Zhang Zhangwen, said, "Sign it, willing to gamble to lose." Zhang Zhangwen was unwilling, trying to find another opportunity from Zhang Mengxue, but Zhang Mengxue turned her head to the side, not even looking at him. He gritted his teeth and angrily said, line, you white-eyed wolf, our Zhang family doesn't have a child like you." With that, he reluctantly signed the transfer letter and threw the pen away. Only then did Zhang Mengxue turn her head around and look at him again. The two of them stared at each other like this for 2 seconds, but Zhang Zhangwen all of a sudden his eyes averted. At this moment, he was actually a little afraid of Zhang Mengxue's eyes. Zhang Zhangwen glared at Su Yang and Zhang Mengxue before he slipped out of the conference room. After Zhang Zhangwen left, Zhang Mengxue said, "Well everyone, if any of you want to leave Zhang's, I won't retain the shares in your hands, I will buy them at the same price." No, not leaving. The crowd replied. "Yes, Zhang's has just taken 50 billion orders, the development prospect is very good, whoever leaves at this time, that is really a fool. Okay, if you don't leave, then go back to work." After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and left the conference room. Back to the office, she like a hard battle, paralyzed in the chair, many days of taut nerves, can finally relax. Su Yang sat down on the sofa and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you finally have full control of the company." Zhang Mengxue heard him say so, sat up, said, "That is not to thank more thank you, if not you, I really do not know how to do Su Yang, on the other hand, smiled lightly. "In order to show my gratitude, I decided to do one thing," Zhang Mengxue said with a smile. Su Yang was a bit curious and asked, "What is it?" "I decided to give my body in return, I won't return this marriage," Zhang Mengxue said somewhat shyly, but her tone was firm. "What don't return?" Su Yang mischievously bounced up from the sofa and asked with a face full of shock. Zhang Mengxue smiled and nodded her head, and said seriously, "Yes, not returning." Su Yang quickly stepped to her desk and questioned, "No, Mr. Zhang, you are not repaying a favor, you are here to take revenge, right? We have agreed that I will be your bodyguard for a month in exchange for your promise to return the goods to me. The day after tomorrow is the deadline. How can you renege at this critical moment?" Zhang Mengxue recalled, this month and Su Yang together experience, she herself do not know when to start, as long as there is Su Yang in, she will feel particularly at ease. "Yes, before I promised you, but now this is not Zhang Mengxue desire to speak." "Not what? Isn't this me falling in love with you?" Zhang Mengxue said seriously. Su Yang froze for a moment and said, "Hey, this joke is not funny at all." "I am not joking with you, I am serious," Zhang Mengxue said and stood up, walking towards Su Yang. Su Yang backed up and said, "Don't come over if you come over again, I will scream Zhang Mengxue couldn't help but laugh and said, "I broke the contract before, I'll compensate you for it." "Big brother, is this a matter of money?" "This is a matter of integrity Su Yang said with a painful expression. "But people just like you," Zhang Mengxue said to go forward. Su Yang even backed up, said, Don't, you calm down, don't be impulsive But Zhang Mengxue did not stop meaning, still slowly toward him. Su Yang thought, this woman is not crazy, want to dominate me here? No, I'd better use the 36th plan to run as the best plan. Thinking of this, he turned around violently and went out of the office door. Zhang Mengxue saw him escaping, and did not intend to go after him. Right now the company still has very important things to do. Zhang Mengxue looked at the woeful appearance of his escape, and couldn't help but laugh out loud, muttering, "I can't imagine that a person with such ability is afraid of women, funny." Then, she said to herself with a serious expression, "Su Yang, I, Zhang Mengxue, will take you. Chapter 36 You country bumpkin, see if I don't kill you." Su Yang returned to the villa listlessly. "Originally, I thought that I could first withdraw a marriage, but now Zhang Mengxue has changed her mind, so it seems that it is a little difficult to implement his own plan to withdraw from the marriage. Since Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue couldn't back out, then it would be better to not back out for the time being. Previously, the plan was to go find the other three to withdraw, but those three people are not in Jiangling for the time being, so it has been put on hold. According to the news he had inquired about, Lu Wushang should be back in the next 2 days, so he decided to go to the Lu family to try his luck. Saying that he would do it, he found the marriage certificate from his room and drove his Ferrari towards the Lu family. The Lu family, like the Zhao family, was also an ancient martial arts family, but their strength was that much worse compared to the Zhao family. Let's not talk about anything else first. Compared to Zhao Mingyue, Lu Wushang was also a far cry from Zhao Mingyue. The two practiced martial arts almost at the same time. Zhao Mingyue stepped into the master realm, but Lu Wushang was only in the middle of the innate realm. Don't look at the two people only a realm difference, but this strength is a world of difference. Su Yang came to the entrance of Lu residence, looked at the lintel of the large two words Lu residence, and looked at the marriage certificate in his hand. He muttered, Lu Wushang, Lu Wushang, you do not let me down. Then he swaggered into the Lu residence. From the front door to the hall, all the way did not see any people. According to reason, like the Lu family, such a large family, and is an ancient martial arts family, it is impossible that there is not a single guard. Su Yang was wondering, carefully walking towards the hall. Along with this miserable scream, a person flew out from the hall. Su Yang quickly dodged. That person fell right on the place where Su Yang just stood, tried to get up, but couldn't help but struggle twice, spitting out blood, and broke on the spot. Su Yang's pupils dilated, his face full of doubts. No, what is this situation? Before he could react, another person flew out, fell heavily on the ground, and similarly struggled twice, spat out blood, and died. Easterning dog thief, you bully people too much. A woman's voice came from the hall. Easterning? Su Yang harbored curiosity and quickly walked to the living room, only to see three people dressed in Easterning confronting several people from the Lu family. The head of the family, Lu Yuanlin, was injured and was supported by Lu Yuancheng and Lu Wushang. A dozen or so corpses were lying on the ground, all of them from the Lu family. Both sides were facing each other like this, and a big battle was about to break out. Sorry to interrupt, who is the Lu family head, who is Lu Wushang? I find them something. Su Yang said with a smile. He didn't want to meddle in anything, the most important thing at the moment was to hurry up and withdraw from the marriage, so it was best to look for the rightful owner as soon as he came up. That tense atmosphere was interrupted by his untimely question. The crowd looked at him with stunned faces. The leading Easterning man was even more irritated. He was in the middle of a big event. Why did a country bumpkin suddenly appear and actually want to find trouble here? So, he super up that mouth is not fluent in Chinese language said, Kid, I see you this is simply looking for death, you Chinese is not very concerned about first come first serve it, you even if there is something, but also have to wait for me to finish before it. Su Yang listened to his not fluent Chinese language, very upset, also learned his big tongue accent said, Please, can you first straighten your tongue before talking to me? Saying that, he had a disgusted expression on his face. You Easting people were a bit speechless, but soon, he added, you Chinese hick, I don't see eye to eye with you, the waste that only plays with his tongue is not qualified to talk to me. But I won't be like some Easterning dogs, running into other people's homes and barking. You dare to call me an Easterning dog, do you know who I am? That Easterning man said furiously. I don't care who you are, it's none of my business. Su Yang looked indifferent, and continued to say, Right, correct me Easting dog is not scolding you, that is to call you name na. Ba Jie those three people drew out the katana on their waist and roared. Dare to mess with our Sakura club, you hick, see if I don't beat you to death. The leader of the group, the Easterning man, said angrily. Sakura club? Is it very powerful? Su Yang was puzzled. Of course, I, Hibachi, am a peak grandmaster, how would you, a country bumpkin, know about such an existence? The leader of the Easterning people said proudly. Su Yang froze, to this cherry blossom will not have much impression, and recently also did not hear, what big exotic forces rise, must be this cherry blossom will be a small organization that does not enter the mainstream. Black 8? Su Yang asked rhetorically, then laughed loudly, continued, also said not a dog, in our China, only dogs will take such a name, you do not tell me, you also have a brother called what Black 5 Black to it? You how do you know the names of my two brothers? Heiba completely failed to focus on the point of Su Yang's speech and was very surprised. When Su Yang heard this, he was full of shock and said with a smile, No, you really have a brother named Black 5 Black too? Really laugh at me. You actually dare to laugh at me, don't know how to die hillbilly, see if I don't kill you today. Black 8 said, and made a battle-ready posture. Little brother, they are from the Sakura Club, this matter has nothing to do with you, you'd better hurry up and go. Lu Yuanlin advised in a somewhat weak tone. When Su Yang heard this, he just nodded at him and said, Don't worry, the three of them aren't my opponents yet. He is a peak grandmaster, don't look down on him. Lu Wushang also advised. Don't worry, they really aren't my opponent. Su Yang said confidently. However, his demeanor was not too natural, giving people a feeling of bragging. Lu Yuanlin sniffed, just shook his head roguishly and said in a low voice, The person is a good person, but he is a bit ignorant of the sky and the earth. The rest of the few people heard, also nodded their heads in agreement. Kid, you are very crazy, see me today not to kill you. Black 8 angry. Wait a minute. Lu Wushang suddenly stood out. "Let me meet you," she said to He Ba. Then she turned her head to look at Su Yang and said, "You hurry up and leave, there is no business for you here." There was a hint of command in her tone. Su Yang looked her up and down and detected her strength. Said, "You can't beat him, not to mention you, even the few of you combined are not his match." Saying that, he pointed at the few people behind Lu Wushang, then added, "Not to mention, you are only a Zhongshu realm." Lu Wushang was dumbfounded. The other party could detect her own strength, but when she looked at the other party, she couldn't see anything. You are, hurry to take care of your father, this black 8 dogs, but the peak of the great sect master, there is also a ninjutsu enhancement," Su Yang said. Lu Wushang only had to resentfully retreat back. "Ha ha ha, I never thought that you, a country bumpkin, would have such insight, to die under me today. It is also considered that you are lucky to have 3 lives," Hibachi said, raised his katana, then began to move his true chi within his body. The true chi surrounded the katana and wafted out gusts of cold air. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqing lamented, "It's a shame to lose your young age like this." Chapter 37. What? You want to withdraw from the marriage? Hibachi had already stored 8 points of force, and the entire katana was already chilling. Seeing this situation, the Lu family, everyone is the heart raised to the eye of the throat. Their faces were worried and their eyes showed some regret. Lu Yuanlin and Lu Yuanqing, although they were already in the Grand Master realm, knew that they couldn't do this. The 3 Heibais all had smug looks on their faces. He Ba was even looking at Su Yang with a teasing look, like looking at a little chicken that was being slaughtered. While Su Yang was full of fearlessness, he looked at He Ba with disdain and said contemptuously, "Aren't you tired of it? You're grinding like a pussy." In Su Yang's opinion, where does it take so long to store power? Ba-ga. Hibachi roared, raised his katana, instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the air, then rushed towards Su Yang. The Lu family members all showed regret. The remaining 2 Easterning people, however, had a smug smile at the corner of their mouths. Su Yang held his breath as a silver needle materialized in the void. He waved his hand and with a gentle wave, he slapped the needle towards the air. With that, He Ba's real body appeared in the air, clanging and smashing directly onto the floor. Su Yang, skimming his lips, shook his head and muttered, "Fancy." When the Lu family saw this scene, their jaws dropped. Those eyes were staring like bronze bells, and that mouth was open enough to stuff an egg. The smiles on the faces of the 2 Easterning people also froze. Everyone couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? A person who couldn't see a single bit of cultivation all over his body had defeated the peak Grand Master He Ba. Moreover, he only used 1 move. No, this was impossible. Black 8 covered his chest and said with difficulty. Only then did the crowd come back to their senses. The Lu family's crowd, while showing joy, were more surprised. Those 2 Easterning people rushed forward to help He Ba. What's so impossible about this? Su Yang was full of disdain. Hibachi was about to speak, but he felt a pain in his chest. A mouthful of blood surged straight up from his abdomen and spat out. Ba-ga. The 2 Easterning people were furious and shouted that they were going to rush forward and fight Su Yang to the death. However, they were pulled by the corner of Black 8's coat. "Quickly go, stay in the Green Mountain, not afraid of no wood to burn," Black 8 whispered to the 2 men. Only then did the 2 men stop. One of them took out a bead from his pocket and threw it towards the ground. Bang! The moment the bead hit the ground, simulated thick white smoke rose from the ground, enveloping the 3 Easterning people in it. Soon, the white smoke dispersed, and the 3 Easterning people had long since disappeared. Su Yang shook his head and muttered, "Ugh, little trick." Only then did the Lu family's crowd come to their senses, and their taut nerves relaxed. "Little brother, thanks for coming to the rescue," Lu Yuanlin said with a weak arch. Su Yang waved his hand and said uncaringly, "Small matter, small matter." PFF. Right at this moment, Lu Yuanlin spat out blood and instantly fainted. "Dad! Uncle! Brother!" Several people exclaimed. "Help him to lie down on the sofa." Lu Yuanlin and Hebei had a few moves and was hit with internal injuries, and he had been using his internal force to hold on, but now he relaxed, his internal force dissipated, and his heart and blood surged, so he could no longer hold on. "Quickly go and ask Divine Dr. Lu." Lu Wushang almost shouted with a crying voice. Su Yang rushed forward and Lu Wushang hurriedly made way. Su Yang grabbed Lu Yuanlin's wrist and began to take his pulse. Several people looked at him with shocked faces. "You still know medical skills?" Lu Wushang asked curiously. Su Yang didn't answer her. A moment later, he put down Lu Yuanlin's hand before saying, "Come on, flatten him down, go get the silver needle." Oh, I'll go get it. Lu Wentao agreed and ran to the inner room. Lu Yuanqing, on the other hand, cooperated with Su Yang to flatten Lu Yuanlin. Only then did Su Yang raise his head to respond to Lu Wushang's question just now and said, "Slightly understand, slightly understand." Saying this, he did not forget to heave a smile. Looking at his dangling appearance, Lu Wushang became even more worried. What the hell, a little understanding and still dare to save people here. If you cannot heal, see me not to take your life. If you can't do it, I'll kill you. Lu Wentao ran out with the silver needle. Su Yang took the silver needle and tore open Lu Yuanlin's clothes, revealing his entire chest. Then he started to apply the needle. Looking at Su Yang's skillful movements, several people were dumbfounded. This was slight knowledge? Before a few people could react, Su Yang had already started to collect the needles. Alright, it's alright. I'll prescribe a pair of medicines for him, you guys give him a drink, and he'll be cured in 7 days. As the words fell, the silver needles had all been put away. He got up and went to the side table, picked up a pen and paper and started to write the prescription. Several people looked at each other, all of them were full of unbelief. This technique, this speed, he actually said that he was slightly understand. Again, when the crowd didn't react, Su Yang's prescription had already been written. Okay, follow this prescription to get the medicine. Oh, good. Lu Wentao reacted and hurriedly went forward to receive the prescription. At this time, Lu Yuanlin woke up. Dad, are you alright? Big brother, are you alright? The two inquired and helped Lu Yuanlin up. I'm fine. Lu Yuanlin replied weakly. He turned his head to look at Su Yang, barely managed to squeeze out a smile, and said, "Little brother, not only did you save our Lu family, you also saved my life. If you have any requests, just mention them." Upon hearing that there are requirements, Su Yang instantly glittered, thinking, that would be great. He quickly took out the marriage certificate and handed it over. Lu Yuanlin took the marriage certificate and read it. The rest of the few people were also curious and probed to look. Su Yang explained, "It's like this." But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Yuanlin and asked, "You are Su Yang? Your master is dustless Taoist? You are Taoist dustless's disciple?" Su Yang was puzzled. Isn't this all a question? He gently nodded his head. When Lu Yuanlin saw him nodding, he thought back to the series of maneuvers he had just done, and he understood it all. He thought to himself, the marriage set by father back then really saved the Lu family. Now if Frosty marries him, it is also considered Frosty's blessing, the Lu family's blessing. Seeing that he did not speak, Su Yang opened his mouth. About this marriage, I want to agree, I agree. Before Su Yang finished speaking, Lu Yuanlin quickly said with a smile. When Su Yang heard this, he was instantly happy, thinking, too good, I haven't even opened my mouth yet, and actually agreed. Lu Wushang, you really didn't let me down. But he didn't wait long to be happy, only to hear Lu Yuanlin continue, "Such a good marriage, of course I agree, pick a date and get your marriage done." What? Su Yang and Lu Wushang exclaimed in unison. "I won't marry." Lu Wushang said with a small mouth. Su Yang also hurriedly said, "Lu family head, you misunderstood, I don't mean to finish the marriage, I want to say about this marriage, can we forget about it and return it?" What? You want to withdraw the marriage? Lu Wushang and Lu Yuanlin exclaimed in unison. Chapter 38. You said it yourself, don't go back on it. Seeing such a big reaction from the two of them, Su Yang added with a smile, "Yes, withdraw from the marriage, count on you guys to withdraw from me as well." Lu Yuanlin was full of doubts and asked, "What, are you thinking that our family Wushang is not pretty enough, not good enough?" Su Yang was speechless and looked Lu Wushang up and down. This was an existence that was completely not inferior to Zhao Zhang Mengxue, with a handsome face and a concave and convex figure. It was the kind of existence that could make a man want to get into trouble. Lu Wushang also felt a pair of eyes roaming around her body, and she couldn't help but blush with a small face. Su Yang came back to his senses and waved his hands. No, Miss Lu is very beautiful, very good. Since this is the case, then why do you want to withdraw from the marriage? Su Yang was asked again. He didn't know how to answer. He couldn't possibly say that he was afraid of the trap that the old man gave him. This marriage is about what you want. You see, Ms. Lu was not willing. She said it does not count, marriage matters, it should listen to the parents. But Miss Lu and I have no emotional foundation. This marriage will not last. Feelings of this thing can be slowly cultivated well, nowadays are not all popular what, first marriage and then love? But I'm still sick. Su Yang blurted out. Several people looked at him in horror. Su Yang is also regretful. What nonsense I am talking about, this is a human being can say words. Lu Yuanlin reacted and said, I'm not afraid of being sick, you have excellent medical skills, you can definitely be cured. Su Yang instantly that heart pain, God, this is what kind of person also do not think about their own daughter's feelings? So this marriage cannot be returned, I will not agree. Lu Yuanlin said firmly. Su Yang was about to open his mouth to persuade some more, but he saw Lu Yuanlin suddenly covered his chest, his expression was painful, struggled twice and fainted. Dad, what happened to you? Big brother, are you alright? Seeing him operate like this, Su Yang's mouth was crooked with anger, and he muttered in his heart, good you old thing, actually playing this trick for me. Lu Wushang saw that Su Yang did not react halfway, anxiously said, you hurry to help look Su Yang, however, turned his head to the side, said disdainfully, do not look. You Lu Wushang angry do not know what to say. Su Yang glanced at Lu Yuanlin who was full of redness but unconscious, snorted coldly and walked towards the door. Seeing Su Yang about to leave, Lu Wushang busily said, you should help look at it. Do not look, I left he naturally woke up. Su Yang said without looking back. A few people are very surprised, Lu Wushang hurriedly got up, chased out, she wanted to ask for an understanding. As soon as she went out, Lu Yuanlin slowly got up and peeked at the door. Brother, you're fine. Lu Yuanqing asked. It's fine. Lu Yuanlin looked out the door and replied. Lu Yuanqing followed his gaze and guessed the intention of 7 or 8 points, and asked, brother, is this marriage really not refunded? Lu Yuanlin turned back and gave him a blank look, saying, what's the point of withdrawing, are you stupid, this Su Yang is a dragon among men. Lu Yuanqing looked at his elder brother doubtfully, it was the first time in so many years that he heard his elder brother praising a person like this. Seeing his puzzled face, Lu Yuanlin reminded, think about how he defeated Heiba's action, did you see it? Lu Yuanqing shook his head thoughtfully. He continued, so yeah, killing a great master powerhouse in one move, imagine how terrifying his strength is. Are you saying that he is a land god? Lu Yuanqing asked curiously. Lu Yuanlin shook his head and said, probably more terrifying than a land immortal. Lu Yuanqing's face was filled with shock when he heard this. Lu Yuanlin didn't give him a chance to react and continued to ask, you saw the needles he gave me and the prescription he wrote, right? Lu Yuanqing instantly figured it all out and his face became even more shocked. Lu Yuanlin sighed, so such a good son-in-law, how can you let go now? What's more, we don't know how much more he is capable of. Lu Yuanqing nodded approvingly and turned back to Lu Wentao, saying, get on good terms with your brother-in-law in the future. Lu Wentao was stunned, but quickly reacted and said, okay, no problem. Outside the door of Lu's house, Su Yang was walking sullenly. I thought this withdrawal would be easy, but I didn't expect it to be just as difficult. The key is that old man Lu Yuanlin, actually playing dirty with himself. You stand still. Lu Wushang had already chased after him. Su Yang glanced at her with a face full of displeasure. Can't you help my dad take a look? There's no need to look, that old man is alive and well now. Su Yang said with some anger. Lu Wushang was full of disbelief, obviously unconscious, this guy actually said he was alive and well, this is a quack. Su Yang saw her disbelief, said, do not believe If you don't believe me, go back and take a look. Lu Wushang see him so attitude, the heart of the doubt dispelled some, and see him moping, asked, why? Marry me so unhappy? Do you think I want to marry you? Su Yang said, if you do not have to finish the marriage, I have to thank you. You don't want to marry me? I don't want to get married yet. I don't want to marry you. Hearing this, Su Yang instantly energized, somewhat excitedly asked, are you telling the truth? Lu Wushang firmly said, of course it's true. Su Yang instantly some excitement, face also more smile, said, line, that's great, then you convince your father, the marriage back it. Good, no problem. You said it yourself, don't go back on your word. I, Lu Wushang, have always been true to my word. Su Yang instantly got excited again, and muttered in his heart, too good, Lu Wushang, you really didn't let me down. Okay, as a condition, I can help you change your physique, so that you can break through to Grandmaster. What? Lu Wushang was filled with shock and disbelief. She suspected that she had heard wrongly, knowing that she had only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm and was still an unstable Grandmaster. But this guy was now actually saying that he would help himself break through to Grandmaster. Wasn't this bragging? What? You don't believe me? Seeing her face, Su Yang asked back. Lu Wushan didn't respond and was considered to be acquiescing. Su Yang explained, you have a special physique, and this set of gongfu you have now is not suitable for your physique at all. You should practice a set of gongfu that is a bit more feminine. That way, not only will you be able to quickly raise your realm, but you can also greatly change your current stubborn physical ailments. After saying that, Su Yang revealed a confident smile. Lu Wushan, however, was full of doubts. Stubborn disease? What kind of disease can I have? Chapter 39. You don't even want to think. Seeing that Lu Wushan didn't believe in it, Su Yang smiled slightly and continued, you have pain in your abdomen for a few days every month, as if you're being strangled by a knife. Secondly, you don't have any reaction to the affairs of men and women. Hearing this, Lu Wushan's face slightly red, could not help but lower her head. It was all said by Su Yang. How about it? I said it well. Su Yang asked. Lu Wushan did not answer, but only asked in return, these are really related to the gongfu I practiced. Of course. Su Yang replied firmly. But that is our Lu family gongfu, and the Lu family has always practiced this set of gongfu, not to mention that it is only this set of gongfu. Su Yang nodded, expressed understanding, then said, that is because the Lu family from ancient times are male children practicing martial arts, naturally there is no female child practicing martial arts gongfu. Just to your generation, had no choice but to do so, let you practice this set of gongfu. If you were an ordinary physique, it wouldn't be a big deal, it would just be a slower breakthrough, but you happen to be a special physique, so not only are you slow to break through, you are also particularly hurtful to your body. Lu Wushan nodded, thought for a moment, chose to believe Su Yang, and said, okay, as long as you can help me break through and improve my illness, I can convince my father to cancel the marriage contract. Su Yang was full of excitement, thinking, this marriage withdrawal isn't that hard. Right, doesn't Zhao Mingyue also want to improve her realm, can't I also use the same method to make her withdraw from the marriage? Thinking of this, he became even more excited. Said, alright, then I'll send you the heart technique tomorrow, remember to persuade your father at that time. After saying that, he excitedly got into the car, started the vehicle, kicked the gas, and sped away. Lu Wushan looked at the faraway Ferrari, her heart was mixed. A moment later, she came back to her senses and entered the hall. The corpses in the hall had already been cleaned up, and Lu Yuanlin was putting incense on a statue of Buddha. Seeing her father like this, Lu Wushan believed Su Yang's words in her heart, and she was no longer worried. Dad, are you alright? She asked with concern. After Lu Yuanlin finished the incense, he walked to the sofa and sat down, saying, I'm fine, I just can't use my inner strength for the last week. Lu Wushan also sat down on the sofa, and the worries in her heart were completely put down. How is it? Lu Yuanlin suddenly asked. Lu Wushan was stunned and said, what is it? What else can it be, of course, is how you and Su Yang chat. It's still okay. Lu Wushan was a bit weak. Lu Wushan was a little weak. Lu Yuanlin smiled and nodded, very satisfied. There was even a hint of excitement on his face. Looking at her father so happy, she didn't know how to open her mouth. After hesitating for half a day, she slowly opened her mouth and said, Dad, I want to tell you something. What is it, you say? Lu Yuanlin was very happy. Lu Wushan gathered her courage and said, I want you to cancel this engagement. What? Lu Yuanlin stood up excitedly. He looked at Lu Wushan with shock and some anger. Lu Wushan didn't dare to look up at her father at all, only to hear her father say, this matter, don't even think about it. Obviously, the father was a little angry. Lu Wushan went forward and took his arm, pulling him to sit down. Said, Dad, this thing is not reliable. What is reliable or not, anyway, withdraw from the marriage, you don't even want to think about it. Lu Yuanlin's tone was resolute. Lu Wushan hesitated for a moment and told Lu Yuanlin about the conversation between himself and Su Yang at the door, including the agreement of course, one by one. Lu Yuanlin was shocked after hearing this and asked, he really said that? Lu Wushan nodded and said, yes. Lu Yuanlin fell into deep thought for a moment before he slowly said, Wushan, can't you see that Su Yang is a dragon among men? His hands, his medical skills. There are many other skills that we don't know about. Don't you have any interest at all? Lu Wushang heart also has no bottom. Father asked these questions, she also asked herself at the door, but did not come up with an answer. Wushang, think about it, if he can really help you to improve your power, but also can cure your stubborn disease, is this the way you repay him? Yes, who says otherwise? If that's really the case, Su Yang is already her savior, how can she be ungrateful and not know how to repay him? But he only wants to withdraw from the marriage. Lu Wushang said helplessly. This Lu Yuanlin once again fell into deep thought. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "It's just a matter of time, it seems that my Lu family deserves it, and I don't have this kind of good fortune," he said. The tone was full of helplessness and regret. Then, he added, "In the future, this matter, you look after yourself, but I hope you think more for yourself." Su Yang whistled excitedly and entered the door. "Yo, what is so happy?" Zhao Mingyue asked. Su Yang saw that she was there, collected his emotions, hemmed and hawed twice, and came to Zhao Mingyue's side. Tell you something," Su Yang said playfully. Zhao Mingyue's heart was ecstatic. After knowing her for so long, it was the first time Su Yang called her this way. Go ahead. It's like this, don't you want to break through? I can help you. Really? Zhao Mingyue was very excited. She had seen Su Yang busy for Zhang Mengxue's matter before, and her heart was so bad that she was fantasizing about when Su Yang could help himself so much, how good it would be. Now that Su Yang took the initiative to help himself, she naturally would not refuse. Breaking through the realm certainly made her excited, but Su Yang being able to take the initiative to help her was what made her even more excited. Of course. Su Yang replied firmly, "But I have something I need your help with." Zhao Mingyue said with a smile as she held Su Yang's arm, "Good, as long as it's not to make me withdraw from the marriage, I'll promise you anything." Su Yang instantly froze. Is this Zhao Mingyue a roundworm in her own stomach? How did she know that she was going to say this? When Zhao Mingyue saw Su Yang's expression, she had already guessed 7 or 8 points, and asked in a lost tone, "Is this really the case?" Su Yang was like a child who had done something bad and was caught, and for a moment he didn't know how to speak. Seeing him like this, Zhao Mingyue has been very sure. She let go of Su Yang's arm, questioned, "You really think so?" Su Yang did not know how to answer, only to scratch his head awkwardly and said nothing. Zhao Mingyue Miso stood up. "Did I tell you, this thing, you do not even think about it." Su Yang also followed and stood up, puzzled. "Why, isn't this something that can help you break through the realm? Why can't it?" Hearing this, a gush of aggression welled up inside Zhao Mingyue, and tears could not help but well up in her eyes. As far as the eye could see, the tears were about to come out of her eyes. Chapter 40. This girl looks quite moist. Looking at Zhao Mingyue's tearful, aggrieved look, Su Yang didn't know what to do. He reached out to pat her shoulder, but Zhao Mingyue took a step back to avoid it. She was now full of, all aggrieved. "You want to help me, is it really just to withdraw from the marriage? Is it impossible to withdraw from this marriage?" Zhao Mingyue asked with a sobbing voice. Obviously in the beginning, she didn't like it so much. How is it that after this period of time, how did she like it so deeply? Again, it was all about helping, so why was he helping Zhang Mengxue, just not counting the rewards and not talking about conditions? When it came to this, he even talked about conditions. Su Yang hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes." Zhao Mingyue twitched the corner of her mouth a few times and asked, "Then why did you help Zhang Mengxue without counting the rewards and without conditions? But when it comes to me, you have to make conditions. Do you mean that I am really no better than Zhang Mengxue?" Zhao Mingyue's tears were already flowing down. Growing up, it was the first time she cried so sadly. Su Yang was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to explain. He didn't give Zhang Mengxue any conditions just because he thought that Zhang Mengxue would fulfill the agreement as promised. If he knew that Zhang Mengxue would deny it, he would have definitely given her conditions as well. "Can't answer it, Su Yang, I hate you." After Zhao Mingyue finished speaking, she turned around and left the door. Looking at the closed door, Su Yang was chagrined. He scratched his hair and muttered, "What is this all about?" After sitting on the sofa for a while, his mood calmed down a little bit before he got up and went upstairs, writing up a heart method for Lu Wushang. Looking at the written heart method, he couldn't help but think of Zhao Mingyue, thinking that a Zhongshe realm girl, crying in front of himself, must have suffered a great grievance. Perhaps he had really gone a bit overboard today and hurt the heart of the little girl. Thinking of this, he put pen to paper and wrote down the heart method. When he finished writing the heart method, it was already late at night, but he still didn't see Zhao Mingyue come back. He couldn't help but be a little worried. After all, Zhao Mingyue had moved over for more than half a month, and had never not returned this late. At first, Su Yang thought that she was just angry, and when the anger subsided, she would naturally come back, but it was almost 11 o'clock, and there was still no one in sight, so he was a little worried in his heart. He dialed Zhao Mengyue's phone, but he called several times in a row, and no one answered. He panicked a little, and quickly got up and left the door. While going out, he also did not forget to complain at the same time, "Alas, this woman is trouble." In the bar, Zhao Mengyue has been drinking some confusion. Not far away, a few punks, their eyes have been wandering on her body, and from time to time, they also issued a cheap laugh. But Zhao Mengyue didn't notice, she was pouring her own wine, as if only alcohol could make her heart feel better. The cell phone rang, she picked it up and looked at it, but with a disdainful face, she muttered to the cell phone, "What is it, do you want to come and humiliate me, or do you want to laugh at me?" After saying that, she threw the cell phone aside again and drank the wine in her glass. The last glass of wine down, she realized that she could not drink anymore, so she stood up wobbly, eased out of the bar. Seeing this, the few punks also got up and followed them out. Zhao Mengyue stumbled all the way out of the bar, and when she left the door, she shook her head and felt a splitting headache. Against the headache, she walked towards the street corner. "Miss, don't go." 5 or 6 punks suddenly blocked her way, smiling cheaply. Zhao Mengyue couldn't see exactly how many people were on the other side, and she struggled to recognize them. "This chick looks pretty moist." One of the punks looked Zhao Mengyue up and down with a lustful look, then shared his opinion with the remaining few. The rest of the guys heard this and nodded their heads in agreement, while letting out lewd laughter. "Miss, play with a few brothers, hey, hey, hey." Zhao Mengyue was considered somewhat sober at this moment, and asked with a slurred voice, "What do you want?" "What do you want?" Of course it is to do what adults should do. Then there was a burst of lewd laughter. The leader of the punks some cannot wait, he rubbed his hands, said, "Brother, a few I first on ha." That expression, really how obscene it is, how cheap it is. He went forward and hugged Zhao Mengyue, and put his mouth up. Zhao Mengyue was instantly sobered up again by this hug. She violently raised her knee and heavily pushed it against the man's crotch. "Ah!" With a pig-killing scream, the man let go of Zhao Mengyue, quickly clamped his legs and covered his crotch with both hands. The pain that drilled through his heart made him roll and wail on the ground. Looking at him in this state, Zhao Mengyue smiled contemptuously, then revealed a smug smile. The remaining few people were frozen in place by the sudden scene, until the man rolled on the ground and shouted, "What are you guys still waiting for, give it to me." Only then did they react. Originally they were a little afraid, but the thought that the other party is a woman, should not have much ability, plus drink, and then powerful as only a woman, their guts will be big again. A few people gathered their courage and rushed up. Zhao Mengyue was not spoiled, and with a lift of her foot, she kicked the first person who rushed up and flew out, and that person flew a few meters before falling heavily to the ground, directly fainting. She pulled one person's hand and broke it, kicking him in the crotch. The man screamed miserably and fell to the ground, never able to get up again. Before several people could react, they had all been knocked down and were lying on the ground wailing. Zhao Mengyue looked at the several people lying on the ground and said disdainfully, "Rubbish, old lady is drunk, not drunk." After this, her alcohol had also sobered up quite a bit, she recognized the direction and prepared to go home. But not a few steps, and was stopped by 2 people. "Is there an end to this?" Zhao Mengyue muttered. She thought that these 2 people, with the ones just now, were a group, but when she probed again, she realized that something was wrong, and that the 2 people in front of her were peak zone share powerhouses. She couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. It's over, if she didn't drink, she might still be able to barely cope, but now that she's drunk, she might not be able to last even a single move. "Ah. Ms. Zhao, come with us," one of them said in not so fluent Chinese. "Easting people?" Zhao Mengyue was puzzled. "What do the Easting people want with me?" "Ms. Zhao, our lord wants to talk business with you." "Business?" Zhao Mengyue thought to herself, "Why come at night to talk about business? I'm afraid it's some kind of unseemly business." "I don't have anything to talk to you, you'd better leave," Zhao Mengyue said. "Ms. Zhao, we came with sincerity, don't do it with respect." Zhao Mengyue sneered and said coldly, "Just like you guys also call it sincerity, hurry up and get out. If Ms. Zhao is not willing to go with us, then we can only be offended." After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Mengyue to react, the 2 of them rushed towards Zhao Mengyue in unison. Chapter 41 I'm moving in too. Zhao Mengyue saw the 2 Easterning people rushing towards her, she couldn't think too much and retreated backwards. Since she had not yet sobered up from the wine, the retreat was not very far. But it was good enough for her to prepare her defense. A palm attacked, Zhao Mingyue twisted slightly and easily dodged it, and just when she thought she had dodged it, the man's other hand was raised and a handful of white powder came out. Zhao Mingyue didn't care too much, knocked away his hand and kicked out, but the man stepped back and easily dodged it, but also stopped attacking. Zhao Mingyue was about to attack when she saw that the two men were staring at her with bad smiles. Only then did she realize that there was something wrong with the white powder just now. It seemed like she was careless. At this moment, she was annoyed. Drinking is a mistake. But it was too late for remorse. At this moment, she felt dizzy and lightheaded, but it was completely different from being drunk. Between her head and feet, she felt that she could no longer stand firm, dazed, about to fall to the ground. Suddenly, a pair of big hands wrapped around her waist. She raised her eyes and a familiar face appeared in front of her eyes. She asked in a low voice, "Su Yang?" Only then did she close her eyes at ease and leaned her head in Su Yang's arms. You. Su Yang lightly called 2 times, and when he saw that the other party did not respond, he looked ferociously at the 2 Easting people. "Ba Jie, where did the country bumpkin come from? How dare you meddle in our business?" Listening to that broken Chinese language, Su Yang also basically guessed the identity of the other party. Eastern people? Sakura Club? The 2 men smiled sinisterly and said triumphantly, "Since you know that we are the Sakura Club, then don't mind our business, be careful of your little life." Saying that, they were ready to go forward to grab Zhao Mingyue, but Su Yang just waved his hand, and 2 air needles were transformed in the air and flew straight to the forehead of the 2. The 2 were fixed in place, their eyes were empty and motionless, they had long since stopped breathing. Su Yang shook his head, picked up Zhao Mingyue and turned to leave. Su Yang gently placed Zhao Mingyue on the bed, helplessly shook his head and said, "Why bother?" Zhao Mingyue, however, suddenly moved, only to see her face flushed, and she kept picking at her clothes, and her mouth kept muttering, I want it so hot and want it." When Su Yang saw this, he hurriedly grabbed her wrists, and a few moments later, he was full of astonishment. Harmony scattering? What is this? He quickly sealed Zhao Mingyue's acupoints, and then placed his palm lightly on Zhao Mingyue's dantian, slowly injecting true qi. Zhao Mingyue's face gradually improved and her emotions calmed down. Only then did Su Yang withdraw his hand and unlock her acupoints. Eastern Sakura Club? It looked like they should have come with a purpose, first the Liu family, then Zhao Mingyue. The visitors were not good. After settling Zhao Mingyue, Su Yang then went back to his room to sleep. Good thing is that he also slept until dawn, it was very comfortable. He just went downstairs to the living room. Someone knocked on the door. Who is it, this early in the morning? Su Yang grumbled and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he only saw Zhang Mengxue carrying a suitcase and was standing at the door. Su Yang looked at her with a shocked face, not knowing what to say. Zhang Mengxue, however, did not wait for Su Yang to speak, and pulled the suitcase straight to the living room. Only then did Su Yang react and chased after her and asked, "What are you doing?" Zhang Mengxue did not pay any attention to him, put the luggage by herself, sat her butt on the sofa, looked around and asked, "Where is Mingyue? How come I didn't see her?" "I don't know, I guess I haven't gotten up yet." Su Yang looked like he was in love. Zhang Mengxue nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Su Yang, however, was a little anxious. "No, you haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing this early in the morning?" Saying that, he also pointed at Zhang Mengxue's luggage. Zhang Mengxue smiled and said, "Isn't it obvious? I'm moving in as well." "What?" Su Yang screamed out and looked at Zhang Mengxue in shock. This woman is toxic, right? A Zhao Mingyue are enough to suffer, now how to also come to a Zhang Mengxue, they still want people to live How? Can't you? Zhang Mengxue asked, in her tone there were a few provocative flavors. Can not. Before Su Yang replied, a firm voice came from the second floor. The 2 of them looked in search of the voice. Zhao Mingyue was wearing a sexy black lace halter nightgown, her hair was still a little wet, it seemed that she should have just finished her bath. At this moment, she was looking at the duo with unkind eyes. She quickly walked downstairs and came to Zhang Mengxue, saying, "I said no. Zhang Mengxue, don't think that I don't know what you're playing at. Wanting to live in, you think beautifully." Finished rushing her to make a provocative look, immediately went to the side again, hold Su Yang's arm, to Su Yang pouted, "Husband, you were too hard last night, screwed me so tired Su Yang's pupils dilated and looked at Zhao Mingyue in shock. "Zhao Mingyue, do you want to listen to what you are saying? What are these wolf and tiger words? Last night obviously did not do anything right." "Zhao Mingyue, don't talk nonsense," Su Yang said while pawing away her hand. "Aya, last night also called me you, now you call me by my name." Zhao Mingyue pouted. Zhang Mengxue on the side had long been looking dumbfounded. She processed the amount of information in those words just now extremely quickly. Soon she figured it out, everything was a lie. She quickly returned to normal and asked, "All right, which room am I staying in?" "What do you mean which room are you staying in? Didn't you hear me? You're not welcome here." Zhao Mingyue was a bit angry. Zhang Mengxue, however, was not in a hurry and retorted, "What are you in a hurry for? The owner of the house hasn't even spoken yet." "Then you say." Zhao Mingyue looked at Su Yang. Su Yang smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and then looked at Zhang Mengxue's expectant little eyes. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. "If you don't say, then I will sleep in your room." "No way." Zhao Mingyue and Su Yang said in unison. Su Yang gritted his teeth and said helplessly, "You can pick whatever you want." Hearing this, Zhang Mengxue smiled happily and pulled her luggage up to the second floor. Zhao Mingyue looked at him with fierce eyes, like she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and avoided her eyes. Humph. Zhao Mingyue stomped her foot and headed towards the second floor. Su Yang took a long breath and lamented, "My life, why is it so bitter?" He was despondent for a while before he remembered that he had to go deliver the heart technique to Lu Wushang. He washed up and went out the door. After leaving the house, he went to the bakery to have breakfast before going to Lu Wushang's house. He didn't necessarily have to come here to eat buns, mainly because it wasn't good to stay at home, and he was afraid that it was too early to go to Lu's house. So, it was only possible to have a breakfast and procrastinate a bit. He arrived at Lu's house, got out of the car, and organized his clothes before he was ready to go in. "Brother-in-law." But he heard a man's voice from behind him. Chapter 42 I Can't Be Beneficent. Su Yang curiously turned his head and saw Lu Wentao walking over from not far away. "Brother-in-law, it's really you." Lu Wentao laughed. Su Yang was full of shock, his heart was wondering, when did I become his brother-in-law? "You are calling me?" Su Yang asked in surprise. Lu Wentao froze, looked around, nodded and said, "Yes, there is no one else here." Su Yang sucked in a mouthful of cool air and said, "Don't scream, screaming like this is going to kill someone." Lu Wentao didn't understand what Su Yang meant and said, "Brother-in-law is really good at joking." Su Yang did not understand whether this Lu Wentao was really stupid or pretending to be confused, he could only look at him with a different look. "You are here to find my sister, right? Go, I will take you in," Lu Wentao said while pulling Su Yang into the courtyard. Entering the courtyard, Lu Yuanlin and Lu Yuanqing were sitting in a corner drinking tea. "Dad, uncle, I am back, brother-in-law is here," Lu Wentao said naturally. Lu Yuanlin and Lu Yuanqing hurriedly got up to welcome them. Su Yang nodded at the two of them, then stared at Lu Yuanlin with an unsuspecting look, then asked, "Lu family head, you won't faint today, right?" When the few people heard this, they all knew that Su Yang was flirting with the matter of him pretending to faint yesterday. Lu Yuanlin smiled awkwardly, then didn't know what to say. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Yuanqing quickly came out to round up the situation and said, "Oh, that little friend Sua Wushang is in the house now, you go inside to find her." Only then did Su Yang walk towards the house. Su Yang came to the hall, Lu Wushang happened to come down from upstairs. "I heard you and my dad talking upstairs, so I came down." As she spoke, she had already come downstairs. She greeted Su Yang and sat down, then poured him a cup of tea. Su Yang took out a few pieces of paper and handed them to Lu Wushang. But Lu Wushang didn't take it. Seeing that she didn't pick it up, Su Yang was puzzled. "You don't believe me?" Lu Wushang smiled lightly and replied, "No, I believe you." "Believe me, why don't you take it?" "Don't worry, this mind method is absolutely suitable for you to practice." Lu Wushang still didn't take it and just smiled lightly. Seeing her like this, a trace of ominous premonition rose in Su Yang's heart and asked, "You don't think you want to back out?" Seeing him muffled, Su Yang mischievously bounced up from the sofa. Some excitedly said, "No, Ms. Lu, do not bring so play ah. We have agreed, I help you, you help me, each get what they need ah." Lu Wushang's heart is complex, very tangled, and somewhat ashamed. "I am sorry, I was not able to convince my dad." Su Yang sniffed, disappointed to sit down, thinking, should have thought of this result, from the point of view of the operation of that old man yesterday, it is not so easy. Lu Wushang continued, "And I think my dad is right. If you really helped me make a breakthrough and cured me of my persistent disease, what I'm going to do is to give my body in return, instead of having to withdraw from the marriage. That's simply like repaying kindness with kindness." Don't. You must not think like this. If you can withdraw from the marriage, that would be really repaying the favor. Su Yang quickly said. No, I can't do it. Lu Wushang said firmly. Su Yang saw her attitude resolute, a burst of inner madness, kept calling out, Woman, oh woman, your name is fickle. Su Yang sighed a long sigh, paralyzed on the sofa, a body without love. Lu Wushang saw him like this and felt guilty. You don't have to give me this heart method. As for the matter of withdrawing from the marriage, you'd better go and talk to my father. Su Yang tried to squeeze out a little smile, hemmed and hawed twice, and said, Forget it, save that old guy from turning around and pretending to be dizzy to blackmail me. After a moment of silence, Su Yang prepared to leave. He looked at the heart method in his hand, and then looked at Lu Wushang. After thinking for a moment, he handed her the heart method and said, Take this and practice it. With your physique and foundation, you should be able to break through to the Grand Master in a week or so, and by that time, all of your ailments will be gone. Lu Wushang looked at him with a puzzled face. Seeing that she refused to take it, Su Yang somewhat impatiently stuffed it into her hand and said, Take it, don't worry, I won't use this to threaten you to withdraw from the marriage. He recalled that he had used this method to ask Zhao Mengxue, and even made Zhao Mengxue angry and almost had an accident. Come to think of it, it was indeed a bit unorthodox to use this kind of tactic. Moreover, nowadays, if Lu Wushang didn't get treatment and continued practicing her original gungfu, it was still unknown if she could live past the age of 30. He couldn't take someone else's life and hold them to ransom here. After thinking about it, he still decided to give the heart technique to Lu Wushang. After saying that, he stood up and instructed, By the way, you should practice this gongfu as soon as possible, the faster the better. As for your own family, don't practice it in the future. After saying that, he left without looking back. Looking at Su Yang's faraway figure, a trace of emotion rose in Lu Wushang's heart. When Su Yang arrived at the courtyard, Lu Yuanqing's father and son were no longer there. Only Lu Yuanlin was alone, still drinking alone there. Su Yang put on a stern face, picked up a cup of tea and drank it in one go, then looked at Lu Yuanlin with fierce eyes. Lu Yuanlin was looked at a little weak, said with a smile, How is the talk, Su Yang saw him knowingly asking a question, stretched out his index finger to point at him, said, You old man. Lu Yuanlin he smiled and said, I cannot help this thing, I have been handed over to Wushang their own processing, she does not agree, I cannot force her When Su Yang saw his shameless appearance, he wanted to give him 2 punches. After thinking about it, he still held back and said hopelessly, Forget it, it's infuriating to think about it. He drank another cup of tea and then said, By the way, in the future, don't let her practice your own family's heart techniques, I gave her a set of heart techniques that can help her break through, and also cure her persistent illness. Lu Yuanlin's eyes were filled with gratitude when he heard this. Regarding Frostla's situation, he had only learned about it a month ago. With a special innate constitution, she was simply not suitable for practicing the Lu family's set of heart techniques. It was because of practicing the Lu family's set of heart methods that caused her body's qi and blood to sink in the dantian and not be able to reasonably release it for a long period of time, causing lesions and even threatening her life. Su Yang then complained, Why don't you discourage her, do you really want her to die before she is 30? Hearing this, Lu Yuanlin fiercely got up, kneeled in front of Su Yang, and said with tears in his eyes, Thank you for saving my life, Master Su, I will make my Lu family to be your oxen and horses in the future. Su Yang was frightened by this sudden kneeling, and backed up. Get up quickly. Lu Yuanlin heard, did not have the intention to get up, and then said, Lu Mao, there is one more thing to ask Master Su to help. What? There is something else. Su Yang shouted out. Chapter 43 I would rather die than withdraw from the marriage. Once Su Yang heard this, where can he endure? Hurriedly said, Don't, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Su Yang dare to promise, just helping the Lu family to deal with a little bit of looking for trouble and giving Lu Wushang a set of heart techniques, withdrawing from the marriage was already very difficult. If now in agreeing to help their family with other things, wouldn't it be even more difficult? Therefore, he decisively refused. Seeing him like this, Lu Yuanlin was ready to explain and clarify the cause of the matter. But Su Yang saw that he was about to open his mouth again and quickly said, Don't say it, I don't want to hear it, I'm not interested in it, and it's even more unlikely that I'll help your family. But. Don't but nothing but. Su Yang did not give him any chance at all. Oh, right, I still have soup at home I'm leaving first. After saying that, he left with a quick step. Looking at the faraway Su Yang, Lu Yuanlin shook his head helplessly. At this time, just as Lu Wushang arrived, she helped up her kneeling father. Dad, why do you value him so much? Look at you, he actually doesn't even appreciate it and refuses to make a move, Lu Wushang complained. Lu Yuanlin shook his head helplessly and didn't blame his daughter, he just said faintly, but he has saved the Lu family, he has saved me, and now he has saved you. Yes, he has saved his family and saved himself, what reason does she have to ask him to do more? Dad, why do you think he's always thinking about withdrawing from the marriage? Lu Wushang asked curiously. Although Su Yang wasn't handsome and didn't have any money, at least he didn't look like a rich man. However, his heart was not bad, his strength was also okay, and he was kind to the Lu family, so if he let himself marry him, it was not impossible. Lu Yuanlin frowned and shook his head, saying, I don't know. After a moment's pause, he then said, but I believe that if you follow him, he will be able to protect you and keep you happy, and I believe that your grandfather will not look at the wrong person and will not harm you. After saying that, he looked at his daughter lovingly. Lu Wushang, on the other hand, looked in the direction of the door and fell into deep thought. When Su Yang returned home, he saw Zhao Mingyue sitting on the sofa, fuming alone. She was wearing a house dress, and it looked like she hadn't been out of the house yet. Su Yang was a little embarrassed, and walked to the sofa to sit down. Zhao Mingyue saw him coming and ignored him, getting up and about to leave. Just 2 steps away, he heard Su Yang say, yesterday's matter, I'm sorry ah. Zhao Mingyue stopped and froze. As soon as she remembered what happened yesterday, her heart was strangled. Then remembering the events of the night, her small face couldn't help but blush again. She couldn't remember if she had anything with Su Yang, although she was looking forward to it, but what she was looking forward to was the kind of thing that happened in a normal state? It's fine, rather, I have to thank you for saving me. Zhao Mingyue said in a cold tone. Su Yang heard this tone is not right thought, no, where is this like apologizing it is impossible to still be angry right? Zhao Mingyue this again ready to go upstairs, but suddenly called by Su Yang, Zhao Mingyue although stopped, but did not look at him. Because, when she saw Su Yang, her heart was very angry, if she didn't know that she couldn't beat Su Yang, she had to teach him a good lesson. Is there anything else? Zhao Mingyue's tone was cold. This you take it. Su Yang pulled out a pre-prepared heart technique and handed it over. Zhao Mingyue turned her head to look at it and asked curiously, what is this? But soon she reacted and thought, this dog man, now he actually wants to use this kind of thing to humiliate me and blackmail me into withdrawing from the marriage? Without waiting for Su Yang to answer, she directly spoke, I don't want it, I don't care. When Su Yang heard this, he froze for a moment, then he knew that Zhao Mingyue was misunderstanding him. He said, take it, this. Didn't wait for him to finish, but was interrupted by Zhao Mingyue. Su Yang, do you want to withdraw from the marriage that much? Don't you understand? I would rather not make a breakthrough, I would rather not know martial arts, and I would rather die than withdraw from the marriage. Zhao Mingyue was a little agitated, and there was some anger. Su Yang sighed and said, I won't withdraw from the marriage. What did you say? Zhao Mingyue somewhat suspected that she had heard wrongly and stared at Su Yang curiously. I said, I will not withdraw from the marriage. Su Yang said word by word. Zhao Mingyue this time to hear the real, she was happy, quickly ran to Su Yang's side to sit down, an arm around his arm. Su Yang quickly pushed her hand away and moved to the side. But Zhao Mingyue also followed the move, once again held his arm, said with a smile, you say it again. In her tone, there were a few hints of pettiness. When Su Yang saw this look, he blanked her and said, I will not withdraw from the marriage, take this to practice. Zhao Mingyue with a happy face grabbed the piece of paper, shook it, said well, you cannot back out Su Yang lightly grunted and said in a bad mood, are you kidding, am I the kind of person who goes back on his word? You think I am like you guys, she is like this, Zhang Mengxue is like this, even you. Looking at Zhao Mingyue's smiling face, he collected his words, afraid that he would make this heroine cry again. I forget it. Su Yang grumbled twice and stopped talking. Zhao Mingyue wrapped her arms around him, rubbed her head on it twice, and hemmed and hawed at him twice. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she sat up straight and asked curiously, you said she is also? Who is she? Su Yang sighed, leaned on the sofa and said, who else can there be, Lu Wushang? Tell me, you have said that you have withdrawn from the marriage, how is it? Wait a moment, Zhao Mingyue interrupted him. She looked at him with a stunned face. Su Yang was puzzled and asked, what's wrong? You said that Lu Wushang is also your fiancé? Zhao Mingyue asked incredulously. Su Yang nodded painfully. Zhao Mingyue smiled, but that smile was very forced, like a bitter smile and also like a mockery. She thought to herself, what's the situation? Is it true that this guy has more than one marriage letter, as Grandpa said? Oh my god, what to do? Zhang Mengxue didn't even drive away. How come another Lu Wushang popped up? This competition is too fierce. Why does it feel like this path is even tougher than my breakthrough to Grandmaster Na? The more she thought about it, the more pain she felt. Seeing that she didn't speak and had a strange expression, Su Yang asked, "What's wrong with you?" "It's all right." Zhao Mingyue came back to her senses and gave him a perfunctory heave, then hurriedly adjusted her state. She took 2 deep breaths and gently stroked her chest, trying her best to calm herself down. Then she asked curiously, taking the liberty to ask, "How many marriage letters do you have?" Su Yang sighed and said faintly, 9. "What? 9 letters?" Zhao Mingyue exclaimed out, her face full of shock and disbelief. Chapter 44. Don't worry, 1T smash your things. Su Yang helplessly nodded his head to show certainty. Zhao Mingyue, on the other hand, simply, awkwardly hammed and hawed at him twice. Thinking, my god, is this dustless Taoist treating Su Yang as a stallion? 9, my goodness, wouldn't I have 8 contenders then? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a flood of bitterness in her heart again. Well, let's not talk about this, you go and practice, with your talent in current realm, you can break through in 3 days. Su Yang said. Only then did Zhao Mingyue force herself to regain her composure, nodded her head in agreement with a smile, and then turned around and went upstairs. Only after Zhao Mingyue went upstairs did Su Yang let out a long sigh and muttered, old man, you've made me suffer. The only 2 that he can retreat at the moment are Qin Yueru and Zhou Wenting, but these 2 have not returned to Jinling, so he can only wait a little longer. But at present, these 3, by the looks of it, each attitude is very determined, are not good to break through. Thinking about it, he really does not have any good way. The more you think about, the more headache, the more you think about, the more upset, so sex first. Do not want to, why not go out to walk a little, loose heart? Said to go, she adjusted the state, glowing out of the door. All the way around, Jinling's local customs really let him relax a lot. This kind of human atmosphere is their own in the mountains when they have never seen. Blame yourself, come to Jinling for so long, but also did not feel the fireworks of the world. Unconsciously, Su Yang actually walked to an antique street, ancient buildings, in this bustling city, in these high-rise buildings, but it seems to be unique. Su Yang walked to the door of a curio store. The large signboard immediately attracted his attention. He raised his eyes and took a closer look, ancient Linglong. Su Yang recited it in passing. Then he walked in. The store was quite large, but there weren't many people in the store, sparsely 3 or 5 people were picking around. A middle-aged man was rattling an abacus behind the counter. By the looks of it, it should be the owner. Su Yang looked around. He didn't have the idea of what to buy, he was just casually looking around. Whether to buy or not is another matter. Yo, who is this? Isn't this Su Yang? A very mocking voice came from outside the store. Su Yang looked at the sound, only to see Lu Wenbin embracing a woman with revealing clothes, insufficient posture, but sexy, walking towards the store. They were followed by 5 bodyguards, but these 5 bodyguards were completely different from the ones he had brought before. Su Yang probed and found that they were actually all Zhongshe realm experts. Originally in a pretty good mood, seeing Lu Wenbin, he instantly felt his stomach turn. The mood was a bit less wonderful all of a sudden. What, you also came to Taba'a? Do you know antiques? Do you have money? What a joke. Lu Wenbin mocked as soon as he came to the front. The woman next to him looked Su Yang up and down, a look of disgust appeared on her face, and asked in a whiny voice, Mr. Lu, who is this? This disgusting voice almost didn't send Su Yang away. Only then did Su Yang take a close look at the woman twice. It turned out to be a plastic surgery contestant. Su Yang had to sigh, looks like this Lu Wenbin is really hungry, cannot get Zhang Mengxue, even this kind of goods, can go down the mouth. Thinking of this, he could not help but get goosebumps. Lu Wenbin contemptuous look at Su Yang, said, he is a hick, poor ravine out of the pocket a few money, but also come here to learn others to play antiques. Yo, the original is a hick, really ridiculous. The woman repeated, still whining. Su Yang shook his head helplessly and asked, young Lu, is your family still broke, and you still dare to come out to visit this kind of place? Lu Wenbin was obviously irritated by the words, his face changed, and he was ready to swear. But before he could open his mouth, the woman next to him couldn't help herself and laughed. What do you country bumpkin know, how could young Lu go bankrupt? He is one of the 4 great families of Jinling, and he now has the Long family as his backer. Saying that, she paused and pointed to the 5 bodyguards behind her and continued, see? This is the bodyguards that the dragon family has arranged for our young Lu. but they are all experts in the Zhongshe realm. Hearing this, Lu Wenbin instantly gained a little more self-confidence, and couldn't help but straighten his back. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh lightly, but didn't bother. But people are sometimes like this: the more you tolerate, the enemy is more arrogant, especially the kind of ignorant enemy. What? Afraid, ah? The woman asked. Afraid to hurry up and kneel down to our young Lu kowtow and apologize. Maybe our young Lu are happy, but also can spare you. The woman said. Lu Wenbin is more and more confident, although it is a fan of confidence. That's right, hurry to kowtow and apologize. I am happy, but also can spare you. Lu Wenbin arrogantly said. Su Yang sneered, asked, Lu Les, where do you come from the confidence, ah? Lu Wenbin was smelled confused, but the woman next to him reacted quickly and said, confidence, Lu Shao wants to destroy you. It is not a matter of minutes, this is confidence. Su Yang once again sneered and shook his head. Country bumpkin, today let you see what strength is, what is called confidence. Lu Wenbin suddenly said stiffly. After saying that, he made a wink at the 5 bodyguards behind him. The 5 came forward in unison and stood in front of Su Yang, looking at him with fierce eyes. The few customers in the store all quickly slipped away when they saw that the situation was not right. The boss also hurriedly ran over and smiled and said, a few gentlemen, there is something to talk about, there is something to talk about. This is also saw Lu Wenbin, the two are also considered familiar. Egu, young Lu, you will be generous, go somewhere else to solve it. Lu Wenbin didn't pay any attention to him. The bodyguard in the lead, however, opened his mouth and said, boss, don't worry, you won't smash your things. When dealing with this kind of person, we always have a sense of proportion and will not affect the innocent. The other bodyguard followed and chimed in. The boss did get more and more anxious and said, a few gentlemen, my temple here is indeed small. The bodyguard stared at him fiercely and said, if you say one more word, beware of smashing you and your store together. My boss was scared and retreated to the side. Only after seeing the boss retreat to the side did the bodyguard turn his head and continue to stare at Su Yang. Kid, say it, how do you want to die? It is me. Don't bullshit, come together, you few are not enough for me to warm up nah. Su Yang directly interrupted him. Several people were surprised. One of the bodyguards said, kid, you're a bit crazy. But this is good, I won't feel guilty about killing you. Being able to die in the hands of our 5 sect masters is also considered your kid's destiny. Another bodyguard said. After saying that, a few people started to run their true chi and made an attack posture. Su Yang, however, was expressionless and didn't move a muscle. Seeing that he did not react, Lu Wenbin laughed and said triumphantly, kid, scared silly, you'll wait for death. Several bodyguards were about to attack Su Yang. Stop. Just at this time, outside the door suddenly came a loud shout, stopping the crowd. Chapter 45 I think you are a liar, right? The crowd looked for the sound. A middle-aged man walked in the door. There were also 2 bodyguards behind him. Su Yang did not recognize the person who came, but seeing that he was followed by 2 bodyguards of the Grand Master realm, he knew that this person's identity was not simple. Su Yang fixed his eyes and looked at the visitor. Although his spirit was very good, he had a black seal, and there seemed to be a black cloud over his head. Looking at Lu Wenbin and the other people's faces changed drastically, it further solidified his suspicions. What is this going to do? The man asked. When Lu Wenbin saw this, he was a little shivering and was about to open his mouth to explain, but the woman next to him was the first to stand out. Who are you? Even our young Lu's business you want to control, you can't be in league with this country bumpkin, right? She said very arrogantly. Even the side of Lu Wenbin tugged her. She did not care, self-consciously slapped away Lu Wenbin's hand, said his own. Lu Shao? The middle-aged man wondered. Lu Wenbin came back to his senses and gave the woman a slap in the face with his hand. The woman covered her face, aggrieved. Lu Shao, what are you hitting me for? It's him who is in charge of your business, you should hit him said. She also did not forget to point at the middle-aged man. This finger, let Lu Wenbin more afraid, forehead has beads of sweat. Snap. Lu Wenbin gave her another slap, louder and crisper than the slap just now. Stinking bitch, want to die, do not pull the old man cushion. The woman's head buzzed in pain. Her nose was crooked to one side and she still didn't know. Su Yang forced himself to hold back and not let himself laugh out loud. Do you know her? The middle-aged man asked in a cold voice. No, I don't know. Lu Wenbin hurriedly denied. That's good, alright, hurry up and take your people away. The middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Wenbin hesitated, originally just came to casually stroll today, did not expect to run into Su Yang. I thought I could teach him a good lesson, but who would have thought that the woman beside me had messed with the wrong person? This is considered to be bad luck. He didn't dare to mess with the middle-aged man, but he didn't want to let Su Yang go. He stole a glance at Su Yang, and after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to go first. Good, Master Bai, I'll leave now. Lu Wenbin replied with trepidation, then took 5 bodyguards, left the woman behind and left. Only then did Su Yang realize that this middle-aged man was called Master Bai, at least that was what others called him. The woman saw Lu Wenbin left without her, angry mouth, glared at Su Yang and the middle-aged man, stomped his foot and chased out. Lu Xiao, wait for me. Su Yang saw her look, feel very funny, rushed her back, shouted, beauty, slow down a little, careful nose, silicone are off. After saying that, he did not forget to heave a couple of laughs. Then he turned his head to the middle-aged man and said, thanks ha. Master Bai waved his hand and said with a smile, just a small matter. Then he added, little brother you better stay away from them in the future. Those can be the master of the realm of experts you are not their opponent. Su Yang's heart was disdainful, master realm? Master? Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't show it, after all, they were just kindly reminding him. He nodded and said, okay, I know. Master Bai nodded. Master Bai, the things you want are ready. The boss walked over with an exquisite box. Master Bai nodded and signaled the people behind him to inspect the goods. A bodyguard behind him nodded, then took the box and placed it on the side counter. Su Yang also curiously stretched his neck, wanting to see what exactly was there. The bodyguard opened the box, a small jade Buddha statue was lying flat inside. The bodyguard took him out, turned it back and forth in his hand, picked it up and measured it again and again with a soft ruler. Su Yang can see that they have done their homework. Just in front of this Buddha statue appearance looks very familiar. But a moment actually some can't remember where they have seen. Soon the bodyguard finished confirming, put the jade Buddha back, turned around and said, Master Bai, no problem. Master Bai nodded with satisfaction and gave the bodyguard a wink. The bodyguard understood and took out a card, handing it to the boss. The boss was beaming with joy and was about to pick up the bank card. Wait a moment. Su Yang called out to the crowd. At this moment, he had remembered where he had seen this jade Buddha. The crowd looked at him in surprise. There is something wrong with this jade Buddha. Su Yang explained. The crowd was once again stunned. How can there be a problem? This is absolutely true. The boss said conclusively. Little brother, do you also know how to appraise treasures? Master Bai asked curiously. Su Yang smiled awkwardly and said, I don't know. The boss smiled but laughed out loud and said, I don't know? Do not understand, what are you talking nonsense here? I think you are a liar. Master Bai sniffed, his face also showed a trace of contemptuous smile. Although, I don't know how to identify treasures, but I can be sure that this jade Buddha is definitely not the one you want, Master Bai. Su Yang said with certainty. This is ridiculous, do you think everyone else is a fool? I think only fools will believe your words. The boss said in a very mocking manner, and his tone was also a bit unkind. He certainly has anger in his heart, was about to get $10 million, but because of this kid's words, and now do not know whether this $10 million can get. Master Bai was attracted by his words, said, line, say your opinion. The boss was stunned, said, White Master, you cannot believe him this kid is full of mouth, he is nonsense. The White Master raised his hand to interrupt his words, and said to Su Yang, little brother, if you cannot say a reason, then do not blame me for you are not polite. When the boss heard this, he was happy, thinking, brat, you broke my good deed, see how you die later. Su Yang nodded at Master Bai and asked, dare I ask if what Master Bai wants is the East China Sea Jade Buddha? When Master Bai heard this, he looked surprised, this matter, there are not many people who know, how does this kid know? He nodded and said, that's right, you continue. When Su Yang heard the other party's answer, he became more confident in his heart and said, that's right, this East China Sea Jade Buddha is a fake. You fart, impossible, absolutely impossible. The boss was the first to get anxious. You know, he found many people have examined, this jade Buddha's material is authentic, every detail is also exactly the same as the rumors, how can it be fake? You say he is a fake, but what proof do you have? You know, my men have already carefully examined it. Master Bai asked. Right, if you can't prove that he's a fake, you're talking nonsense, you're a liar, the boss was a bit agitated. Su Yang sighed and said, "This jade Buddha is really a good jade carving, like a fake." "Haha, that's for sure. Now you say he is real, you are not talking nonsense, you are still a liar, ah," the boss said proudly. Master Bai also looked at him doubtfully. "How is it true and false?" Su Yang explained, "Say he is real, because he is indeed real, carved from the finest jade. Say he is fake, just because he is not the one that Master Bai wants." The crowd was stunned. What is the situation? Then how do you prove what you say is true? Master Bai asked curiously. Chapter 46. I see that you have a plague of blood. Once Master Bai said this, the crowd all looked at Su Yang with curious eyes. The boss even had a look of anticipation, plus a bit of gloating. He just wanted to watch Su Yang make a fool of himself. "I naturally have my ways," Su Yang said indifferently. Then, he stepped forward and took out the jade Buddha from the box. He flipped it back and forth for a while, and then stroked it back and forth a few times with his hand. However, he saw that this jade Buddha was crystal clear, warm and smooth, top-quality sheep's fat white jade. Exquisite carving technology, smooth and natural lines, every detail is handled just right. When you gently touch this jade Buddha with your hand, you will feel its warmth and smoothness, a slight coolness through your fingertips. It had a delicate texture without any flaws. Su Yang thought to himself, "This is a master this imitation is basically a one-to-one reproduction It's a pity." Suddenly, he raised the jade Buddha high. When the crowd saw this, they all looked horrified. "What are you doing? Stop it!" the boss shouted in horror. As soon as the boss's words fell, the jade Buddha had already fallen to the ground, with pieces scattered all over the place. The crowd looked at the fragments on the ground in shock. Only Su Yang was full of composure. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, thinking, "Sure enough, it's just as I thought." The boss was the first to react. His face was ashen, howling, "Ouch ouch you what have you done Are you crazy you were simply an animal Master Bai, you must teach him a good lesson he is simply." Two bodyguards immediately wanted to go forward to clean up Su Yang. Master Bai raised his hand to interrupt the boss, and at the same time interrupted the bodyguard's actions. He was still looking at the debris, and then at Su Yang. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and said while laughing, "Good, good, good." The boss was a little confused by this sudden situation. What is this situation? Is he crazy? The master stopped laughing and asked Su Yang. Su Yang froze for a moment, thinking that it is impossible to tell the white master, really the East China Sea Jade Buddha, as early as 7 years ago, he got, but also took away the things inside it. After thinking about it, he said, "Oh, it is so, I once in an ancient book, read the description of the East China Sea Jade Buddha. The real East China Sea Jade Buddha is spliced together, leaving a space inside to store a." Master Bai quickly raised his hand to stop him, signaling him not to say it. Su Yang understood and nodded at him with a smile. Although the boss couldn't understand exactly what the two of them were saying, from their conversation, this jade Buddha was indeed not what Master Bai wanted. As for what kind Master Bai wanted, he didn't know, and he wasn't interested in knowing. Right now he only knew that his $10 million was gone. He cried and mourned, quietly looking at the fragments on the ground, and kept chanting in his heart, "My 10 million, my 10 million, my 10 million. He boss." Master Bai suddenly shouted sternly. This sound scared the boss. Jumped, busy said, "White master, this is not my business not my business I really do not know The white master was about to scold, but Su Yang opened his mouth and said, "This is not to blame him, although this is not the one you want, the jade Buddha, but this jade Buddha workmanship and color are top quality, and there is no counterfeiting. Can only say that the person who is counterfeiting the skill is superb. It's just that he doesn't know the secret." But from the jade Buddha itself, this jade Buddha is also considered a real treasure, worth $10 million. When the boss heard Su Yang relieve himself, he also nodded desperately. When Master Bai heard this, he nodded his head and said, "All right, I'll let it go." Hearing this, the boss was like an amnesty, and quickly said, "Thank you, Master Bai, thank you, Master Bai, thank you, Master Bai. Boss, I will compensate you for this $10 million. Su Yang suddenly said at the boss. The boss froze, thinking that he had heard wrong, and looked at Su Yang incredulously. Su Yang explained, "After all, this jade Buddha is a precious treasure, and I broke it. There is no reason for me to let you do a losing business." Hearing this, the boss was so touched in his heart that he even wanted to kneel down and call out to his grandfather. The owner of the house was so moved that he even wanted to kneel down and shout at his grandfather. "How can I do that? I broke it." "It is not true that you broke it, but this matter is because of me. If you do not help me, this thing, if I give it out, that is not even more shameful. So you do not argue with me." After Master Bai finished speaking, he didn't wait for Su Yang to speak and directly signaled his bodyguard to give the card to the boss. The boss looked at the card in his hand and was a bit speechless with excitement. Well, I still have something to do, I will leave first. After saying that, he walked towards the outside of the store, followed by Su Yang. The boss looked at the back of the duo as they walked away, inwardly excited, muttering, "Good man, good 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 man." Master Bai, wait a minute. Su Yang called out to Master Bai. Master Bai turned around to look at him and asked, "Little brother, is there anything else?" Su Yang once again looked up and down at Master Bai, his eyebrows growing darker and darker. He put his right hand behind his back and counted with his fingers. "Master Bai, I see that you have a plague of blood today." "Kid, what are you babbling about?" the bodyguard said angrily. Master Bai stopped him, hemmed and hawed, and asked, "Little brother, do you know who I am?" Su Yang didn't have the heart to play guessing games with him and said, "I don't know who you are, I just look at your face and know that you have a plague of blood." "Oh? You also know face reading?" Master Bai asked curiously. Su Yang nodded and said, "A little knowledge." Master Whiteheart but laughed, "That is ridicule, humph, a little bit of knowledge also dare to blabber here, really do not know the height of the sky ah. Looks like, or I overestimated him ah." Seeing that he didn't believe me, Su Yang shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look and said, "Anyway, what I should remind, I have already reminded, believe it or not, it's up to you." After Su Yang finished speaking, he turned around and left. Looking at Su Yang's distant back, Master Bai once again revealed a mocking look, muttering, "Young people nowadays just like to brag." At this time the car came, he drilled into the car, just sat down, he was a little distracted, Su Yang's words echoed in his ears. "You have a plague of blood today." "I'm not going to be able to do that." "Today, there is a plague of blood." "Today, there is a plague of blood." The plague of blood and light. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but it never worked. "Lao Wang, I get off and go back by myself, you drive back." Master Bai suddenly said. "Master Bai, do you really believe what that kid said?" Old Wang asked. Master Bai did not answer him. He knew very well that some things were better to be believed than not. Chapter 47 Begging should have the attitude of begging. Master Bai let old Wang drive away by himself, while he himself was ready to find a way to go home alone. Only after seeing the car drive away from the street corner did he pull out his sunglasses from his arms and put them on, walking in the opposite direction. After turning the corner, he looked around for a while before reaching out and stopping a cab, getting into the back of the cab in a flash. He was always distracted along the way. He felt like he had spent hours on a 10-minute trip. The cab finally arrived at the Clearwater Villa intersection, and only then did he feel much more at ease. Through the window, he saw more than a dozen black cars from the villa sped out, could not help but heart it tight, muttering, "This is what happened?" He slowly got out of the car, full of doubt towards the mountain village. Just arrived at the entrance of the mountain villa, he saw the housekeeper Lao Tang was on the phone, looking a bit flustered, his tone a bit angry. "Don't give me those useless, can't catch people, you don't come back." Master Bai was wondering what was going on. Old Tang suddenly turned around, and the moment he saw Master Bai, his whole body froze. Soon he became excited. "Master, you are fine, it is too good." "Agu, why don't you answer the phone really anxious me." Master Bai looked at him with a confused face, and then remembered that he deliberately put his cell phone in the car before getting off. Asked, "What happened?" Old Tang took a long breath and said, 10 minutes ago, I received a message that you were assassinated on Yangon Road, a large truck crushed your car." Hearing Old Tang say this, Master Bai's pupils dilated, full of horror. Su Yang's voice once again rang in his ears, "You have a moonlight disaster today." Once again, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat, and after slowing down, he opened his mouth to ask, "How are Old Wang and the others?" Old Tang shook his head and said regretfully, "The two were knocked into a meat cake on the spot." The moment he heard the meat cake, Master Bai could not help but shiver. That is how cruel picture. Don't look at the old Wang duo as a great master of the strong. In this sudden assassination, still corpse bones, no strength. It was only then that Old Tang suddenly remembered that since Master Bai had returned, there was no need to send so many people out, lest they cause a stir. That's right, give hurry to withdraw the people back. With that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to dial. Master Bai immediately pressed him, shook his head, and said, "Don't rush, let them find it." The old Tang froze. Look at the expression of the white master, seems to understand what, asked, you want to put a long line, fishing for big fish, draw out the person behind the curtain. Master Bai nodded and said, the person who can know my route must be the person beside me, and the person who is deeply trusted by me. Even if he didn't do it, it must have nothing to do with him. Old Tang nodded thoughtfully and said, understood. Master Bai continued to add, later on, spread the news of my death, I would like to see who will jump out. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but show a smear of killing intent in his eyes. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Master Bai said, right, Lao Tang, help me find someone. Find someone? Yes, today if there is no other person words, I really become a meat pie. Master Bai then said the matter of the curio store roughly. Then he told Old Tang about Su Yang's general appearance. Old Tang instantly understood, nodded his head and said, I will go and do it. After saying this, he hurriedly left the lodge. Master Bai also then put back on his sunglasses, went out of the mountain village, and went to his old house in the city. That place not many people know, used to hide for 2 days or can be. Old Tang was very efficient and quickly found out where Su Yang was. He hurriedly reported back to Master Bai. Master Bai, we found him. Oh? Where is it? Master Bai is a bit excited. Crown Villa 102. The White Master froze, said, you wait for me, I will be right there. Hang up the phone, he could not think too much, out of the door stopped a cab, straight to the Crown Villa and go. All the way he was recalling, Crown 102 Villa original owner is who, how never seen. Soon, he met up with Old Tang. The two came to the door of 102 and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened. Little brother, can you still remember me? Master Bai asked with a smile. Su Yan looked him up and down and wasn't too surprised, as if everything was expected of him. At this moment, Master Bai's essence was still the same, and the hull of indigo was also a lot more red, but the seemingly black gas on top of his head had not dissipated. Something is wrong? Su Yang is somewhat indifferent. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Zhao Mingyue suddenly came down from upstairs and quickly walked to Su Yang's side and asked. Su Yang was shocked by this call, and was busy turning his head to look at her, whispering, don't scream. Said giving her a fierce look. Zhao Mingyue didn't care and smiled at him, making a face. Only then did she look at the door. Bye-bye from Jing? No, Master Bai. Zhao Mingyue was a bit startled. Seeing that she recognized it, Su Yang hurriedly came to her ear and asked in a low voice, who is it? Do you recognize? Zhao Mingyue also responded in a low voice, Bai Songjing, the underground emperor of Jinling. Su Yang nodded his head, but it was with a disinterested look. Only then did Bai Songjing nod at Zhao Mingyue and said, Miss Zhao. He, however, was once again a little puzzled, this Crown 102, could it be the Zhao family? You came for something? Su Yang asked again. What kind of attitude do you have? Be polite to Master Bai. Old Tang was a bit tired of Su Yang's attitude and complained. Old Tang. Bai Songjing drank him down. Old Tang retreated resentfully. Su Yang, however, was not happy, snorted coldly, funny, you are here to beg, begging should have the attitude of begging, right? White from the king was shocked, how does he know I came to beg him, looks like this person is a bit capable. Then, he smiled and said, Master Su is right, I on behalf of the Old Tang to apologize to you. Su Yang, however, continued to look indifferent, and the scene once fell into embarrassment. Zhao Mingyue saw that the situation is not right, quickly close to Su Yang, twisted his arm, whispered reproach, what are you doing? Su Yang was not prepared for the pain and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. What are you doing? Zhao Mingyue blankly glanced at him, turned his head to Bai Songjing and said, my master, don't be offended, this person is this bad temper, you have something to come in and say. Not waiting for Su Yang to react, she had already let the two of them into the house. Several people came to the sofa and sat down, Su Yang was full of reluctance. Zhao Mingyue hurriedly pushed him lightly. Only then did Su Yang say with great reluctance, say, what is it that you came to find me? Not to hide it from the master, one is to thank the master for saving his life, and the second is to ask the master to help. Bai Songjing also did not hide, directly explained the intention. Zhao Mingyue on the side was listening to the clouds and didn't know what kind of intersection these two had. Su Yang, however, still had an indifferent look. Inviting me is very expensive. Su Yang said coldly. Don't worry, feel free to mention the requirements. Money is definitely not a problem. Bai Songjing replied cheerfully. That's good, I want to. Su Yang said, stretched out an index finger and waved it in front of Bai Songjing's eyes. Chapter 48. Doing this is a loss of life. Bai Songjing looked at his finger and said, no problem, 10 million is 10 million. Su Yang took his hand back, very dissatisfied, said, what 10 million? I want 100 million. Several people were all surprised. White from the king and the old Tang glanced at each other. The old Tang really cannot bear it, opened his mouth and said, 100 million, why do not you go to rob? Su Yang glanced at him and said, robbing money which is not as fast as this. Good, 100 million on 100 million. White from the scene, after thinking for a while, is also quick to agree. Old Tang stupid, Zhao Mingyue also stupid. What is this situation? These two are crazy, this is what nonsense. Is this the legendary Zhou Yu beating Huang guy? Only then did Su Yang nod his head in satisfaction and said, okay, cool, but I want to get the money first and do the job later. Bai Songjing was a little hesitant this time. Old Tang is also very unhappy, said, joke, if you take the money, do not do things, or did not do what? Su Yang snorted coldly and said, don't worry, can't run away. With Master Bai's ability, is it not easy to find me? Besides, there is nothing I can't handle. Su Yang's words were just to comfort Bai Songjing, because with his strength, if he really hid, Bai Songjing really wouldn't be able to find him. As for the things to be done, Su Yang has already guessed 7 or 8 points, naturally full of confidence. Old Tang was going to continue to retort, but heard Bai Songjing say, okay, no problem. Master Bai. Old Tang wanted to discourage. Bai Songjing quickly raised his hand to interrupt him, signaling him not to say anything. Only then did Old Tang resentfully withdraw what he wanted to say. Bai Songjing did not dawdle, took out a check, quickly filled it out and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang took the check and looked at it, flicked it again and said, then thank you, Master Bai. Bai Songjing smiled and nodded. At this time Old Tang's cell phone rang, he picked it up and immediately walked to the side to answer the phone. Bai Songjing took out a bank card from his coat pocket, put it on the coffee table, pushed it in front of Su Yang and said, Master Su, there are 10 million in this card, it is to thank you for saving your life this morning, and if there are any other requirements, you can also feel free to mention them. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Lao Tang finished answering the phone and came over to Bai Songjing's ear and muttered a few words. Bai Songjing was surprised, then became a little excited. When Lao Tang finished, he turned his head to look at Su Yang, was about to open his mouth to explain, but heard Su Yang said, okay, you go busy with your own, tomorrow afternoon send someone to pick me up can be. Bai Songjing got up and said, okay, then I'll be waiting for you in my humble abode tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, he took Old Tang and left. After the two left, Su Yang picked up the bank card, some excitement, said with a smile on his face, good, this life is quite valuable. Zhao Mingyue looked at his performance, very puzzled, flirted, you can really things are not done, first received 100 million, do you know that his money is not easy to earn? Su Yang, however, is very disdainful, said, not easy to earn? I don't want to earn it, you can see, he begged me to earn it. You see just now I have that face, he still want to give me, what can I do? Zhao Mingyue carefully recalled, as if it is indeed that, from the white from the king into the door, Su Yang has not given him a good face, but the other party is still not relentless. Also, by the way, he said that you have saved his life, what's going on? Zhao Mingyue was a bit curious. Su Yang put away the bank card and check before telling Zhao Mingyue what happened in the morning. Zhao Mingyue heard and kept muttering in her heart, it looks like Grandpa was right, this guy has a lot of skills that we can't see through. At this moment, the eyes that looked at Su Yang couldn't help but add a few more points of adoration. In other words, he is the one who hasn't escaped the disaster yet, that's why he came to look for your help? Zhao Mingyue analyzed. The disaster is dodged, but the black gas on top of his head is still there, it should be hit by some evil spirit. He came to me for help, firstly, he really wants to thank me, secondly, he thinks that I am a bit capable and wants me to help him solve his recent chi problem. Su Yang explained. Zhao Mingyue nodded and asked, how did you conclude that his calamity was not caused by that chi luck? It's impossible for chi luck to make someone unlucky to become a meat pie, that's man-made. It should still be the more trusted people around him. Su Yang explained. Zhao Mingyue came to a realization and said with a nod, so, he was in a hurry just now, he went to deal with the traitor? Su Yang nodded in affirmation. Zhao Mingyue's eyes at this moment looked at Su Yang with some more admiration. Since you can count, why don't you just count for him and tell him? You don't understand, this kind of belongs to prying into the heavens, tell him, that's even more leakage, do this kind of thing will damage the life of Yang. Su Yang explained. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Zhao Mingyue was shocked and instantly understood. That's why you collected 100 million from him. Su Yang gave him a blank look and said, otherwise you think nah, this kind of thing, I don't even want to care. To do such a thing, to do 100 good things to make up for receiving $100 million from him is considered cheap. I'm not going to be able to do that. Then you will be fine. Zhao Mingyue asked with concern. I won't die. Su Yang said lightly. Zhao Mingyue looked at Su Yang with some heartache. The two of them fell into silence. Suddenly Zhao Mingyue smiled and said, I can't imagine that you still know this, then you help me count it. Calculate whether the two of us are destined to be together or not, whether there will be a result. Said, she stretched out her slender jade hand and put it in front of Su Yang. Originally Zhao Mingyue just wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but did not expect Su Yang to seriously read her palm. Looking at Su Yang's serious look, Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster. Eyes full of anticipation for Su Yang's answer. Yo, not bad, half a day's time and you've actually broken through to the early stage of Grandmaster. Su Yang's sudden words made Zhao Mingyue a little lost. She didn't want to hear this, she only wanted to know if she and Su Yang would have a result. Zhao Mingyue rolled her eyes at him and said, that's not for you to say, I'm the chosen one. Said revealing a smug look. TSK TSK TSK. Su Yang was very disdainful and said, then how come you were stuck in the early stages and can't go up? What? Zhao Mingyue had always thought that she couldn't go up because of this heart movement, which could only allow a person to break through to the early stages of the Grand Master, but now that she heard Su Yang say this, she understood that it was because she hadn't thought about some parts of it. This heart movement could allow one to break through to the peak of Grand Master? Zhao Mingyue was still a bit unconvinced. Su Yang nodded and said, that's right. Looking at Zhao Mingyue's expression, he knew that she hadn't fully penetrated the heart technique. Come on, let me help you. With that, he explained the heart method to Zhao Mingyue from beginning to end. Soon he took Zhao Mingyue through the heart method. Did you understand? Zhao Mingyue nodded her head, then looked at Su Yang with an adoring gaze, her eyes showing endless adoration. Why are you looking at me like that? Before he could react, Zhao Mingyue slightly got up and lightly azed Su Yang's face. Su Yang was stunned, dumbfounded by this sudden action. Zhao Mingyue also had a small red face, lowered her head and said, thank you. After saying that, she fled up the stairs. Only then did Su Yang come back to his senses. He touched the place that had been dazzled by Zhao Mingyue and said with a face full of pain, God, don't use this to test the cadres. Chapter 49. People are not dead, what murderer to find. Clearwater Villa. The lawn was crowded with people. Everyone is discussing the new person in charge. Uncle Tang, the brothers are all here today, so let's hurry up and elect a new person in charge. Xiongde said in a bad tone, even with a few hints of threat in it. Xiongde, Master Bai just left in the morning, and the murderer has not yet been found, so you are in such a hurry to get to the throne? Old Tang calmly said. Xiongde cold snort, said, Uncle Tang, the death of the White Master has become a fact, the murderer is naturally defined, if anyone dares to say that they do not find, Xiongde the first one does not agree. He swore, suddenly he turned, said, but, the country can't be without a king, the gang can't be without a master, what we need to do now is to elect a new person in power. Old Tang sneered and smiled, thinking, the wolf's ambition is finally going to show? Good then you say, who is more suitable? Old Tang asked. Xiongde didn't say anything, and Zhu Biao, who was standing in the front row, stepped forward. I elect Brother Xiong to be the new person in power. The crowd suddenly stirred. Everyone knows that Xiongde has followed Master Bai for more than 10 years, in addition to Old Tang, Master Bai most trusted is Xiongde. Seeing that everyone did not speak, Xiongde made a wink at Zhu Biao, signaling Zhu Biao to continue. But this small move did not escape Old Tang's eyes. Old Tang couldn't help but frown. Everyone listen to me, Xiong has been with Master Bai for the longest time and is deeply appreciated by Master Bai. Master Bai has also been grooming him as his successor. Moreover, Brother Xiong is familiar with the company's business and is well suited to be the new man in charge. Zhu Biao spoke with reason and righteousness. The crowd stirred again. Yes, what Zhu Biao said is the truth. Master Bai has actually done the same for so many years, treating Xiongde as his own son. If someone said that he could not be the next person in power, no one would believe it. I think it's you who is a wolf yourself. An abrupt voice came from the front row. Niu Air stood out. Zhu Biao glared angrily and said angrily, Surname Niu, what do you mean? Niu Air snorted coldly and came to Zhu Biao, but looked at Xiongde and said, literally. Sharp eyes, ferocious tone. Xiongde, however, was not in a hurry, stepped forward and pushed Zhu Biao away, and came face to face with Mingyue. The two men just stared angrily at each other. A strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Old Tang, on the other hand, quietly watched it all. Mingyue, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Xiongde took the lead and said. There is no nonsense, you know in your own heart, if not, why are you in such a hurry to get to the top? The second cow is also not timid. Okay, then you say, now what to do? Xiongde asked. Mingyue too retreated, facing the crowd, raised the decibel, said, now the first task is to find the murderer of the White Master, rather than thinking about what the power of the seat here. The crowd nodded and murmured. Boss bones are not yet cold, how can you start to fight for the seat of power now? Seeing the crowd agitation, Zhu Biao could not sit up, roared, surnamed Mingyue, what are you smoking crazy to find the murderer, but also have to find a power agent to preside over the situation Mingyue glared at him, said, also can then let Uncle Tang to Zhu Biao was dumbfounded, look at Mingyue, then look at Xiongde, and then look at the old Tang. After a pause, before speaking, I do not agree, Uncle Tang is not familiar with the company's business, he has no way to manage everyone. Mingyue sniffed but snorted coldly and said, not familiar? Uncle Tang and the White Master to break into the jungle when, I guess you kids still wear diapers nah. Uncle Tang, always better than some people. When he said the last sentence, he turned his gaze to Xiongde. Xiongde smiled shallowly and said, good, in that case, regarding the agent, let's let everyone vote by a show of hands. I agree. Zhu Biao was the first to concur. Mingyue, however, was instantly dumbfounded, although he suspected Xiongde, he was not completely sure, he did not know how many were Xiongde's people. He didn't dare to gamble, if he lost the bet, the person in charge would really fall into the hands of this person, Xiongde. For a time, he was actually a bit at a loss. Good, I agree. Old Tang suddenly opened his mouth and said. Mingyue heard the words but some panic, looked at Old Tang in horror, but when he saw Old Tang's firm eyes, he actually also relaxed. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Xiongde confidently said, as if the victory is general. He went on to say, brothers, the White Master died by the traitor, but the gang cannot be without a master. Today we will elect a new power to preside over the situation, for the White Master revenge. Those who vote for me will stand on the left-hand side, and those who vote for Uncle Tang will stand on the right-hand side. Everyone should think carefully, don't make a mistake. His last sentence was full of threats. The crowd stirred again, each whispering. None of them dared to act rashly. There were only a small number of people that quickly made a choice. Seeing that everyone did not react, Zhu Biao said, brothers, think about how Brother Xiong usually treats everyone. With Brother Xiong as the person in charge, we will definitely eat good food and drink hot water, and our days will only get better and better. So, choose Brother Xiong, will be right. The crowd listened and started to whisper again. In fact, Xiongde is usually not very good to his subordinates, relying on his own deep trust in the White Master of the authority. Deduction of everyone's salary is a small matter, the key is to move hands to beat people. Many people are only afraid of him, there is no respect. Thinking of this, everyone stood to the right one after another. Zhu Biao was dumbfounded, his own good intentions to canvass, how to do for others. Old Tang, however, was amused by this wave of reverse canvassing by Zhu Biao and couldn't help but show a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. Soon, everyone finished standing in line. Xiongda's side was a dozen people sparsely, while the rest of the crowd stood on Uncle Tang's side. When Xiongda saw this, he was a bit angry, clenched his teeth, looked at him angrily, and said angrily, good, playing like this is it. The killing intent in his eyes had diffused, and he turned his head to look at Old Tang. Said, Uncle Tang, since you want to be this agent, I will let you, but after I find the murderer who plotted against Master Bai, this person in charge will have to give up to me. His eyes were fierce and his tone was ferocious, not putting Old Tang in his eyes at all. Lao Tang, however, is also calm, looked straight at him, and said, the foxtail really revealed. Lao Tang said coldly, Master Bai is not dead, where is the need to find any murderer? At this statement, the crowd exploded again. What? Not dead? How is that possible? Chapter 50 Those who betray me must die. Hearing Old Tang say that Master Bai was not dead, the crowd also began to talk. The scene was a bloody mess, how could he not be dead? Uncle Tang, are you telling the truth? Mingyue was a little excited and asked in a low voice. Old Tang nodded slightly to show his certainty. Mingyue looked even more a little excited when he got the exact news. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiongde roared, not wanting to accept this fact. What's impossible? Behind the crowd came Bai Songjing's voice. The crowd looked for the sound, and Bai Songjing walked towards the crowd with a steady pace. Xiongda's face was full of shock and disbelief, and Zhu Biao on the side was even trembling a little as he looked at Bai Songjing and then at Xiongde, as if asking for help. Soon, Bai Songjing arrived in front of the crowd and stood majestically. Master Bai! The crowd shouted in unison. The sound resounded through the mountain village. Bai Songjing nodded slightly in response. Master Bai, you're not dead, it's really great. Xiongde pretended to be calm, but his voice trembled a little. Bai Songjing looked at him and said, I didn't die, are you disappointed? Xiongda's face changed, busy waving his hands and said, No, 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 how could I be? I can't even wait to be happy. Oh? Is it? Bai Songjing asked coldly. But why do I feel that you are not too happy? Xiongde pretended to be calm, trying to squeeze out a smile, said, No, no, I'm really happy. After saying that, he also did not forget to heave a smile, afraid that Bai Songjing would not believe him. Bai Songjing suddenly face sunk, coldly looked at Xiongde, asked, Bear, you have followed me for how many years? Xiongde was a little frightened by his look, and did not know why he suddenly asked this question. Only had to answer honestly. It should be 12 years. No. It's 12 years and 3 months. Bai Songjing spoke an accurate time. Xiongde could only smile awkwardly, and although he was shocked, he wasn't the slightest bit touched or even remorseful. Since you followed me for so long, you must know what the consequences of betraying me are, right? Bai Songjing looked at him with grim eyes. Xiongde couldn't help but gulp, forced himself to be calm, and nodded his head. Very well. Bai Songjing suddenly raised his decibel. Then he said grimly again, Since you know, will you solve it yourself, or should I do it? Xiongde licked his lips and said, Master Bai, what are you saying? How come I don't quite understand? Do not understand? It doesn't matter. Bai Songjing paused. This meal is the last decency he gave Xiongde. However, Xiongde didn't seem to value it too much and remained calm and silent. Bring it here. Bai Songjing shouted. Soon, there were 2 people holding a man who was tied up in 5 different ways and appeared in front of the crowd. Upon seeing the person, Zhu Biao instantly panicked, and his body couldn't help but tremble a little. How could he not recognize this person in front of him? This was the very murderer that he and Xiongde had gone to find together. How could he not imagine how this person would appear here? Xiongde saw this person is also a big change in face, thinking, not the first time to let him go, how will appear here, this waste. People did not hit the dead, but also arrested, waste. Recognize? White from the king suddenly asked. Xiongde was stunned, immediately reacted, and said, No, no, do not recognize. Although he tried to forcefully pretend to be calm, the weak eyes could not be hidden at all. Then you say it. Bai Songjing said to the driver. It is the 2 of them who asked me to hit people, said that after the completion of the matter, give me $1 million. The driver said with fear and trembling. In fact, after the accident, Lao Tang added manpower, the first time to find the driver of the accident, sent people have been monitoring. Until the fake news of Master Bai's death came out, he relaxed his vigilance and prepared to flee. In the wee hours of the morning, Old Tang's men captured him at the pier, not even needing to interrogate him. When Bai Songjing appeared in front of him, he said everything. Seeing that things were exposed, Zhu Biao fell to his knees at once. He knelt down to Bai Songjing and cried bitterly, Master Bai, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. It was him, Xiongde wanted me to do this, Master Bai, I beg you, just spare me. Bai Songjing said coldly, then you tell me who sent you here? Bai Songjing knows that with Xiongda's position in his place, he will not easily betray him, unless someone gives him a better bargaining chip, more benefits. This is what made him have no choice but to take the risk. Zhu Biao hesitated for a while, looked at Xiongde, and made up his mind. I say, yes. Before he could say anything, he only saw Xiongde quickly step forward, cover his neck, and cut his throat with a dagger. Zhu Biao covered his neck, struggled twice, and fell to the ground. This sudden maneuver caused the people present to be horrified. Bai Songjing coldly looked at Xiongde and said, Good, worthy of being with me, this courage. Said rushed Xiongde gave a thumbs up. Then said, I think it must be the benefits he gave you, you've got it, or else you wouldn't be so brave to defend him. But then again, why can't you be so loyal to me now? After saying that, Bai Songjing even looked at Xiongde with expectant eyes. Xiongde sneered and said, "You don't have to give me this, and you will never try to get any words out of my mouth." Xiongde knew that the matter was exposed, and he could not live, but instead, he had a bit of subdued calmness. "You don't want me to beg you, I know, that's useless, because as long as it is the person who betrayed you, will not have a good end." Xiongde's tone seems to be very calm, this time, but is not forced to pretend, that is real. White from the King closed his eyes, sighed softly, said, "There are any last words to say, I promise to meet you." Xiongde sneered a few times and said, "Bai Songjing, put away your false sympathy. You think that if I die, everything will be fine? Ha 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 joke. Don't worry, you can't live long, I will wait for you on the Yellow Springs Road." Said another burst of laughter. Here Xiongde words, white from the scene but rose a trace of confusion, asked, "What does it mean? Want to know? Do you want to know? Don't worry, when you die, you go and ask the King of Hell yourself." After saying that, he once again laughed out loud. Bai Songjing sighed softly once again, then said, "Take it away." Soon, two people came up and racked Xiongde up. But Xiongde didn't think it mattered at all, and continued to laugh. That laughter, like a magic voice, carry out the long sky, long cannot recede. Chapter 51. It's all a child's trick. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lao Tang went to Crown Villa to pick up Su Yang as promised. The two of them didn't say much on the way. Old Tang only thought that Su Yang was a cocky kid, a little ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth, and even dared to throw off his face with Master Bai. And Su Yang also knew that Old Tang didn't like himself too much. But he was indifferent. The car quickly arrived at the Clearwater Villa. Bai Songjing had already waited at the entrance of the mountain villa. Seeing Su Yang get out of the car, Bai Songjing also warmly went forward to greet him. "Aya, Master Su. I'm sorry to have missed the welcome. Su Yang said with a smile, "White Master, this is out of place, as the saying goes, take people's money for others to eliminate disasters, do not have to be so courteous, you were so polite, how could I still have the nerve to charge you money now, you say it." After saying that, he also smiled at Bai Songjing. Su Yang before and after 2 days of reaction, so that the white from the king some puzzled, he froze for a moment, said with a smile, "Su Master, this is a joke ah?" At the same time, in his heart, he muttered, "This goods is not a fake, right?" But white from the king how to know, Su Yang's previous attitude, just do not want to care about this, put a bad face, just want to let him know difficult to retreat. But who knows, this guy is not on the road, one after another must find him to help. And now, since Su Yang has promised the other party, and received the other party's money, naturally there is no reason to put on a stinky face again. What are you waiting for? Let's go, Master Bai. Only then did Bai Songjing come back to his senses and led Su Yang towards the inside of the mountain villa. While walking, he looked. Su Yang gently nodded his head, indicating that he recognized the layout of this Clearwater villa. "Master Bai, you have good feng shui here," Su Yang suddenly opened his mouth and said. Bai Songjing nodded his head and said with a smile, 3 years ago, I met a master and he helped change it." Su Yang nodded, thinking, this person is still a little level. Bai Songjing continued, "I am not hiding from the master, I used to be a social mixer, and then had a bit of fame, and wanted to turn into a legitimate business. But has been unsuccessful. 3 years ago met a master, he gave the village layout, and changed the name, called the Clearwater Villa. He also changed the name of the company to Xingjing." Hearing this, Su Yang slightly revealed a bit of surprise and asked, "Xingjing auction house is also yours?" Bai Songjing nodded his head slightly and said, "That's right, master has also been there?" Su Yang now sort of figured out, like Long Yunlin, so self-righteous people, in Xingjing auction house how so well behaved, think is also afraid of Bai Songjing. Su Yang nodded and said, "I had the honor to go there once." Bai Songjing nodded and continued, "Since then, the transition has been quite successful, and the business is getting better and better. But somehow, the beginning of this year, a lot of things are not too smooth." Speaking, the two have come to the door. There is a small fountain at the door, is a Karpa's leaping dragon gate. The fish's mouth was spraying water columns outward. Su Yan looked back and forth and circled around the fountain again. "This fountain of yours is also the masterpiece of that master?" Su Yang asked while staring at the water columns spraying out from the carp. "That's right, is there something wrong with it?" Bai Songjing replied while asking curiously. Su Yang didn't dare to be sure and offered to go into the house to take a look. The three of them this again came to the house. The layout was nothing special, except that by the wall opposite the main door, there was a high table on which a golden-bodied Luohan was enshrined. "This was also made by that master?" Su Yang asked after gazing at the Lohan for a few seconds. Bai Songjing nodded his head in confirmation. Su Yang, however, looked puzzled. From the current point of view, there was nothing wrong with these, then certain details should have been overlooked. After thinking for a few moments, he went out the door again. He looked around and finally his eyes rested on the two potted plants on the left and right sides. At the bottom edge of the potted plants, there were some faint circular water stains, thinking that it should be previously placed here all year round, leaving water stains, and then someone moved the potted plants, which caused the water stains to show up. How long have these two potted plants been here? 3 years. Hearing this answer, Su Yang smiled. It was really similar to what he had guessed. Said, "Get someone to come and lift it up." Bai Songjing was stunned and quickly reacted again, asking Old Tang to arrange for people to come and lift the potted plants. Soon, the two potted plants were suspended and lifted up, and the thing that was pressed at the bottom of the basin appeared in front of several people. Bai Songjing and Lao Tang, both of them, appeared with a color of fear. Those were two black-faced and fanged monster wood carvings. The original color of the wood carvings could no longer be seen, but the way it looked now, it looked very creepy. Su Yang smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, the two wooden carvings came to his hand. He looked at them and snorted coldly, a child's trick. He tugged the two wooden sculptures tightly in his hand and came to the fountain again. Once again, he looked at the carp statue that sprayed a column of water. "Do you have a chicken here?" Su Yang asked. "Genus chicken?" The duo was puzzled and looked at Su Yang suspiciously. "I am, what's wrong?" Old Tang opened his mouth and said. Su Yang was surprised for a moment, then said, "Okay, then please take out the stuff in the water." "Stuff? What stuff?" Old Tang was puzzled. "The carp inlet, and a hungry ghost." "Ah." The two were scared blue. "It's okay, it's all a child's trick, it can't hurt you." Su Yang relieved. Old Tang looked to Bai Songjing for his opinion. Bai Songjing nodded his head in agreement. He drove to the fountain and looked at Su Yang wistfully. He suspected that Su Yang was teasing him, but he had no evidence. He took off his shoes, went down to the water, followed the carp's stomach down, put his hand into the water, fumbled for half a day, and took out a wooden sculpture. Seeing the wooden sculpture that look, Lao Tang was startled, did not stand still, almost fell down. He fixed his mind, quickly climbed out of the fountain, and quickly handed over the wooden sculpture to Su Yang. Then he quickly moved away from him, as if he was afraid that the wooden sculpture would come back to life to kill him. The corner of Su Yang's mouth revealed a touch of ridicule. He placed the three wooden sculptures flat on the ground in turn. Holding his breath, he recited an incantation, pointed at the three wooden sculptures and shouted, "Scatter!" Bai Songjing and Old Tang looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, not knowing what Su Yang was doing. But the three wooden sculptures didn't even half react. Su Yang was shocked, but quickly returned to normal, and said to the three wooden sculptures, "No matter how advanced, it is still just a child's trick." After saying that, he once again held his breath and used his index and middle fingers to draw a spell in the air. Bai Songjing and Old Tang, looking at the golden light spell that appeared out of thin air, their faces all showed a look of surprise. After the talisman was drawn, Su Yang once again recited the incantation and shouted, "Divine Spirit Golden Talisman, kill the evil demons, go." Saying that, he waved his finger with force, but he saw the golden light talisman flying towards the three wooden sculptures. Chapter 52. Next time this kind of thing, don't look for me, la. Just as the golden talisman covered the three wooden carvings, three clusters of black chi surfaced up and quickly converged into a complete black chi. Bai Songjing and Lao Tang stared blankly at this scene, deeply shocked by the sight before them. Before the two of them could regain their senses, they only heard a bang as the black chi exploded and quickly dispersed. The small black room. A person wearing a black Taoist robe was meditating. Suddenly, the three wooden carvings on the desk table began to vibrate, and along with it, the desk table shook together. He violently opened his eyes, his face was horrified, and he said, "Not good." With that, he prepared to cast a spell, wanting to stabilize the three wooden sculptures. Bang! But before he could start, along with a loud sound, the three wooden sculptures shattered to the ground. Then, he felt a pain in his chest. He covered his chest, his face showing surprise as he quickly meditated and adjusted his breath. A few moments later, he felt a bit more comfortable before slowly opening his eyes. Looking at the pieces of wood carvings scattered on the ground, he muttered, "This is needing an expert." Clearwater Villa. After the black gas exploded, the three wooden carvings on the ground also showed their original faces. "Well, these three wooden carvings can be burned," Su Yang said indifferently. Bai Songjing came back to his senses from the shock he had just experienced and nodded his head, saying, "Good, no problem." Old Tang quickly stepped forward, picked up the wooden sculptures and went to the lawn not far away. Then Su Yang commanded the people and put the potted plant back in its place. At this time, he looked at the formation again, and in his heart, he couldn't help but rise up in admiration for that senior person. Although this formation was very good, it could easily become an entrance for others to make a trap, and it wasn't really difficult to solve this problem. As long as Su Yang made a slight change, it could be solved. But since that master arranged it this way, there must be his reasoning, thinking that it could also be that Bai Songjing had done too many evil things in the first half of his life, and that's why he had such a destiny. But he has a ray of good karma on him, which has collected blessings and broken disasters for him. Master Su, what is this? Bai Songjing still couldn't help himself and asked curiously. Su Yang glanced at him and looked him up and down again. Looking at the black chi above his head, which was slowly dispersing, he knew that the formation had been broken. Oh, it's fine. That master's formation is very good. Su Yang smiled and said perfunctorily. Then that white from Jing that you broke just now is still curious. Only then did Su Yang understand, so he wanted to ask this Oh, you say that That's called the three devil attraction array, is facing you this house, in this house living in the person, over time will be evil spirits into the body, thus affecting the chi luck. White from the king is still full of doubts. Not right Old Tang and my servants also live here why they are fine. Su Yang smiled and muttered in his heart, nonsense, the array is specially set up for you, of course it should target you. Although he thought so in his heart, but he said, that's because, when others set up the array, used your birth date. Oh? Who would that be? Su Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know, it's not for me to control, if you want to know, then you have to ask, who has moved this potted plant? Bai Songjing sniffed and began to recall. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. No one has moved it. I know. Old Tang, who had just finished burning the wood carving, came back. White from the king looked at him curiously, only to hear the old Tang continued, at the end of last year, you let Xiongdi arrange a cleaning, this house, inside and outside, before and after, including this fountain, are he arranged for people to clean. Listening to the old Tang so say, White from the king is also a sudden realization, murmured, no wonder he will say before he died I also live soon. Then he exclaimed as if he thought of something, no, since he had set up a trap, why did he arrange for someone to assassinate me again? Su Yang heard this, pupils dilated, stunned look at him, thought, not it, on this cannot understand, really do not know this IQ, how to become the boss. Thinking of this, the heart cannot help but rise a trace of contempt, but he did not show it, just shrugged his shoulders. Then helplessly said, who knows, it may be that he can't wait, or it may be the person behind his curtain, to speed up the process. Bai Songjing nodded his head in agreement. Suddenly, he smiled and said, Master Su, this time I really thank you too much. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, saying, you must not thank, if you thank, I take you that money, I take the heart is not solid Bai Songjing froze for a moment, and then laughed out loud and said, okay, I don't thank you. Then the next time there is such a thing, I still look for you. No. Su Yang quickly waved his hand to discourage, next time you do this kind of thing, do not look for me. Bai Songjing hesitated for a moment and said, okay, let's go inside and have dinner together. Hearing this, Su Yang only felt that the big thing is not good, thinking, he does not want me to often help him do this in the future, right? No. No, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Su Yang hurriedly shrugged it off. Before Bai Songjing could react, he had already descended the steps and ran towards the main gate of the mountain villa. Looking at his distant back, Bai Songjing said doubtfully, I just want to introduce my niece and daughter to him why is he so scared? Crown Villa 102. Lu Wushang knocked on the door somewhat nervously. Soon the door was opened. The door was opened soon after. Lu Wushang and Zhao Mingyue asked in unison. Su Yan na? Lu Wushang asked right to the point. Why are you looking for my husband? Zhao Mingyue asked in a bad mood. Husband? Lu Wushang inwardly wondered, what is this situation? How could Zhao Mingyue be his husband? He obviously has a marriage contract with me, why is he still married to Zhao Mingyue? No wonder he wants to withdraw from my marriage, the scum. Yeah, my husband, what's wrong? Zhao Mingyue replied smugly, not forgetting to look at her with a provocative look. The four great families have always been at odds and have been fighting openly and secretly for many years. No matter what it is, they are going to fight and compete. Now that there was such a good opportunity, Zhao Mingyue naturally wouldn't let it go. Perhaps this could also help Su Yang push off a marriage and reduce a competitor herself, killing two birds with one stone, quite good. But Lu Wushang had the same thought. Ever since she was a child, she had never been able to compare to Zhao Mingyue in terms of martial arts practice, and now that there was an opportunity to suppress her a bit, she naturally wouldn't give it up easily. Is that so? Your husband? He is my fiancé. Lu Wushang said confidently. Zhao Mingyue sniffed, but her face was full of disdain, mocking, all were withdrawn from the marriage, and still have the face to say that he is the fiancé, really shameless. Lu Wushang sniffed some embarrassment, and soon returned to normal, said, but this marriage is not yet returned, he is my fiancé, you let him out to make it clear. She said, I'm going to barge in. Zhao Mingyue saw this and quickly reached out to stop. Lu Wushang pushed her hand, and then slapped her in the chest. Zhao Mingyue was unable to dodge in time, and ate the palm and retreated several steps. After she stabilized herself, she looked at her angrily and said, you want to fight, don't you? Lu Wushang heard that, also immediately corrected his stance, said, come on, who is afraid of Hua? Zhao Mingyue smiled shallowly, lifted her palm and rushed towards Lu Wushang. Chapter 53 He is my fiancé, he is my husband. Lu Wushang saw her attacking towards herself and also reacted quickly backing up and coming outside the house. Zhao Mingyue also followed closely behind and rushed to slap her palm on her chest before she could stand still. Lu Wushang suffered pain and retreated several steps, almost falling. She rubbed the painful area and said angrily, Surname Zhao, you actually came for real. Zhao Mingyue was still in an attacking stance, ready to attack at any time. She sneered. What are you kidding? Of course it's for real, do you think you're shooting a vertical screen skit? Lu Wushang sniffed, anger came from her heart, then she took an offensive posture and said angrily, fine, who's afraid of who? With that, she charged towards Zhao Mingyue. Seeing this, Zhao Mingyue also met her. After a few moves, Lu Wushang obviously felt that something was wrong. She hastily withdrew from the fight and took a defensive stance. Zhao Mingyue also took 2 steps back and stood still. However, she didn't make a defensive stance or an offensive stance. You broke through the sovereign realm? Lu Wushang asked in surprise. Not bad, there's still some eyesight. Zhao Mingyue said smugly. Hearing the affirmative answer, Lu Wushang's face sank, thinking, how did she break through? When did it happen? Why didn't I hear a word? Originally I thought that if I broke through the sovereign master realm, I would have a chance to win over her, but now it seems that it is still me who is lost. No, she didn't want to fight me at all. If she really wanted to fight me, I couldn't even catch a single move just now. Thinking of this, Lu Wushang righted herself and said in a low voice, alright, count it as a win for you. When Zhao Mingyue heard this, she instantly became unhappy. No, Lu Wushang, are you alright? What do you mean count me as the winner? If you are not convinced, let's compete again. You bully. Lu Wushang knew she couldn't fight, but there was nothing she could do. Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but roll her eyes as she looked at her appearance and was about to flirt with her a bit. However, she heard Zhang Mengxue's voice from the doorway. Yeah. Why aren't you fighting anymore? The two turned their heads to look. Zhang Mengxue, why are you here too? Lu Wushang exclaimed in shock. Zhang Mengxue was surprised and felt that she was asking a strange question and said, why can't I be here? This is my home. What? Your home? Lu Wushang was now a little confused about what the situation was. Zhao Mingyue saw that the situation was not good, rushed forward, took Zhang Mengxue's arm and whispered into her ear, this is a love rival. Ah? Zhang Mengxue looked at her in surprise and then looked at Lu Wushang. Said, if there's nothing, you hurry back, it's almost dark, and I didn't prepare your meal. Lu Wushang was still full of fog, completely confused. What was the situation now? Zhao Mingyue said that Su Yang was her husband, and Zhang Mengxue said that this was her home. So what was her relationship with Su Yang, and what was the relationship between the three of them? Just as she was trying to analyze, a cab stopped at the door. Su Yang got down from the car and said, Master, take care. Turning his head, he saw 3 women standing there looking at him. He couldn't help but stare and muttered, what's the situation? He went up and looked at Lu Wushang in surprise, saying, Lu Wushang, why are you here? Then he looked up and down and said with a smile, not bad, after not seeing you for a few days, you have broken through to become a grandmaster, and your complexion has improved a lot, not bad, not bad. Lu Wushang was so praised, the little face could not help but a red, slightly lowered his head. Zhao Mingyue really can't stand to watch, quickly stepped forward, hold Su Yang arm, pouting, husband, why did you just come back? When Lu Wushang heard this, her pupils dilated. She did not expect Zhao Mingyue to actually be so gentle. Su Yang, however, was disgusted and said, "How many times have I said, don't scream, why don't you always listen nah?" Zhao Mingyue heard, raised her small mouth, very aggrieved, said, "Well, then how do you just come back?" Su Yang looked at her like this, "What a bang bang, give her 2 punches, a hall of great master female strong, this is like what words?" But he held back, or replied, "Do not mention it, white from the king, that old man wants to pit me, fortunately I ran fast. Quickly, let's not talk about it first, eat first, fast starving me." Said he also did not forget to touch his stomach to show comfort. "You also eat together," she suddenly said to Lu Wushang. "No way," Zhao Mingyue blurted out. The 3 of them looked at her in surprise. Lu Wushang, however, suddenly smiled and said, "Fine." After saying that, she even looked at Zhao Mingyue with a provocative gaze. "I said no." Zhao Mingyue didn't budge an inch. "Why not? He is my fiancé." Said she took Su Yang's other arm. "What? Fiancé?" Zhang Mengxue exclaimed. Compared to Zhang Mengxue, Zhao Mingyue was much calmer, because she knew about this matter a long time ago. Su Yang's expression was agonized, tilting his face towards the sky, muttering in his heart, "God, spare me. What kind of sins have I created that you want to punish me like this? He is my husband. He is my fiancé." The 2 kept pulling Su Yang's arm, back and forth, like they were pulling a saw. "That's enough." Su Yang was pulled impatiently and shouted, breaking away from the hands of the duo. "Eat." Saying that, he walked straight towards the door and entered the house with Zhang Mengxue. Lu Wushang and Zhao Mingyue, seeing that the situation was not right, also hurriedly chased after them. A meal ended in the eye war between the 2 of them, but fortunately there was no danger. After eating the meal, Su Yang gave an expulsion order and told Lu Wushang to hurry home. He was afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would really fight. Lu Wushang, however, refused to go and said, "I came here to find you to help, I can't go back until things are done." When he heard that he wanted to help, Su Yang waved his hand and said, Don't, last time I told your father, it's impossible for me to help, why did he let you come again? You do not refuse first listen to me to finish the matter Su Yang hurriedly covered his ears and said, "Stop I don't listen, nor am I interested in knowing." Then what if it has something to do with the Sakura Club? Once he heard about the Cherry Blossom Society, Su Yang did not resist, he put his hand down and seemed to have some interest. Thinking to himself, Cherry Blossom Club? I have never even heard of it, it must be a small force, just what are they doing in Huaxia, and they have their eyes on the Lu and Zhao families. Lu Wushang saw that he did not resist, so he continued, "Our family has an ancestral spirit stone, they came here this time just for the spirit stone." "Spirit stone?" Su Yang asked. "That's right, spirit stone." Lu Wushang continued, "But our family's ability is limited, we really can't protect this spirit stone. Therefore, my father would like to ask you to help us solve this crisis. After this is accomplished, I will agree to whatever conditions you ask for." Su Yang for this kind of rhetoric has long ceased to believe, with Zhang Mengxue signed a contract, she can renege, let alone this kind of empty talk. So, he just disdainfully said, "I do not believe. If that's the case, then our family also needs protection." Zhao Mingyue suddenly said seriously. Several people looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she meant. Chapter 54 I won't say anything. Zhao Mingyue saw the puzzled gazes of several people, so she continued, "Our family also has a spirit stone." "Your family also has one?" Su Yang was surprised. Zhao Mingyue nodded her head to show that she was sure. Then everything made sense now. The last time the Sakura Club wanted to take Zhao Mingyue captive, it was for the Zhao family's spirit stone. What was this spirit stone? I hadn't heard of it before. How come the Zhao family has it and the Lu family also has it? Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to Zhang Mengxue and asked suspiciously, "Your family wouldn't have it too, right?" Zhang Mengxue was suddenly asked, the whole a little confused, thought for a moment and said, "I do not know." Su Yang looked at her skeptically, then turned his head to Lu Wushang and asked, "What is the use of that spirit stone?" Lu Wushang shook his head and said, "I don't know, even my father doesn't know, only know that it was left by the ancestors, told the descendants to protect it, not to fall into the hands of others." Su Yang looked at Zhao Mingyue again. Zhao Mingyue also understood, said, "Don't look at me I'm the same as her, also don't know." They all only know that it was left behind by their ancestors, and they really don't know exactly what it's for. Several people once again fell into a silence. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyue seemed to think of something, said, "We can go find my grandfather, perhaps he knows something." Hearing this, Su Yang hesitated a little. Lu Wushang, however, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "I think we can. Among the old generation, only Master Zhao is still alive, maybe he really knows something." Su Yang thought for a moment, then said, "It's okay." Then he looked at the sky outside the house and said, "Today is already a bit late, let's go tomorrow morning." Zhao Mingyue froze for a moment and said, "Not too late, my grandfather did not go to bed that early, and this kind of thing to go during the day, a little too ostentatious." Shaking? Su Yan didn't understand what she meant. "Have you forgotten that you told me before that someone in my house poisoned Grandpa? Since someone poisoned Grandpa, it means that there is someone else's eyes in our house." Zhao Mingyue explained. "Haven't found out who it is yet?" After Su Yang asked the question, he felt that it was a bit presumptuous. After all, this was someone's family matter. What did it have to do with him as an outsider? But Zhao Mingyue did not care, and even did not avoid Lu Wushang and Zhang Mengxue, directly opened his mouth and said, "There is a suspected object, but there is no conclusive evidence." Su Yang nodded his head, and no longer pursued the question, then said, "Okay, then Mingyue and I will go there first, you guys wait at home." With that, he stood up and prepared to go. "I will also go." Lu Wushang fiercely got up and said. Su Yang glanced at her, thought about it and agreed. After all, this matter was more or less related to her, she had the right to know. "I am also going to go." Zhang Mengxue suddenly got up and said. Su Yang was surprised. Lu Wushang going he could understand, Zhang Mengxue wanting to go, he really didn't understand. "You should not go, this matter has little to do with you, and it is still dangerous." Su Yang said, a trace of concern also showed in his eyes. Zhang Mengxue was a little lost, but still looked at Su Yang with eyes full of expectation. "Let her go," Zhao Mingyue said. A few people looked at her in surprise, only to hear her continue, "She is also quite bored at home alone." "What kind of reason is this?" Su Yang's pupils dilated and looked at her in shock. "You have to know that the less you know about something like a secret, the better." He didn't want an innocent person to be implicated, not to mention that she didn't know martial arts. "Yeah, let her come along," Lu Wushang also spoke up. Su Yang was even more confused. What was this situation? How did these three women stand on a united front? Women, it's really hard to understand. The three women all looked at him with expectant eyes. "Oops, go, really afraid of you guys." Seeing Su Yang loosening up, the three women also showed joyful faces and smiled at each other. Only then did the four of them arrive at the Zhao family together. Before coming, Zhao Mingyue had already contacted the old master, and as soon as they arrived at the Zhao family, they directly took them to the study. Elder Zhao's essence was obviously much better than before, and as soon as he saw Su Yang, he was a little excited. "I, Su little friend, you are willing to come as really our family's honor, Su Yang just smiled awkwardly. He thought to himself, "How dare I come you still have to offer me up Only then did Elder Zhao look at the other two women, thought for a moment, and said, "Zhang Mengxue." Zhang Mengxue nodded and said, "Good day, Grandpa." Elder Zhao smiled and nodded, but didn't greet Lu Wushang, just lightly glanced at her. Lu Wushang, however, did not care. After all, the four great families had always been at odds. It was normal for Elder Zhao to have such an attitude. Su Yang, however, was puzzled. Why was the old master's attitude towards the two people so different? The atmosphere was a bit awkward. "Right, Grandpa, we came to ask you something." Zhao Mingyue came out to ease the embarrassment and went forward to hold Elder Zhao's arm. Only then did Elder Zhao greet the few people with a joyful smile and sit down. "Grandpa, we wanted to come and find out about spirit stones," Zhao Mingyue said with anticipation. Who knew that when Elder Zhao heard this, his entire face froze as he looked at the several people in shock. Seeing this expression on his face, Zhao Mingyue quickly asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Elder Zhao came back to his senses, his face was a bit gloomy. "You guys go back, I don't know anything." He said this, he didn't even believe it himself and didn't have the slightest bit of backbone. "Grandpa, you're lying." Zhao Mingyue pouted. The old man moved his lips, wanting to say something for a moment before saying, "You guys go, I really don't know anything." Lu Wushang stood up with a miso and said somewhat angrily, "Elder Zhao, I don't know why you won't say it, and what can't you say? Do you think you're safe if you hide and tuck it away like this?" "Unbridled," Elder Zhao said angrily, looking furious. "Is this the attitude of a junior like you talking to me?" Zhao Mingyue hurriedly went forward to pull Lu Wushang, but Lu Wushang was undaunted and pushed her hand away, continuing, "Elder, I just respect you as an elder, so I tolerate it 100 times. I know that our families have always been at odds, and I don't have any complaints about you treating me like this, it's just that." Lu Wushang. Zhao Mingyue drank her down. "If you keep talking nonsense here, please get out." Lu Wushang glared at her and said, "Don't worry, when I finish, I will naturally leave, I don't need you to rush." Su Yang, however, just watched silently from the sidelines. He also felt that Elder Zhao was aware of something, he just wasn't willing to say it, and was counting on Lu Wushang to make him speak up with this kind of fuss. Lu Wushang once again looked at the old master and said, "I'm telling you, don't think that you'll be able to preserve you and your Zhao family just like this. To tell you the truth, the Cherry Blossom Society has already approached our Lu family." Sakura Club? Hearing this, Elder Zhao's heart thumped and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Only to hear Lu Wushang continue, "Our Lu family is finished, I admit it, but your Zhao family won't have a good outcome either." At this time, Elder Zhao's face but also became extremely ugly. Chapter 55 I will tell you all I know. Lu Wushang finished, finally some comfort, she took a long breath, turned around and left, not even greeted anyone. Seeing this, Su Yang also got up in a hurry and said, "Master, there is nothing more, we will leave first." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly he turned around again and said, "By the way, old master, the Cherry Blossom Society has already set their eyes on your Zhao family, and last time, they already made a move on Mingyue." After saying that, he left straight away, and Zhang Mengxue followed right behind him out of the study. Only then did Zhao Mingyue realize that the ones who were ready to kidnap her last time were actually from the Sakura Club. Looking at Su Yang's faraway back, Zhao Mingyue was in a dilemma, wanting to go after Su Yang, but also worried about her grandfather's state. After hesitating for a moment, she still chose to stay. She sat on her butt next to the old man, took his arm, and said, "Grandpa, you obviously know something, but why are you just not willing to say it?" There was a slight complaint in her tone. Old Master Zhao sighed helplessly and said, "Mingyue, you don't understand. Grandpa, if you don't say anything, aren't you really afraid that the Zhao family will be destroyed?" Obviously, this soul torture question touched the old master's heart, and he looked at Zhao Mingyue with some horror. Zhao Mingyue continued, "The Lu family is already asking Su Yang for help, you know, Su Yang is capable of dealing with all this, right?" The old man was a little shaken again, he was once again in deep thought. In the car downstairs, Su Yang sat in the driver's seat, and Zhang Mengxue and Lu Wushang sat in the back row. "What do you guys say why Elder Zhao refused to tell us?" Zhang Mengxue asked curiously. "Why else, selfishness, fear of death?" Lu Wushang said angrily. Obviously her anger hadn't completely subsided. In order to solve the Lu family's crisis, she needed to know the purpose of the Sakura Club, she needed to know the secret of the spirit stones, but this old man Zhao, who clearly knew it, just refused to say anything. Can she not be angry? Su Yang sighed and said, "Wushang, I'm curious, is the relationship between your two families not good? Why is he treating you that way?" Lu Wushang sighed a long breath, spit out the anger in her heart, before she opened her mouth and said, "Not only our two families, the four great families have always had a bad relationship." "Oh? Why?" Su Yang was even more curious. Lu Wushang continued to say, "I do not know, since I remember, between our four families, so, what is the reason? My father does not know, only know the ancestral legacy, do not have too much contact with the other three families." Su Yang nodded thoughtfully. "Well, go back first, anyway, here can not ask anything." "Not waiting for her?" Zhang Mengxue asked. Su Yang looked at the location of the doorway, thought for a moment, and said, "Not waiting, I see that the old man is in quite a bad state, let her stay and accompany him." Saying that, he started the car. At this time, Zhao Mingyue's figure appeared at the door, she ran all the way to the car. "My grandfather asked you guys to go up." A few people this once again came to the study again. The old man looked a bit tired, but this time his attitude was much softer. "All sit down, Mingyue, go make everyone a cup of tea." Zhao Mingyue nodded and left the study. The old man then looked at Lu Wushang and said, "Wushang girl, the old man I had a bad attitude before, don't you mind ah?" This sudden apology, however, left the crowd stunned. Lu Wushang was also a bit at a loss for words, and hurriedly said, "Old master, you are too serious." Before Wushang's words were offensive, "Please forgive me." The old master nodded with satisfaction. Su Yang's heart, however, muttered, "Look at this, they are all families with a family education, how can they be at odds nah?" Soon, Zhao Mingyue came in with the tea tray. After placing the tea tray, she stood beside the old master. "Mingyue, you go sit down as well." Only then did Zhao Mingyue sit to the side with a few people, waiting for the old master's story. The old master let out a long sigh and said, "I'll tell you all that I know." He thought for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. In fact, there are a total of 5 of these spirit stones. They are gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It is rumored that when these 5 spirit stones are combined together, they can summon a dark force that will make a person ferocious and violent, and will also increase the power in the person's body by more than 1,000 times. Therefore, some people who practiced evil arts would try to get it by all means, as a way to increase their strength and even transform into demons. Hearing this, all of them revealed a look of surprise. Zhang Mengxue said, "Since it's so terrifying, why don't we just destroy it to get rid of the aftermath?" The remaining 3 looked at the old master with the same anticipation. It was clear that Zhang Mengxue's query was also theirs. The old master shook his head and said, "That's right, destroying them is indeed the best outcome. But this spirit stone cannot be melted by fire, and it shatters and recovers." What? The 4 people were all shocked. Full of unbelief, there is still such a miraculous treasure in the world, cheat the ghost? Seeing that the crowd did not believe, the old master slowly got up and came to the bookshelf, pulled a book in the 3rd row. "The master's come down from the mountain, this kid is a little crazy." The bookshelf slowly opened a slit, revealing a hidden compartment. The old master took out an exquisite box from inside and came to the crowd. The box was opened. A dark red stone appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and it emitted a creepy dark light that sent shivers down one's spine. The old man took it out, placed it on the ground, took out a hammer, and with a tap, the stone shattered in response. But soon, the broken pieces trembled a few more times and quickly latched together like magnets. Then it was as good as new. It took the crowd half a day to regain their senses from this miracle. Su Yang asked, "So where are these spirit stones now?" The old man sat down and continued, "You all know about our families and Lu Yao's families. This piece from our family is a fire spirit stone. The one at Lu Yao's house. The one at our house is an earth spirit stone." Lu Wuxian grabbed it and said. The crowd looked at her suspiciously, and she explained, "I've seen the one at our house, it's earthy yellow and looks quite creepy. But I didn't know it was so magical." The crowd then understood and nodded. "Then what about the other 3 pieces?" Zhao Mingyue curiously pursued. "The golden spirit stone was lost 18 years ago, and its whereabouts are still unknown." There was some regret in the old man's tone. The crowd was also showing regret. "The water spirit stone is in the Qin family," the old master continued. The crowd nodded, and they all sort of understood something, so the Qin family was also likely to be the target of the Sakura Club. "Then the last wood spirit stone, is it in the Lu family?" Zhang Mengxue was the first to react and asked after it. The crowd also nodded in recognition. But the old man shook his head and said, "No, it's not in the Lu family." "What? Not in?" The crowd was all shocked. "Not right, according to this logic, it should be in the Lu family." "Then where is it?" Zhang Mengxue became even more curious. "In your house?" The old man looked at Zhang Mengxue and said seriously. "My home?" Zhang Mengxue exclaimed. Chapter 56 seized the time to give birth to a big fat boy. Hearing this, Su Yang 3 people are also faced surprised color, unbelievable look at Zhang Mengxue. No one had expected such a result. Before Su Yang asked if her family also had a piece, but that was mostly a joke. Now hearing the old man say this, how could it not be called shocking? "Grandpa, are you mistaken?" Zhao Mingyue asked skeptically. Several people also nodded their heads in agreement, all agreeing that Elder Zhao was mistaken. Elder Zhao, however, smiled faintly and said, "It can't be wrong. But I've never heard my parents mention it, nor have I heard my grandfather mention it." Zhang Mengxue still had trouble accepting this. "Right, if we follow normal logic, this spirit stone should be in the hands of the Lu family." Zhao Mingyue analyzed. "I don't know how the Zhang family came to have this spirit stone, I only realized it when I investigated a few years ago." Elder Zhao explained. Speaking here, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh and continued, "Originally, I was going to take these things into my coffin, but now it seems that I can't take them with me. I should be the last person in several families to know this secret. Now there are a few more of you." Speaking here, a trace of loneliness appeared in his eyes, looking towards Su Yang, slowly spoke, "In the future, the safety of these girls will be entrusted to you." The old man said long and heartfelt, like explaining the dying words in general. The 3 girls, on the contrary, their little faces turned red at once. Shyly lowered their heads. Su Yang reacted, smiled awkwardly, thinking, what is this situation? How to make it like explaining the aftermath? Besides, is this thing that horrible? Wouldn't it be enough to directly exterminate the source? Master, I don't think this thing is that scary, right? Wouldn't it solve the problem by directly exterminating the cherry blossom society? Su Yang said lightly. Su Yang so lightly said, but led a few people greatly surprised. Several people are with surprised eyes at him. The eyes seem to say, do you want to listen to yourself? What are you talking about yourself? Su Yang noticed the difference, said, look at me, why, I said is the truth, a small cherry blossom will just destroy him as chopping vegetables and cut melon, small meaning, sprinkle water. The three girls all rolled their eyes at him. Su Yang also do not care, what big storm he has not seen, the small scene, simply do not put in the eyes. Okay, the next step is to find the Sakura Club, and then wipe him out in one fell swoop. Su Yang said confidently. You say simple. Lu Wushang said with disdain, my second uncle and Wentao investigated for a long time, but did not find out their location. How do you exterminate? Hearing this, Su Yang but could not help but frown, thought for a moment and said, oops, cannot find, just wait for them to come out on their own. After saying that, he got up and stretched his waist, said, okay, let's go back. Old master, then you early rest, we will not disturb. Several people also got up with him. Elder Zhao also nodded and said, then I won't see you off. Several people also nodded at him to say goodbye. Mingyue, you stay for a bit, I have something to tell you, the old master suddenly opened his mouth and said. Several people turned around and looked at the old master in surprise. Not knowing what he had to say that he couldn't say in person. Zhao Mingyue reacted and said to Su Yang in a delicate voice, you go down and wait for me first, I will go down in a while. Su Yang nodded and led Lu Wushang and Zhang Mengxue out of the study. Grandpa, what is it, mysterious? Zhao Mingyue asked with some curiosity. Elder Zhao took a sip of tea and said, I spied on your strength today and realized that you broke through to Grand Master. There was a hint of surprise in the old master's tone. After all, for so many years, Zhao Mingyue had not broken through, and this was only a few short days that she had broken through. And the strength was still above his own. It was really scary as hell to think about it. Zhao Mingyue nodded with a somewhat smug smile. That kid helped? Zhao Mingyue nodded and said, he gave me a mind method. It's amazing to say that in just 2 days, I've actually almost reached the peak of Grandmaster. Saying this, she actually got a little excited. Elder Zhao nodded with satisfaction and asked, he didn't use this to mention to you about withdrawing from the marriage? At first, he did, but then I refused, and then he gave it to me for free. How far have you gotten? The old man asked in a very gossipy manner. Zhao Mingyue sniffed and froze, quickly reacted, shyly said, Grandfather, what are you talking about, what to which step? The old man hemmed and hawed and said, good relationship is fine, then seize the time to give birth to a big fat boy. Grandpa, I'm still waiting to hold grandchildren now. Grandpa, what are you saying? Zhao Mingyue said shyly. The old man hemmed and hawed again and did not say anything. Zhao Mingyue, however, all of a sudden became full of sadness, said, Grandpa, he has 9 letters of marriage, I have a lot of competitors, the pressure is so great. The old man was shocked at his words, 9 letters? That mouth is so long that it can stuff an egg. Zhao Mingyue nodded with some aggression. Then Zhang family girl and Zhao family girl too? The old master asked. Zhao Mingyue nodded. Who else is there? Zhao Mingyue shook her head and said, I don't know, this is what I know so far. However, he is bent on withdrawing from the marriage this time. Every time he talks about withdrawing from the marriage he gets so agitated. I've asked him why, and he won't say. The old man also had a sad face and didn't know the reason. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Mingyue, do you like him? Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Mingyue gently nodded her head, indicating certainty. Okay, if you like it, go boldly, Grandpa supports you, and I also believe that he can protect you and give you happiness. I'm just afraid that you'll have to share a husband with another woman in the future. I'm afraid you'll have to share a husband with another woman. Zhao Mingyue can't accept this for a while, she hasn't thought about this kind of thing. There's more. The old man spoke again, you have to be careful, although he is powerful, but too crazy, as the saying goes, people crazy will have trouble, you have to be ready to face danger with him at any time. It is best to persuade or persuade. Okay, Grandpa, I will. Alright, go down, don't keep them waiting too long. Zhao Mingyue then got up and went downstairs. Egu, you finally came down. As soon as she got into the car, Su Yang complained. Lu Wushang and Zhang Mengxue were sitting in the back row, swiping their cell phones to themselves. He, chatted a little more. Zhao Mingyue said with a smile. What did Grandpa say to you? Su Yang asked curiously while starting the car. Nothing, just let us seize the time to give birth to a big fat boy. Zhao Mingyue said lightly. What? Lu Wushang and Zhang Mengxue in the back row exclaimed out in shock. Chapter 57 I want to get back my grandfather's relics. This cry of shock almost shattered Zhao Mingyue's eardrums. She rubbed her ears and chided, what is this for? Su Yang was also full of pain, thinking, he meow also owed my mouth, I should not have been curious about that much more. At this moment, he couldn't wait to slap himself twice. Zhao Mingyue, don't go too far. Zhang Mengxue angrily said. That's right, do you think we can't have some face? Lu Wushang was also angry. Zhao Mingyue, however, had a disdainful look on her face and said, my husband asked me, so I just answered truthfully, what's wrong with that? Seeing that the three were about to quarrel, Su Yang hurriedly stopped them and shouted, stop. Only then did the three women stop. Su Yang helplessly said, go home. Saying that, he started the car. Inside the car fell into a silence, but Su Yang secretly screamed, really want to die what is all this What do we do next? Zhao Mingyue suddenly opened her mouth and asked. But no one responded to her. Su Yang looked like he was thinking, while the two people in the back row looked like they were still angry. I want to go and get our family's spirit stones back. Zhang Mengxue suddenly said. That's not necessary, since your parents didn't tell you about the spirit stone, it means that they also don't know that there is such a thing as a spirit stone. It's safe to put it there instead. Su Yang analyzed. No way. Zhang Mengxue said firmly. The fact that they didn't give me the word doesn't mean that they don't know, it's just that they don't value me. Moreover, Zhang Xiaofeng and Lu Wenbin are very close, I'm afraid that Lu Wenbin is also for that spirit stone. Su Yang thought about it and said with some worry, it will be dangerous to put that stone around. I am not afraid, is not there you in? After saying that, she actually blushed a little. Su Yang smiled awkwardly. After thinking about it, he felt that what Zhang Mengxue said had a few points of truth. If it really falls into someone else's hands, it's really quite troublesome, it's better to put it in your own hands. Okay, then tomorrow morning, I will accompany you. Su Yang said. No, I can go back by myself. Zhang Mengxue said firmly. She herself knows that some things need to be faced and solved by herself. Su Yang glanced at Zhang Mengxue from the rearview mirror, did not say anything more. He also knows that her relationship with her parents is not very good, he is even a little skeptical, they are not the relationship of biological parents. Even how much the patriarchal, it is impossible to do Zhang Zhangwen that kind of step right, really hard to predict the human heart Then you are careful Zhao Mingyue suddenly said with concern. Su Yang stared at Zhao Mingyue with wide eyes, surprised, thinking, these two women, when did they get so close? Well, I will pay attention. Zhang Mengxue nodded her head and said softly. Although she looked calm on the surface, she was very apprehensive inside. For this family, she really didn't quite want to return. Ever since her grandfather passed away, she could barely feel a trace of affection at home. Only after sending Lu Wushang back home did Su Yang return home with Zhang Mengxue and Zhao Mingyue. Su Yang lay on the bed, a little sleepless, he was worried that Zhang Mengxue would encounter trouble when she went home to ask for something. This girl was originally quite smart, but in front of Zhang Zhangwen, always taking into account the father-daughter bond, she became clumsy. If she went back by herself, Zhang Zhangwen would not be able to let her off easily. Thinking of this, just in case, he quickly got up, took out a talisman from the drawer, punctured his index finger, put a drop of blood on it, recited the incantation silently, and waved his hand. The talisman quickly shrunk into a small paper ball. He put the paper ball into an open-work necklace. Looking at the finished necklace, he then lay down at ease. When Zhang Mengxue came downstairs, Su Yang was already in the living room. I will send you back. Su Yang saw her coming downstairs and said with concern. No, I can go back by myself. Seeing her attitude was resolute, Su Yang could not say anything else, got up and came to her. Come on, put this on. Said, then took out the necklace to Zhang Mengxue put on. He could smell the fragrance on her body, that flavor, some people are fascinated. Zhang Mengxue could feel his breath, and could even hear his heartbeat. Looking at Su Yang's serious look, he actually had an urge to kiss him. The necklace was worn. Zhang Mengxue picked it up and looked at it. It looked like a cheap thing, but it was also very chic. Don't look at it, a dozen or so dollars of roadside goods. However, when you are in danger, you can break it and I will immediately appear in front of you. Su Yang explained. Zhang Mengxue looked at Su Yang in a daze. The inner touch has long made her excited. She nodded and said, good. When Zhang Mengxue returned home, Zhang Zhengwen and Wu Xiaowei happened to be at home. Seeing Zhang Mengxue come back, both of their faces were surprised for a while, and then they put on a stinky face. Yo, Mr. Zhang still knows to come back, ah. Wu Xiaowei said in a conspiratorial manner. Why, this regain control of the company, your father out of the board of directors is not enough, but also to come back to fall on the well, see the joke is not. Zhang Mengxue is lazy, directly to the point said, I came to take away the relics of grandfather. The two of them heard this and looked at her with surprise, not understanding what she was talking about. Relic? What relics? Zhang Zhengwen was full of doubts. When grandpa passed away, weren't you the ones who organized the relics? Zhang Mengxue pursued. Yes, but the old man originally did not have a few things, altogether burned off. Zhang Zhengwen said impatiently. Zhang Mengxue harked out, should not is that piece of spirit stone is not in our family? Or maybe grandpa hid it and mom and dad didn't find it. At this time, Wu Xiaowei seemed to have thought of something and came to Zhang Zhengwen's ear and whispered, do you remember when you packed up the relics, there was a stone? Stone? What stone? Zhang Zhengwen is very puzzled. How do you have no impression at all? Wu Xiaowei glanced at him and said, you forget, to the old man burned relics day, relics inside a stone is very evil, emitting a creepy dark light, but also how to burn cannot be broken. At that time, I felt quite evil, but did not care, so I wrapped it in cloth and put it in the basement. Listening to this, Zhang Zhengwen is remembered, you say so, I do remember, as if there really is such a stone. You don't say, that stone is really quite evil, at that time I thought it was a treasure, looking for a master to do the appraisal, the result is a piece of broken stone. Since she wants to give her, anyway, I see that thing is very evil, looking quite creepy, maybe it is something evil now. Wu Xiaowei said. How do I know where to put it? It was just a throw, the ghost knows where to put it. Zhang Zhengwen complained. Let her find it. Wu Xiaowei gave him a wink. Zhang Zhengwen nodded, is to understand, but heard Wu Xiaowei continue to say, but, cannot let her take this for nothing, have to let her spit something out. Spit something out? The two of them looked at each other, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Chapter 58 Lu Xiao, you enjoy it slowly. After the two discussed and reached a consensus, they both smiled and nodded at each other. There are no relics, but there is a broken stone. Zhang Zhengwen said faintly. Where is it? Zhang Mengxue was a bit excited when she heard there was a stone. To take away can also, but you have to promise us a condition. Wu Xiaowei said with some complacency, as if he had completely taken Zhang Mengxue. Zhang Mengxue did not hesitate, said, say, what conditions? Return your father's shares in the company, and let your brother to the company. Impossible. Zhang Mengxue said excitedly, you are completely two conditions. Seeing Zhang Mengxue's attitude is a bit resolute, Wu Xiaowei threatened, your grandfather's relics, do you still want it? Zhang Mengxue hesitated, she couldn't not want the spirit stone, but she couldn't agree to Wu Xiaowei's conditions. She was in a tangle. When the two saw her hesitation, their hearts were also apprehensive, if Zhang Mengxue refused, what could be done? Not only had the evil object not been sent away, she hadn't even gotten any benefits. After thinking for a few moments, she also made a concession and said, then give Xiaofeng the shares and let him go into the job, so that's always fine. Zhang Mengxue froze, thinking, this is also okay. Su Yang did not say, Zhang Xiaofeng is a straw man, I think with his IQ it is difficult to turn up any big waves. Good, no problem, let's ask him to go to work tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the duo instantly showed joy and immediately asked her to sign the transfer and contract. Zhang Mengxue didn't hesitate and immediately called her secretary to have the things drawn up and sent to the house. The duo was also overjoyed to see her sign. The corners of that mouth raised AK-47 couldn't even suppress it. What about the stuff, where is it? Zhang Mengxue asked with some anxiety. Oh, things in the basement, you go find it yourself. Zhang Zhengwen shamelessly said. Zhang Mengxue was angry, speechless. Isn't this the equivalent of going to a restaurant to eat by yourself, paying the money, but also cooking by yourself? Zhang Mengxue didn't want to pay any attention to it, her priority now was to get the spirit stones, she went straight to the basement. She had just left Mei for a long time when Zhang Xiaofeng came back with a tired face. At first glance, he had spent the night drinking. As soon as Zhang Zhangwen saw his appearance, he couldn't help but yell, "Look at you, what do you look like, you still know to come back? Really rotten mud cannot help the wall." When Wu Xiaowei saw this, she was very distressed and said, all right, this is not back." Then she turned her head to Zhang Xiaofeng and said, "Fenger, come here, show you something." Zhang Xiaofeng was full of care and came to her side. "What is this?" Wu Xiaowei said, handing him the folder in her hand. He took the folder, glanced at it, and exclaimed, "Mom, how did you get this?" He looked at Wu Xiaowei with a face full of excitement. Wu Xiaowei told him about Zhang Mengxue coming back to look for her grandfather's relics. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded, but suddenly his face sank. "Dad, Mom, Sis came back on a rare trip, we have to call Lu Xiao over and set the two up properly. It's useless, Zhang Mengxue, that girl is not at all cooperative, how to set up is useless." Zhang Zhangwen said. "Soft can come to hard well." Zhang Xiaofeng said, also revealed a bad smile. "Hard?" The two seemed to understand, but also did not seem to understand, and looked at Zhang Xiaofeng doubtfully. Zhang Xiaofeng pulled the two of them together and began to mutter in a low voice. The basement was dark, damp, and airless, and it was really stuffy. Zhang Mengxue forced herself to endure that suffocating feeling and rummaged through the basement for 5 hours before finally finding the yellow cloth-wrapped spirit stone. She opened it and looked at it, the dark brown stone emitted a creepy light, she was sure that this was the one, she tugged it tightly in her hand, a delighted look on her face. After leaving the basement, she was finally able to take a few deep breaths of fresh air. But she also just realized that she had long since gotten grimy. She decided that she would only go back after taking a shower. Seeing Zhang Mengxue go upstairs, the three of them began to move as well. When everything was ready and Zhang Mengxue had yet to come down, Zhang Xiaofeng went upstairs to call her. "Zhang Mengxue, it's time to eat." After saying that, he turned around and went downstairs. With regards to Zhang Xiaofeng's attitude, Zhang Mengxue had long been accustomed to it, as it had always been this attitude. It was only then that Zhang Mengxue got fully dressed and came downstairs. Looking at the three of them already sitting at the dining table, she was stunned that it didn't look too different from usual. It was just that there was more wine today. With a glance, she headed in the direction of the door. "What are you doing? Eat before you go." Zhang Zhangwen said sternly. "What are you being mean about?" Wu Xiaowei chided. Then she went forward and said, "Mengxue, this busy day, must also be hungry, come and eat before going back." Zhang Mengxue was a little hesitant, she was indeed a little hungry. She thought about it and sat down at the table. "Xiaofeng, quickly toast your sister." Wu Xiaowei said. Only then did Zhang Xiaofeng pick up his wineglass and said, "Sister, I'll toast you." Zhang Mengxue, however, was hesitant to lift her wineglass. Seeing this, Wu Xiaowei quickly came out and said, "Mengxue, this Xiaofeng is not trying to thank you for letting him enter the company, you can't even not accept this intention." She hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the wineglass. "See her pick up the wineglass," Zhang Xiaofeng said, "Sister, thank you for letting me into the company, in the future, I will work well, with you to Zhang's bigger and stronger, and then create a brilliant." After saying that, he tilted his neck and drank the wine in one go. Seeing this, Zhang Mengxue hesitantly brought the wineglass to her mouth and took a small sip before putting it down. A few people saw her drink the wine, and the corners of their mouths revealed an undetectable smile. "That's nice, come, eat," Wu Xiaowei said with a smile. Zhang Mengxue had just picked up her chopsticks, but she felt dizzy, and before she could react, she had completely lost consciousness and slumped onto the table. The three of them looked at each other and laughed, their faces full of evil smiles. Lu Xiao, come out." Zhang Xiaofeng shouted at a small room next to him. It turned out that as early as when Zhang Mengxue went upstairs to take a bath, Zhang Xiaofeng had already informed Lu Wenbin. Lu Wenbin smiled evilly and nodded at the three of them, saying approvingly, understanding, "Don't worry, turn around, I'll let my dad give you a few more projects, and then I'll help you take back the company." "Thank you Lu Xiao, thank you Lu Xiao." The three quickly nodded and flattered. Then, "Xiao Lu, you enjoy it slowly," Zhang Xiaofeng said fawningly and signaled Zhang Zhangwen and Wu Xiaowei to leave. Watching the three leave, Lu Wenbin once again revealed an approving evil smile and said, he, understanding. After saying this, he buried his head and put his face into Zhang Mengxue's hair, sniffing it back and forth. Zhang Mengxue, who had just finished her bath, exuded the aroma of shower gel and that unique body fragrance of a young girl, which mesmerized Lu Wenbin. He sniffed deeply again, before he picked up Zhang Mengxue and excitedly walked towards the second floor. He threw her onto the bed and rubbed his hands together excitedly before taking off his own jacket and pouncing on her. Like a greedy, hungry wolf, he kissed her neck, but the necklace on Zhang Mengxue's neck was just too much of a hindrance. As soon as he pulled off the necklace, he took a look at it and said angrily, "Fuck, what kind of shit?" After saying that, he threw the necklace back fiercely. The necklace smashed on the wall impartially, and with a light sound, the paper ball inside turned into a light smoke and disappeared. Chapter 59. Are you not able to? Su Yang is brushing his cell phone on the sofa. Watching the beautiful woman in the short video, twisting her sexy waist, he was full of excitement and scared. Is it good? Zhao Mingyue's voice came from behind him. Su Yang was startled and hurriedly turned off the screen of his cell phone and put it away. Very awkwardly, he said, "What is good looking? What are you talking about?" He was like a child who was caught on the spot doing something wrong and didn't dare to look at Zhao Mingyue's eyes at all. Zhao Mingyue skimmed her mouth and flirted, I am a big beauty that looks like a heavenly fairy and has a hot body, placed in front of you, you don't look at it, you have to go to look at those that can't be touched. You said." She said here paused, her eyes looked at Su Yang crotch, continued, "You will not be unable to do it?" Su Yang hastily covered his crotch, got up and quickly backed away, saying, You can't." But Zhao Mingyue was still looking at him with odd eyes, and her face still showed the color of ridicule. Su Yang was now so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to find a hole to drill into. Suddenly, a pain came from his fingertips and his face sank. "What's wrong?" Seeing that his face had changed, Zhao Mingyue also put away her smile and asked with concern. "Something happened to Zhang Mengxue," Su Yang said with a heavy expression, after saying that he ran towards the door. Zhao Mingyue also reacted and shouted, "I'll go with you." Hurriedly chased out. The duo arrived at Zhang Mengxue's house and barged straight in. The three of them, Zhang Zhengwen, were still in the living room, smilingly getting high on melon seeds and eating fruits. Seeing the duo who suddenly barged in, all three of them were surprised and got up in a hurry. "How did you guys come? I tell you, you belong to trespassing, I can sue you." Although Zhang Xiaofeng was scared, he still threatened with courage. He knows that Su Yang is a country bumpkin, but Zhao Mingyue is a tough one. Lu Wenbin cannot afford to mess with it, he is even more unlikely to be able to mess with it. "Where is Zhang Mengxue?" Su Yang asked angrily. The three froze. Wu Xiaowei was the first to react, said, "Zhang Mengxue, what Zhang Mengxue, she is not here. Right, she's not here. Right, she's not here." The father and son duo followed suit and chimed in. "She's not here? I think you guys don't want to live," Zhao Mingyue said angrily, about to make a move towards the three. The three of them waved their hands fearfully, as if begging for mercy, but also as if saying, "Don't come over." Clang! A loud sound came, and the crowd heard it and looked towards the second floor. Su Yang took the lead and rushed upstairs. Zhao Mingyue also rushed up right after him. When the three of them saw this, they all had a look of horror on their faces. Lu Wenbin was wearing pants and looking at Zhang Mengxue with a lewd smile. "Don't be afraid, little baby, it'll be fine in a while." Zhang Mengxue was disheveled, her hair was messy, her face was full of panic, her hands were holding a vase fragment tightly, her consciousness was blurred, just her mouth kept muttering, "Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over." Due to her fear, her body couldn't help but trembling. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Lu Wenbin turned around angrily and was about to open his mouth to curse, but before he could even see the visitor clearly, he was slapped against the wall by Su Yang, spitting blood from his mouth and paralyzed on the ground. Su Yang quickly stepped forward, ready to help Zhang Mengxue, but before he got close, Zhang Mengxue became agitated. You don't come over," while shouting and waving the vase in her hand. Su Yang snatched the vase in her hand, grabbed her arm and shouted, "Zhang Mengxue, it's me, Zhang Mengxue, it's me." Zhang Mengxue's agitation finally calmed down a little bit, and she looked at the person in front of her with a dull gaze. When she saw the person in front of her, she even jumped into his arms at once. Started to sob. Su Yang tightly embraced her, obviously can feel her body trembling. Su Yang gently patted her back and soothed, it's okay, there's me. Zhang Mengxue's emotions gradually calmed down. Su Yang turned his gaze to Lu Wenbin. Originally paralyzed Lu Wenbin, looking at Su Yang's horrible eyes, his body could not help but tremble. Looking at Su Yang walking towards himself, he even shivered a little. You want to do what? You can't move me. I am the youngest master of the Lu family. I have the Long family as a backer. You can't move me." Su Yang, however, did not pay attention to him, and coldly asked, like to play right, can't control it right. Lu Wenbin did not understand what he meant and could only look at him in horror. Suddenly, he felt a coldness in his crotch, and then a burst of pain hit him. He covered his crotch and let out a pig-like scream. It turned out that Su Yang's silver needle abolished his life root. Su Yang quickly got up and picked up Zhang Mengxue and went downstairs. The three people looked at the furious Su Yang and stood aside trembling. Su Yang coldly glanced at the three people and said, "If there is a next time, don't blame me for not being polite." After saying that, with a movement of his mind, the coffee table in front of the three people fell apart and shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. The trio was so scared that their faces turned ashen. Zhao Mingyue on the side was also shocked. This strength. Terrifying as hell. Returning to the villa, Su Yang straightly carried Zhang Mengxue upstairs and entered the room. Looking at the closed door of the room, Zhao Mingyue's heart was flooded with a burst of sourness. She knew that Zhang Mengxue had been hit by that poisoning, and Su Yang was trying to detoxify her. Thinking that Su Yang was about to have a relationship with Zhang Mengxue, her heart was incomparably painful, like she had lost something important. She sat paralyzed on the sofa, despondent alone. Suddenly, the sound of closing the door of the room came from upstairs. She curiously looked for the sound, only to see Su Yang coming down from upstairs. Zhao Mingyue's pupils dilated and her face was full of shock. What's the situation? Could it be that he really can't? Why did you come down? Zhao Mingyue asked curiously. Su Yang, however, was full of doubts and asked back, why can't I come down? Zhao Mingyue once again looked at Su Yang doubtfully and asked tentatively, you can't be unable to, right? When Su Yang heard this, he was shocked, but at the same time, he also understood that it was Zhao Mingyue who misunderstood. He gave her a blank look and said, come on, what are you thinking? Who said that if you have been poisoned by that kind of poison, only that kind of poison can be detoxified? Nonsense. Su Yang said in the end, even showed a trace of contempt. Zhao Mingyue heard, but her heart was happy. Great, they did not have a relationship. She was even a little mesmerized by her thoughts, and didn't even notice that she was laughing. What are you thinking about? Laughing so happily. Su Yang saw her smiling and asked curiously. Zhao Mingyue came back to her senses and said, no, nothing, I was thinking, your medical skills are really brilliant. Said, also gave him a thumbs up. Su Yang was very disdainful and said, don't say this I know, you say something I don't know. Zhao Mingyue bristled and made a face at him. Su Yang, however, was full of contempt, thinking, how can a hallowed great master powerhouse be so childish? By the way, what did you do with Lu Wenbin? Zhao Mingyue suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Su Yang also did not answer, but just smiled evilly. Chapter 60. It's really none of our business. When Zhang Xiaofeng rushed upstairs, Lu Wenbin was still covering his crotch and rolling on the ground. Zhang Xiaofeng was so scared that he didn't know what to do, knowing that he was the one who had called this person over, and if something really had to happen, he couldn't afford it. Zhang Zhangwen also happened to arrive, angrily said, what are you waiting for? Hurry to send the hospital. Oh. Zhang Xiaofeng only then reacted, said repeatedly. Only then did the two men messily send Lu Wenbin to the hospital. Then they notified Lu Tianda. Lu Tianda was shouted up from his mistress's stomach, and when he arrived at the hospital, Lu Wenbin had already fallen asleep. Looking at the miserable-looking waste of a son, his heart was just endless rage. If before, in his eyes Lu Wenbin was half a waste, then now it was a complete waste. Lu Tianda had only one son, but he was still half a waste. Originally, there is no harm in practicing waste, practice a small number. For this reason, Lu Tianda raised 3 mistresses outside. He is also very hard in the 3 mistresses on the plow. But half a year passed, 3 women, none of the quiet, he began to doubt whether he cannot. The trumpet plan is also out of reach, and now I see that the big one is abolished, which is destined to make the Lu family extinct. Can't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. Just Lu Tianda does not know is that his trumpet registration is unsuccessful, entirely because his 3 mistresses are secretly taking drugs, which leads to long-term farming fruitless. It is you who have harmed my son. Lu Tianda glared angrily at the Zhang family father and son duo, with eyes that were itching to eat them. The father and son duo hurriedly waved their hands and said in unison, no, this is really none of our business. Then whose business is it? My son was called by you guys, and it was also in your house that something happened. You tell me it's none of your business. Do you think I'm a fool? Lu Tianda almost shouted out. The father and son were trembling with fear. In their hearts, they felt aggrieved, but they didn't know how to defend themselves. After all, what Lu Tiande said was the truth. Only to hear Lu Tiande continue, "If it is not because of going to your home, how could my son not bring a bodyguard? But is this how you protect my son?" The father and son duo were shocked and kneeled on the ground at once. Zhang Zhangwen stammered, his mouth moved for half a day before he could hold back a sentence. "It's really none of our business, ah." "Yes, we didn't know this would happen either." Zhang Xiaofeng also chimed in. "Yes, this is all Su Yang's doing." Yes, it's Su Yang, it's that country bumpkin." Lu Tiande was full of doubts and looked at the two of them. "Su Yang?" Lu Tiande muttered. "Fuck, dare to lie to me, a country bumpkin, can have this kind of tactics." Lu Tiande roared. No, he didn't, but he brought Zhao Mingyue along at that time." Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly explained. Lu Tiande's face sank and his eyes showed a fierce light. "Zhao Mingyue, Zhao family, good. In the past, they were only fighting in the dark, but now they have come out in the open. This is to completely tear their faces apart, isn't it?" The father and son duo saw that the anger had shifted, and their hearts were finally a little more solid. The ward suddenly fell into a dead silence, father and son too even breathing soft, for fear of again provoking the fire on the body. "Dad!" Suddenly, a faint sound came from the hospital bed. Lu Tiande came back to his senses and went forward to ask, "Son, are you all right?" The moment he asked, a wave of heartache surged to his heart. How can it be all right? He felt that he asked a nonsense. "Dad, give me revenge, ah." Lu Wenbin let out a weak voice with a crying tone. Good. Dad will definitely give you revenge," Lu Tiande hurriedly promised. Although he has always looked down on this worthless son of his, but he is after all the bloodline of the Lu family, the only child of the Lu family. Now in this state of affairs, he naturally wouldn't care. He turned his head towards the Zhang family's father and son and ordered, "Come here." The father and son duo hurriedly got up, nodded their heads and went forward, waiting for orders. Lu Tiande attached himself to the ears of the two and muttered softly. When Zhang Mengxue woke up, the sky was already bright. She rubbed her head, which still had some drowsiness, and remembered what happened last night. Her memory only lingered on when Lu Wenbin pounced on her. Thinking of this, she instantly felt a wave of nausea and panicked as she lifted the covers and looked to see that her clothes were intact. She let out a long breath of relief. Only then sat up and tried to recall. She only vaguely remembered that she ended up pouncing on Su Yang's arms. Thinking of jumping into Su Yang's arms, she actually blushed a little, but when she thought of not having something happen, she was a little chagrined and muttered, "He can't be unable to do it." Then she got up and went downstairs. Su Yang and Zhao Mingyue were having breakfast. Seeing that her vitality was still good, the two of them were quite relieved. "Wake up? Come and eat breakfast," Zhao Mingyue said with concern. Zhang Mengxue came to the table and sat down, looked at Su Yang with some shyness and said, "Thank you for yesterday." Su Yang swallowed the bun in his mouth and said with a smile, "You're welcome, it's a small matter." Zhang Mengxue this again remembered last night poisoning things, her poison solved, but did not have a relationship with Su Yang, did not say that poisoning, only men and women like that can be solved it. How is it that now the poison on their own body was solved, but did not have a relationship? She tentatively asked, You are not able to ah? This word, her whole face was red, all of a sudden lowered her head. Su Yang froze and looked at her suspiciously. Put. Zhao Mingyue heard Zhang Mengxue ask this question, the porridge in her mouth all sprayed out. Then she couldn't help but snicker. Su Yang glared at her. But this glare, on the contrary, made Zhao Mingyue directly unable to tense up and laughed out loud. Zhao Mingyue. Su Yang glared at her. Right, sorry, I really can't help it, ha. Zhao Mingyue laughed her ass off. Zhang Mengxue got a little embarrassed, nervously biting her own lips slightly. Su Yang sighed, wanting to scold her twice, but couldn't get down. He thought to himself, what kind of people are these? Alright, don't laugh. Su Yang looked at Zhao Mingyue angrily. Only then did Zhao Mingyue stop a little bit, adjusted her emotions, came to Su Yang's ear, whispered, You see, I'm not the only one who thinks you can't do it. After saying that, she also showed him a rather profound smile. Su Yang could only glare at her, but did not know how to retort. Dang ding ding. With a knock on the door, the awkward atmosphere has only slightly eased. I'll go open it. Zhao Mingyue got up and went to open the door. But as soon as she saw the visitor, displeasure immediately surfaced on her face, and she asked in a rude manner, Why are you here?